You are listening to Who Hid My Corpse? By Demonic Eyes. Novels from Novel Fire. Chapter 401, 52 Miss Hevnia, Hurry Up 2. Chapter 401, 52 Miss Hevnia, Hurry Up 2. In holy sound, there should be few who understand him better than me, that great existence called visas. Miss Hevnia's eyelids twitched imperceptibly. Of course, she didn't need to ask Cesar about Visas' knowledge, and instead continued. Then how did you know I was the player? She doesn't care about the knowledge of Visas. Or does she simply not want to ask for it herself? What a cautious person indeed. It's not so much that she doesn't want to know Visas' knowledge. Perhaps she just doesn't want to receive incorrect knowledge from him. However, Cesar was curious to know which of Visas' corpse blocks Hevnia possessed. But he didn't show it, and instead continued along her line of questioning. Simple, because my prey is gone. His gaze shifted downward again, from Hevnia's eyes to her body. I found a certain young lord's body in the Forbidden Forest. His note was gone, although I clearly hadn't laid a hand on him. Cesar looked meaningfully at Hevnia. I think that the golden fifth note is now on you. Miss Hevnia, you stole my prey. With those words, coupled with that expression of Cesar's, Hevnia felt as if Cesar was about to make his move, and immediately clutched the magic wand inside her robe. But there were no further movements from her, and neither did Cesar make any. He simply watched her, still with that faint smile on his face. Don't be nervous, Miss Hevnia, I have no intention of harming you, Cesar said with a smile. Otherwise, I wouldn't have waited until now. Intuition tells me you're dangerous. My intuition is always right, especially after obtaining Visas' corpse. It's rare for me to feel this way anymore. The first time I met you, when I walked with you, I didn't feel like I was beside a charming girl, but rather a fierce lion. My subconscious is telling me that if I laid my hands on you, there's a good chance I'd end up dead. Is that so? Hevnia spoke. Yet I don't sense your fear, Mr. Cesar. Otherwise, why would you come looking for me time and again? Simple, Cesar said. Because at that time the golden seventh note was irreplaceable. Despite my wariness of you, I had to approach you, and besides, I won't hide it from you, Miss Hevnia. I believe I am far more likely to kill you than you are to kill me. I think, he looked at Hevnia meaningfully, you're also afraid of me. The atmosphere once again grew tense. Hevnia's expression remained largely unchanged, but the hand that held the magic wand inside her sleeve couldn't help but tighten a bit more. But Cesar soon smiled relaxedly again. But now, there's no need to consider those unpleasant matters. The golden seventh note is no longer unique, and since we both own one, there's no need for us to continue to fight each other. This celebration can accommodate both wolves. Is that so? Hevnia moved her hands behind her. So what do you want by looking for me tonight? Or should I say you didn't come for me? Of course it's for you, Cesar said with a smile. Miss Hevnia, shall we form an alliance? An alliance? Yes, Cesar extended his hand toward Hevnia. An alliance of wolves. Hevnia's pupils narrowed slightly. She recalled the conversation with "by way" before entering the room. What? Why did he want to see me? Birds of a feather, what other reason can there be? Either to love or to kill, as simple as that. What? Hevnia looked at the hand extended to her but didn't immediately respond, instead asking, I don't quite understand what you mean. How do you wish to cooperate? Do we need to go into detail? Miss Hevnia, there are so many possibilities between us, Cesar said. A wolf can only do so much, but two wolves are a different story like now. Miss Hevnia, you killed Tupac, yet here you are comfortably eating late-night snacks in this warm house. Isn't it all thanks to me? I've drawn enough attention for them to believe Tupac's note is with me until now. Do you expect me to thank you? Of course not. Cesar shook his head with a smile. I'm simply stating the facts. Once we join forces, there's so much we can do. Like the relationship between men and women during the tribal era, I take care of hunting and you of gathering. Hunting, gathering. Yes, Cesar bent down slightly, grabbing the severely injured player and lifted his clothes. Hevnia's mouth fell open slightly. For on the body of the gravely injured player was the golden first note. This is the prey. Cesar enjoyed Hevnia's surprise, then applied a subtle force with both hands. With a crack, Hevnia's eyes widened. Cesar had just broken the player's neck. With a thud, Cesar threw the killed player in front of Hevnia, smiling. Consider this golden first note a belated welcome gift, Miss Hevnia. Hevnia, looking at the player who was easily killed as one might slaughter a chicken, fell silent for a long while, then spoke. Such a note cannot partake in the festival. Chapter 402, 52 Miss Hevnia, hurry up 3. Chapter 402, 52 Miss Hevnia, hurry up 3. Indeed, Cesar nodded, smiling as he spoke, but it can enhance our strength, making hunting and harvesting easier for us, just like how primitive men found hunting simpler with fire and spears, right? If we continue searching like this, we'll eventually obtain the note that qualifies us to participate in the ceremony. To my knowledge, among the teams coming to subdue me this time, there is a third note whose note is not too bad. You are already capable of doing it yourself. Why then do you want to cooperate with me? I already mentioned this point. The things two people can accomplish together far exceed what one can do alone, Cesar said. Hunting and gathering, remember. What does gathering mean? Miss Hevnia asked, then immediately understood. Could it be? It seems you've thought of it, Cesar said with a smile. Just like the young miss of the Lawrence family, isn't she a result of gathering? Indeed it was so. Miss Hevnia fell silent for a while and then said, Orena is dead. Do you think the people here will still be crazily pursuing ascension? Why wouldn't they? Replied Cesar. Trust me, Miss Hevnia, more than Orena's death, what they care about is the success of Orena's ascension. Even Orena, who comes from nobility, was so eager to ascend, not to mention those of lesser origins. Those silver ranks coming from the seed district with commoner backgrounds, do you think they wouldn't crave to become golden? Do you think they would miss this once-in-20 years opportunity that can change their fate? They won't miss it, Miss Hevnia. Just as sunflowers always strain towards the sun, so foolishly trying to stand upright. And what you need to do is use a sickle to cut down their upright bodies, to sever their sun-like heads, to take away their sunshine. It's just that simple. Cesar's smile grew even brighter. And me, I'll be responsible for hunting outside, simultaneously distracting those people's attention and energy. They will have to guard against me, thereby neglecting you. With this, no one in this academy can stop you. All will be sunflowers under your sickle, merely waiting to be slaughtered. You and I control everyone's fate. We are the true predators. How about it, Miss Hevnia? Unnoticed, Cesar had already walked up to Hevnia and smiled, extending his hand towards her. Will you cooperate with me? Hevnia stared blankly at Cesar's extended hand. Beneath their feet lay the corpse of that golden sound player. It was as if they truly stood above everyone else. Should she accept? Hevnia thought to herself. Her conversation with Byway earlier came flooding back. Wait, Mr. Visas, if he really wants to cooperate with me, should I agree or refuse? That depends on you, Hevnia. From a rational perspective in this world hostile to you, it indeed is a good choice for two of a kind to band together. I understand your meaning, Mr. Visas. No, Hevnia, Byway said, smiling. The premise for making this decision is, you truly are of the same kind. What? Of the same kind? Hevnia thought. They surely were of the same kind, right? Both unique in their scores, both for the sake of the 7 notes divine song. They indeed were of the same kind. Then did Hevnia have any reason to refuse? Thus she extended her hand toward Cesar. Suddenly the door was flung open. They both turned to look. The copper sound girl who had brought Hevnia to the kitchen earlier stood there holding a bandage, just staring at them. Miss Hevnia. Everything happened so fast. Hevnia had just realized something was amiss when Cesar had already made his move. She didn't even see Cesar's gesture, only heard the sound swish. The girl's body was torn in two, then helplessly collapsed, blood spraying everywhere. Hevnia stood frozen in place. She heard Cesar click his tongue next to her. Just a copper sound, so weak no wonder I didn't notice her. After dealing with the girl, Cesar immediately looked back at Hevnia. But it still caused a commotion. I should leave now. How about it, Miss Hevnia, can our cooperation still? He stopped mid-sentence, the frown returning to his brow. Because he saw the girl in the pool of blood, shakily raising a magic wand. Troublesome creature, Cesar was about to strike again. But in that instant, Hevnia's magic wand already blocked his hand. Cesar frowned deeply. And in that moment, the girl had already released the chorus magic. Aimed at Hevnia. A warm light enveloped Hevnia. Second note blessing. Miss Hevnia. She heard the girl speak to her. Rund. Chapter 403, 53 What if my next target is Huinia? 7K. Chapter 403, 53 What if my next target is Huinia? 7K. Another pale cloth covered the crimson corpse. The not-so-spacious room was already filled with several bodies. How many times has it been? Adele sat down on the bed of one of the corpses, casting a sidelong glance at Huinia not far away. Why do I feel like you're delivering bodies to me every day? Could it be that you're the murderer? Sorry, teacher Adele. Can't you tell I'm joking? Well, I'm really not good at joking. Adele shrugged her shoulders, then looked at Huinia again. That guy came to attack you, right? Are you hurt? Huinia shook her head. Cesar had been caught in the act by player on night duty, and had left immediately. However, upon leaving, he intentionally let himself be seen by the player on night duty, pretending he was there to attack Huinia, thereby clearing her of suspicion. Clearly, even though they hadn't joined hands, Cesar already considered Huinia his partner. With Cesar's cover, the players on night duty didn't think in that direction, of course. That was also because they didn't have the energy to. The fact that Cesar could escape the pursuit of many orchestras from the Forbidden Forest to hunt here was indeed torturing their already frayed nerves. They really didn't want to worry about other matters. They didn't even want to take care of the bodies of the deceased, and in the end, it was Huinia who found Adele, and the body of the girl whose name was still unknown was properly dealt with. Then the aforementioned conversation ensued. Do you know her? Adele asked. Huinia shook her head. I only know she's from the Seed District and she's Polly's friend. From the Seed District again, Adele spoke softly. It seems we can save the trouble of contacting the family again, but who is Polly? Have you forgotten? You dealt with her body just a few days ago. Which one? The one you're sitting on. Ah, Adele looked down but showed no intention of moving, just uttered, oh, I remember now. Then there was a pause. That's better, at least there's company on the road. Do you know there's a saying? In holy sound after death, people rise to the Lord's domain, fall onto the Lord's score, and become the Lord's notes, composing the most perfect chapters for the world. What a marvelous saying. Isn't it? So what do you think? Huinia thought for a moment and said, Aren't we notes now as well? If we are notes both before and after death, then what's the difference between life and death? Adele raised an eyebrow. That's quite philosophical of you. I'm just speaking off the cuff. Huinia bowed slightly. I think I should leave now. Good night, teacher Adele. You wake me from my bed to help you with the bodies, and now that I'm wide awake, you want to go back to sleep. Adele spoke. Won't you stay and chat a bit longer? Dawn is almost upon us. No, I'm tired. Huinia turned and left. You can talk to these bodies. Huinia's reaction surprised Adele. In Adele's memory, Huinia wasn't like this. She should have been more obedient and sensible. Huinia didn't care what Adele was thinking, but just as she was about to leave, she suddenly heard Adele say, 20 years ago, I was a murderer too. Huinia stopped in her tracks and turned to look at Adele. Adele clicked her tongue. Is that what it takes for you to talk to me? If you said that you were killed 20 years ago and now you've come back to life, I might be more interested. Adele smiled. These years I've been thinking it might not have been too bad if I had been killed back then. Huinia narrowed her eyes. She realized Adele wasn't joking. 20 years ago at the festival, I was a student too, just like you. Adele looked at Huinia, and I had a very close friend. We shared everything, were as close as sisters, to the extent that I always thought our friendship would last until we died, until the festival came, and we both fell for the same orchestra, and ironically, we were the same note. Heh, quite a cliched story, isn't it? Huinia watched Adele. Then did you kill her? Yes, Adele said. Both our notes weren't particularly good, and we both knew that joining that orchestra was the chance to change our lives, change our fate. So at that time our relationship was already very delicate, but we encouraged each other, wanting to compete fairly, and the successful one would support the unsuccessful one for a lifetime. Yet you still killed her. Adele nodded, because one day there was a poisoning incident at the school. Everyone was panicked, myself included. And when I returned to my dormitory, I found the water in my cup was a different color. Except for me, the only one who could have touched my cup was her. Was it her who poisoned it? At least that's what I thought, Adele said. At that moment, I felt an overwhelming sense of fear and anger, so I killed her first, killed my best friend. Huinia was silent for a while before asking, What you just said that you thought it was her, what do you mean by that? Chapter 404, 53 What if my next target is Huinia? 7K2. Chapter 404, 53 What if my next target is Huinia? 7K2. By way, after I went back, I poured out the cup of water, Adele said. I never checked to see if there was poison in that water until the end. Why? Because, Adele lowered her head, whispering softly, I don't know which outcome I could accept less. Whether it was my friend whom I regarded as a dear sister trying to kill me, or that I had killed innocent her. Then there was another long silence. This is indeed a creative story, Huenia said. At least I didn't see the ending coming, but what I don't understand is why you are telling me all this. Aren't you afraid I'll report you? Adele laughed and patted the bed she sat upon. The current murderers can't be found, let alone those from 20 years ago. As long as the victim isn't Golden Note, nobody cares. Although Adele spoke jokingly, Huenia could still hear the inescapable melancholy in her tone. As for why I'm telling you, maybe something you said earlier resonated with me, Adele continued. If the holy sound people live as notes both in life and after death, then what's the meaning of life and death after all? That saying really does have some philosophical depth. Huenia looked deeply at Adele, left behind a you really should rest, and turned to leave. This time Adele did not stop her, only speaking in the moment she opened the door to leave. After that, I also wasn't chosen by the orchestra. All of this, it's meaningless. Huenia's body paused for a moment, but this time she did not turn back and walked straight out of the room. Then she heard Bai Wei's voice in her mind. Your emotions are off, Huenia, said Bai Wei, even she noticed. Sorry, Huenia did not deny. I'll adjust as soon as I can. Can you tell me what's the reason? At this moment, Huenia was clearly in no mood to respond, but she couldn't maintain silence with Bai Wei as she did with Adele, so she said, My cooperation with Cesar was interrupted. If that woman had come a bit later, I could have discussed the details of the cooperation with Cesar, and everything afterwards would have been easier. Is that the reason? Yes. Bai Wei laughed. You've decided to cooperate with him, which means you think you two are the same kind. Aren't we? Said Huenia. I share the same goals, the same background, and he also has your corpse blocks. No matter how you look at it, we are so similar. So I think I'm the same kind as him. Yes, I am the same kind. Unconsciously, Huenia repeated the same phrase 3 times. Are you trying to convince me or yourself? Bai Wei asked. I'm just answering your question, said Huenia calmly. Of course, if you think it's not appropriate for me to work with him, then I also. No, I respect your opinion. Huenia's half-spoken words suddenly stuck in her throat. I support whatever you want to do, Huenia, Bai Wei said with a smile, as long as you believe it's the right thing. Huenia opened her mouth, intending to say her usual, Thank you, Mr. Visas, but the words wouldn't come out. In the end, she just nodded, said nothing, and returned to her room alone. And Bai Wei continued to observe her. Unlike Ulu and Gerard, Huenia always enjoyed high popularity in the game. So many players were discussing her. And the most heated question was, what kind of person Huenia truly was. Some said she was nothing but a foolish woman who thought she could gather all 7 golden notes on her own, utterly deluded. Others said she was just a pretty-faced evil woman who had ruthlessly tricked players in the game and been effortlessly killed by others before even seeing the start of the gala, robbing players of the chance for revenge. Still others said, to know what kind of person Huenia was, one only had to look at Cesar. Cesar was just a stronger, gender-swapped version of Huenia. They were both schemers, both stop at nothing to gather the golden notes, seeing everyone besides themselves as prey to be hunted. All for the day when they would attain everything and ascend to the apex, to become the true uncontested pinnacle of the food chain. The only difference between Cesar and Huenia was that one had succeeded while the other had failed. And all these speculations, due to Huenia's premature death and her ultimate goal being unrevealed, lacked a final verdict. But all this would find an answer under Bai Wei's witness. Come, Huenia. Let me see what kind of person you truly were. In the library late at night, only a thin figure was reading by lamplight. Next to him lay thick ancient tomes. It was, of course, Og. He was copying something from the tome with an anxious expression, like a student hastily cramming for a test the next day. Just then he heard the sound of a door opening, his body stiffened, and he closed the book while looking towards the main door. But the door was securely closed, as if the sound he had heard was only an illusion. But before Og could relax, a faint voice came from the other side of the table. Don't be nervous, I'm not interested in what you are reading. Chapter 405, 53 What if my next target is Huenia? 7K3. Chapter 405, 53 What if my next target is Huenia? 7K3. Og's body stiffened again. He slowly turned his head and saw that Cesar was already sitting on the other side of the table, now smiling at him. "Good evening, Og. I thought you had gone back to the dorm. I was prepared to spend the night here alone." "The academy is sealed off," Og said. "I can't go back to the dorm, so I have to stay here." "I see," Cesar smiled. "That's good. We can continue our conversation like we did a few days ago." Og gazed at Cesar and, after a moment's hesitation, still spoke up. "I heard about what happened in the academy." "Oh, you killed those people," Og said. "You are not Daniel. From the beginning, you killed Daniel and came to see me in his identity." "Well, how should I put it? It surprises me that you only figured this out now." Cesar tilted his head. "If I were you, I would have been suspicious the moment I came to you. Didn't you ever wonder why a golden note from the Techu family would bother with you, a little copper sound from the seed district?" Og pursed his lips tightly. "To be frank, you don't have anything that would catch my eye now," Cesar continued with a smile. "But still, I chose to approach you. Do you know why?" Og didn't speak. Cesar didn't mind and continued. "It's simple because over a decade ago when I was studying in this academy, I was sitting in your position, doing the same job. Librarian, of course, more accurately described as night watchman, since realistically with your identity you shouldn't manage any affairs, even these books which are worth much more than you. Besides, I also came from the seed district. So when I saw you, I was actually quite happy, like seeing myself from 10 years ago." Og shook his head. "I am not like you, I wouldn't do such things." "Heh, that's another point that disappoints me," Cesar said. "Og, do you know why, throughout the history of this academy, it's always been people like us, from poor origins and just notes, who become the night watchmen? Why entrust such a critical place laden with so much forbidden knowledge to us? It's simple, just as it's safer and more secure to entrust expensive paintings to illiterate servants than to a more skilled and seasoned butler. In their eyes, a copper sound isn't even a player. There's no need to worry about us stealing a glance or trying to learn." "Look how arrogant that is," Cesar said with a smile. "Given that, why shouldn't I prove them wrong, let them see exactly what sort of things someone like me can do? Just for that, you're going to kill them all. You still don't understand, Og." Cesar slowly stood up, looking down at Og with a mix of ridicule and pity in his eyes. It seemed he wanted to say something more, but then he shook his head as if giving up. "Talking too much is pointless. Our conversation has made one thing even clearer to me. I'm the anomaly. The world has far more of your kind, rightfully to be devoured by me." As soon as he finished speaking, an icy voice rang out. "Oh, is that so?" Then a line of blood quickly appeared across Cesar's chest. Cesar raised an eyebrow. But a huge spray of blood burst from his chest. At the same time, a series of thuds sounded. A bizarre melody emanated from all directions, and waves of magic light rippled like ripples under Cesar's feet. The magic light split into two parts. One quickly turned into ferocious hounds that bit into Cesar's body. The other part took on human form and swiftly solidified into two living people. The leader was an older player who was holding up his magic wand. After uttering an indistinct melody, the wand suddenly swelled into a giant magic hammer. The younger player's wand, on the other hand, transformed into a magic giant sword. Swinging horizontally, the magic giant sword immediately bifurcated Cesar's body. The lower half was torn into pieces by the magic hounds, while the upper half was fully smashed by the magic hammer, instantly becoming minced meat. Og's eyes widened. Everything happened too fast. In just a few breaths, Cesar, who had been looking down on him, was nothing but a puddle of mush. Next, with a bang, he too was forcefully pressed onto the table. "Don't move," the person holding him down said in a deep female voice. Og barely lifted his head and saw a female player not much older than him. The other two players looked over, and the female player said, "He's just an unlucky night watchman." The younger male player glanced at Og, nodded without saying anything, and the older player didn't even give Og a look, just gazing at the remains on the ground, and said in a mocking tone, "I thought he was someone formidable. Zell, that old man is no good to be killed by such a person." "Perhaps there was some hidden trick," said the younger male player. "But we didn't give him a chance to use it. It's just a pity that the music score was also damaged." Chapter 406, 53 What if my next target is Huinia? 7K4. Chapter 406, 53 What if my next target is Huinia? 7K4. The old player squinted his eyes. No, there should still be a chance to repair it, just. He lifted his head and looked towards Og. In that instant, Og felt a tremendous danger. "All right, kid." The female player immediately pulled Og up and slapped him hard. "It's all over. Get back to the academy quickly and bring the news." Then she gave Og a kick. Og turned back, trembling with fear, to see that the old player hadn't said much. But his gaze at the female player had already darkened, clearly displeased with her actions. "What are you still looking at?" The female player glared at Og, and he could only nod, preparing to leave. Afterward, he heard a puzzled question from the young male player behind him. "Huh, what's this about a bone?" "What?" "Teacher, look at this. There's a bone here that wasn't smashed by your magic power hammer." "How could this be? Wait, what is this?" Move back, move back." "Alia." Og hadn't left the library, and suddenly the situation erupted. He had no idea what was going on and turned instinctively, then saw a sight that he would never forget. Cesar, who had just been smashed into a pulp, was standing there perfectly fine, covered in blood. But clearly, the blood wasn't his. The two players who had just attacked him now lay flattened against the wall like squashed flies, their crushed bodies turning both walls blood-red. And all of this happened too fast, so they hadn't fully died yet. At least not by the time Og looked over. He could see fear and despair on their flattened faces. The only survivor in the orchestra was the same female player, who had the same reaction as Og. By the time she realized what had happened, Cesar had already grabbed her head and slammed it down on the table. Just like she had held Og moments before. "Do you see?" Cesar said with a radiant smile to Og. "This is power, Og. If it hadn't been for this woman, the old man would have wanted to kill you to silence you just now. In their eyes, killing you, a nobody from the Seed District, is as simple as breathing, and in my eyes, killing them is just as simple. This world is like this. If you can't eat others, you'll be eaten. Tell me, if it wasn't for this woman just now, what could have saved your life? Morality or reason? Wake up, you and I both come from the Seed District. Why can I become a wolf that eats everyone while you can only be a harmless sheep?" Saying this, Cesar kicked the magic wand over to Og. "Come kill this woman," Cesar said loudly, "as your first step toward becoming a wolf." He pressed the woman in front of Og. She struggled desperately, but it was to no avail. She could only look at Og desperately, shaking her head continuously. And Og, after taking the magic wand, clenched his teeth tightly but made no move. "If you don't kill her, I'll kill you." Cesar aimed the magic wand at Og, and massive magic power gathered at the tip. "Do it now." Og had never felt so close to death. His body trembled uncontrollably, and the woman's face of despair was right in front of him. Even if he was unwilling to strike, under the pressure of life and death, his body involuntarily started to move, lifting the magic wand little by little. "Yes, that's right," Cesar said, laughing. "Kill her, prove yourself. You are already a silver note, you have the strength to kill her. Do it now." The magic wand in Og's hands slowly lit up. Yes, he was a silver note now. To kill a defenseless woman would take only a second. Just 1 second, and he could survive. That was what Og thought. And then, a memory buried deep within his heart suddenly surfaced. Hevni Huinia. "What's wrong? Why do you want to play with me, even though I'm so-so?" "Because you are kind." A crisp sound. The magic power gathering at the tip of the magic wand dissipated quickly, drifting away like dandelion seeds. Og put down the magic wand. "Just kill me." He said so. Cesar slightly narrowed his eyes, sensing that Og was no longer afraid. "Quite interesting," he said softly. "You really surprised me, Og." Og didn't speak, he just looked at Cesar. At that moment the woman began to plead. "Don't kill me, I beg you, don't kill me. I also come from the Seed District, I'm also from there, I'm the same as you." Cesar lowered his head to look at the woman underneath him. "Is that so? You're from the Seed District too?" "Yes," the woman nodded repeatedly. "I also come from there, we're the same." "I see." Cesar nodded slightly, then raised his head again to look at Og, revealing a smile. "If that's the case." He loosened his grip slightly, and just when Og thought he might spare the woman, Cesar suddenly exerted force. A thud. The woman's head was ripped right off. Blood instantly soaked Og's entire body. Og stood stunned. "Do you know how a wolf that grew up among sheep proves it's a wolf?" Cesar said with a light laugh. "Simple, it eats the sheep it grew up with. Only wolves can eat sheep. Sheep can only be eaten. That's what I did back then. I earned my silver score by killing my brother. I had hoped you'd do the same so you could understand how I feel. Unfortunately, you've disappointed me. I was going to kill you right then, but there would be no sense of achievement in that, so. Cesar dropped a book of promotion magic in front of Og. Become a golden note tonight while your silver note hasn't fully settled, Cesar said. When you've succeeded, I'll come for you. Og shook his head. I won't let you continue collecting notes. Heh, I've had your note for a long time, I don't need yours. Of course, if that's all I said, you probably wouldn't listen to me. Cesar tilted his head. So. He suddenly bent down and whispered softly in Og's ear. What if my next target is Huinia? Chapter 407, 54, Take his life away. Chapter 407, 54, Take his life away. Huinia didn't know whether it was her illusion or not, but today the sun had risen later than usual. Although she had returned to her room at midnight, it felt like a long time before the first ray of dawn broke over the snowy land, entrenched in perpetual winter. Huinia looked at herself in the mirror. At this moment, she showed no sign of fatigue from a sleepless night, dressed in her cleanest, most solemn outfit, her makeup exquisitely elegant, resembling a lady who had stepped out of a painting. It seems you have made your decision, Bai Wei observed Huinia's attire, prepared for her visit to the First Academy. You've decided not to collaborate with that guy. Yes, Huinia nodded. Collaborating with him would require me to first reject the Lawrence family and stay at this academy. But I had already agreed to Finny's yesterday, and changing my mind now would easily arouse their suspicion. That's a very thorough consideration, Bai Wei also nodded. But by doing this, you are leaving the entire Third Academy to him. Is that really okay? You don't even know how many wishes the Holy Sound Master will grant, do you? If there really are 2 7-notes divine song, then there's still a possibility of competition between you. Indeed, that's correct, but looking at it from another angle, if I leave him at the Third Academy, there won't be anyone competing with me at the First Academy. I see, Bai Wei smiled. A pasture can't accommodate 2 wild beasts. Leaving him this academy, which isn't as valuable, to distract attention while you proceed to the First Academy to collect more valuable notes as planned, is this the result of your sleepless night? You've certainly thought it through. Huinia shook her head. This isn't some thorough consideration. Fundamentally, I don't have many choices. At this stage, the benefits of not collaborating with him are much greater than those of collaborating. Bai Wei again expressed his agreement, then fell silent, still quietly observing Huinia. It had to be said, the choice Huinia made was indeed correct, rational. And after experiencing so much yesterday, to still be able to maintain the most rational thinking despite a sleepless night, was indeed what Bai Wei had described as a qualified predator. Cold, elegant, leaving no trace. As usual. But was it really so? Bai Wei quietly waited. When the sun was completely up, the silence of the whole day was slowly broken by the sound of the bells. This signified that the lockdown was over. Students and teachers began to attend classes, work, and prepare for the festival. The festival absolutely couldn't be delayed. During the festival period, a 1-day lockdown was already the limit. Huinia sat in the large hall on the ground floor, watching the students descend the stairs one after another, leaving the dormitories. Most of them were frowning, speaking in hushed tones as if terrified of being overheard. Even without hearing, one could roughly guess what they were discussing, the main instigator Cesar, and whether or not he had been dealt with. However, they would quickly find out the truth, for as they left the dorm, they could see the magic barriers erected around the perimeter of the forbidden forest, instantly turning their expressions ashen. Clearly, if the issue had been resolved, these would not be necessary. And these magic barriers didn't offer much sense of security. Although they were effective against the vast majority of players, could they really contain a player currently hunting golden notes? Only a very few players with poor skills felt optimistic, thinking the adversary wouldn't target them, but this was quickly countered by the fact that more silver notes had died at his hands, not just golden notes. At the moment, anxiety prevailed. Everyone was uncertain about the situation. The only consolation was that, since the academy had resumed normal activities and set up magic barriers, perhaps things were within controllable limits. Perhaps. Only Huinia could see the full picture. Exempt from classes, she sat in the farthest corner of the ground floor hall, watching the hunting orchestra, just returned from the forbidden forest, discussing gravely. Why suddenly retreat? What else? It was a failure. Yes, all the orchestras that encountered that guy were crushed. We've confirmed 2 golden notes dead at his hands, and 2 orchestras are missing likely. How could such a person exist? So what now? We can only hope for the Techu-2 families. Don't they need to prepare for the festival? That's exactly the problem. Only the Techu-2 families can handle that guy, but they must officiate the festival. That's probably why that guy is so brazen. Given this, we can only retreat. We can't keep sending people to their death. Everything must wait until the festival is over. And what about the 3rd Academy? The 3rd Academy is locked down. Locked down, what does that mean? Literally, do whatever, but we're pulling out. Starting tomorrow until the eve of the festival, no one can leave the 3rd Academy, the man whispered. That guy can impersonate others, so starting tomorrow, the Techu-2 families will post guards on the main roads. Anyone trying to leave the 3rd Academy will be presumed to be him, and they'll act on sight. So does that mean the 3 colleges are effectively banned from participating in the festival? Will the students be informed? Chapter 408, 54 Take his life away too. Chapter 408, 54 Take his life away too. Idiot, how could you inform the students about this? If they leave, who will lure that guy? Beside, Hunia silently listened while looking at the cup of black tea in front of her, which held a reflection of herself that now seemed especially blurry. Then she felt a shadow fall before her. Someone had walked up to her side. She lifted her head and noticed an old man with a full head of silver hair, wearing a badge of the Lawrence family on his chest. Good morning, Miss Hunia. The old man smiled and touched his chest. Master Phineas has sent me to escort you away. 20 minutes later, Hunia arrived at the dock of Thousand Snow Lake. Shall we leave by boat? Hunia asked. Yes, Miss Hunia, the old man replied with a smile. It takes a whole day to cross the entirety of Thousand Snow Lake from the 3 colleges to the 1st Academy. Is it that far? Of course, after all, this is the path of pilgrimage, the old man said. It's usually a bit troublesome, but now it's the most appropriate route, isn't it? Hunia looked at the old man. With the natural barrier of Thousand Snow Lake, that troublesome fellow will not be able to mix into the 1st Academy, said the old man. Of course, even if he really does get there, the Lawrence family will ensure your safety. Please believe this. We have all made this assurance to your father. Hearing what the old man said, Hunia immediately responded with a grateful expression. There were not few people on the dock, the majority being orchestra players who had come to hunt Cesar the previous day, with a few senior professors from the 3 colleges as well, like Huinia's mentor Leon, and the dean of the 3 colleges, Gucci. This scene caused Hunia some surprise. Which meant... Hunia turned her head again and looked towards the 3 colleges. This academy, with its 1,000 years of heritage, towering majestically, was now enveloped in snow and wind, as if abandoned by the world. Hunia suddenly thought of Adele. She looked around, and as expected did not see her at the dock. I killed my best friend, but still wasn't chosen by the orchestra. All of this is meaningless. Adele's words from last night surfaced in Huinia's mind, and at this point, Hunia realized that Adele must have already known of the Academy's decision yesterday night. It's time to board the ship, Miss Hunia. The old man's voice woke Hunia from her somewhat chaotic thoughts. She turned her head and saw the old man, who had already boarded, reaching out his hand towards her. It's a bit bumpy, please hold my hand. Hunia nodded. She also set aside the jumbled thoughts in her mind, quickly stepped forward, and reached out her hand towards the old man. Then she heard a conversation from another boat. Where's Hughes? Why hasn't he come yet? Don't you know Hughes is dead? They went to the library last night to hunt that guy, and it was a complete massacre. The only one left on the scene was a silver-rank night watchman. There was a survivor. Yes, but he's gone mad. Mad, what do you mean? He's sitting alone in blood, performing ascension magic, the man shrugged. You tell me if that's not insane. Hunia's pupils narrowed slightly. The hand she had extended stopped midair. The old man looked at Hunia with some puzzlement. What's wrong, Miss Hunia? After a brief silence, Hunia slowly withdrew her hand, and then with a smile said, Sorry, I think I forgot something very important and need to go back to get it. Then she turned around, and under everyone's gaze, she walked into the Forsaken Academy. What? The smell of blood. The intense, rich scent of blood. Last time she was here, it was the smell of books, and the few blood scents were from Hunia herself. Hunia walked through the library, the disorder and blood before her unmistakably hinted at the tragedy that had transpired. Clearly, what that player on the ship referred to as cleaning the scene was merely removing the bodies. Perhaps only most of the bodies were removed, as the shattered viscera, severed limbs were still there, completely unprocessed, giving the place the look of a hell on earth. Huinia could imagine that person's fear. To remove most of the bodies was the limit of what she could do. No one would want to stay here for long. Except... Huinia stopped walking, observing the boy who looked completely out of place, furiously writing in the midst of the pool of blood. Suddenly, she breathed a sigh of relief, letting out a breath she had been holding since yesterday. "What are you doing at this time?" Huinia spoke up. "Is there an exam tomorrow?" The furiously writing boy jerked in shock, immediately raising his head. Seeing Huinia, his cloudy eyes filled with disbelief. "Huinia," Og said joyfully, "you finally come." "I just came to have a look," Huinia said indifferently, "and I'll be leaving right away." "That's enough, it's enough," Og nodded repeatedly, pointing to his notes. "I was just worried about how to get these to you. They wouldn't let me bring them to you." "What is that, cheat sheets?" Huinia frowned tightly, then unconsciously took a couple of steps towards Og. "I don't need to take exams now." She stopped mid-sentence. Chapter 409, 54, Take His Life Away. Chapter 409, 54, Take His Life Away. Because after she approached, she saw the silver notes on Og's body, which were now covered in blood and distorted beyond recognition, as if someone had broken a bone. Og noticed Huinia's gaze, and then managed to squeeze out a smile with great effort. "Sorry, Huinia," he said. "I failed my ascension, and all the notes were destroyed. I'm not a player anymore. According to the rules, I have to leave the academy today and return to my hometown, my seed home. That guy is very strong and very cruel. He said he's going to target you. I wanted to help you, but I'm just too weak, and I failed the ascension. I'm sorry I couldn't help you. But I believe, Huinia, you definitely can do it. Just please don't get killed by that guy." What? Huinia couldn't recall how long she had stood there, motionless. It was as if she had fallen asleep, as if she were in a dream. Until Bai Wei's voice woke her up. "Huinia, if you go any further, you'll have to confront that guy." She then came back to reality, realizing that she had left the library at some point, and was now standing on the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest, in front of the erected magic barrier. "Your condition is very poor, Huinia," Bai Wei said. "You need to adjust yourself well. Don't forget those people are still waiting for you at the docks." Huinia opened her mouth, intending to say something, when she suddenly felt a heavy weight in her hand. She looked down and saw Og's notebook, which seemed to have been retrieved from a pool of blood, steadily seeping more blood into her hands, staining her clean and solemn formal wear. She opened the notebook. Inside were various excerpts from sentences and documents and handwritten warnings. The weak points of the music score. How players should resist holders of the music score. The body cannot be destroyed. It can be ground into mincemeat and still be restored. The score is silver and also plundered. And many more, including the golden notes that Cesar now possessed, and the 7 notes music score copied from who knows where. "It looks like he was really concerned about you getting killed by that guy," Bai Wei said. "If there wasn't a lack of time, I bet he would have copied down every forbidden book he could find for you." Huinia didn't speak. She simply flipped through the notebook in silence. So Bai Wei remained silent, not to disturb her. It was unclear how much time had passed before she finally spoke. "Mr. Visas, I don't understand." Why did he go to such lengths?" Huinia said. "He comes from the same place as me. You know what that place is like. You two can imagine what we've both been through, so why?" She looked down at the notebook in her hand, her eyes full of confusion. "I don't understand why he became such a person, completely different from me. I can't comprehend," she whispered. "I really can't comprehend." For the first time, Huinia felt bewildered. No pain, no disdain, no pretense. Only bewilderment, the purest bewilderment, as if she were about to lose herself in this expanse of snow. Then she heard Bai Wei's voice. "That's an interesting question, because a few months ago I said something similar to someone, and I think he might be able to answer you. You became this way because you encountered Huinia." Bai Wei paused. "He became that way because he met you." Huinia opened her mouth. "What? Please, Miss Hevnia, don't kill me, I beg of you." Sorry, can't do that." "What? Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Hevnia." "Hey, it's all right. Why are you so scared also? Please just call me Hevnia. What? The snowflakes gently fell, falling on Huenia's face, falling on the notebook in her hands. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. It was unclear how much time went by. So it's like this. She slowly closed the notebook, gazing into the distant forbidden forest as if she had understood something. Mr. Visas. What can I offer, she said softly, to have you take that person's life? Chapter 410, 55 How can I bear to refuse 5K5? Chapter 410, 55 How can I bear to refuse 5K5? Tick-tock, tick-tock. Accompanied by feeble breaths, blood fell into the snow and then slowly slid down through the grooves in the snow, soaking into the skin of the half-naked man lying on the snowy ground. The golden notes restrained by silver threads on the man's skin became increasingly bright and clear under the nourishment of the fresh blood. You will face retribution, a weak voice arose. Lord will definitely not forgive someone like you. Cesar slowly opened his eyes, looking at the man and woman he had hung from a tree to bleed. Retribution, Cesar said with a light laugh. Such naive words don't seem like they would come from your mouth, Teacher Zell. 10 years ago, you told me that the Lord only values those who possess absolute pitch, and that the rest, no matter what they do, will never gain the Lord's recognition. Is that right? Zell slowly closed his eyes. It was a long while before he spoke. Kill me. Cesar laughed, finally no longer lying down, and stood up from the snow. Beneath him was an array in operation. He walked over to Zell, looking up at his former teacher. Why would I kill you, Teacher Zell? Cesar said with a smile. Didn't you teach me to make full use of everything? I have always been following your teachings, or perhaps it could be said that everything I now have is because of you. Have you forgotten? He pointed at his own body and then at the array beneath his feet. The array that collects all the scores and colors the notes. Where did all this forbidden knowledge come from? I've always wanted to know if you would have been so lenient with me 10 years ago, had you known what today would bring. Cesar's smile grew brighter, while Zell kept his eyes tightly shut, yet his continuously trembling eyelashes revealed his current emotions clearly. It hurts so much. While Cesar and Zell were confronting each other, the female player on the side unwittingly let out a quivering voice. Cesar turned his head to look. The condition of the female player was very poor. The only reason she hadn't died was that Cesar had used chorus magic of the healing system to keep her alive. Of course, this wasn't because Cesar was particularly kind, but rather because he hadn't finished absorbing, so he couldn't let the female player die just yet. The silver score, particularly plucking the golden notes, wasn't such an easy and leisurely affair. This process was akin to bloodletting, draining all the blood laden with notes, and then slowly applying it to the body of the music score holder to complete the plucking. During this period, neither the notes nor the score can die. Cesar approached the female player. The consciousness of the female player had begun to blur. She muttered instinctively, it hurts so much. Cesar slowly reached out his hand, pressing the head of the female player against his own, then gently said, There, it will be over soon. If you really can't stand it, let me tell you a story. He murmured. Once in a remote seed district, there were 2 brothers. What? These brothers have no patterns to this day. Get rid of them. Big brother. Let go of my little brother. Bastard, let go of me. Wait, this guy has patterns. What? Big brother? A little boy looked up at the teenager who was a head taller than him, his eyes red. Don't you want me any more? Of course not. Cesar ruffled his little brother's head, then looked up at the noble gentleman who was standing aside, dressed in clothes that wholly mismatched theirs. Mr. Lade, please don't harm my little brother, whether he has notes or not. Wait for me to graduate and come back. I got it. Lade waved his hand impatiently. If you can really graduate successfully and work for me as a qualified player, I'll take care of your little brother, but if not. Cesar could clearly hear the unsaid words of Lade. You, a mere copper sound, should rather worry about yourself. I will definitely graduate successfully. Cesar said earnestly, then leaned down to hug the little boy, whispered, wait for me to come back, and then he left. Even as the little boy cried out loud behind him, he didn't look back, walking alone into the world covered in white snow. What? Copper sound? A teacher from the 3 colleges looked askance at Cesar. The courses Copper Sound can choose are just so many. Player Basics isn't for you. Why, Cesar exclaimed. I've already enrolled, why can't I choose it? There aren't so many whys. If I can't choose player basics, how can I use a magic wand? Magic wand? The teacher scoffed. Do you still want a magic wand? Without a magic wand, how can I become a player? Cesar's words amused the teacher, who turned his head to look at the other teachers in the office, laughing as he pointed at Cesar's nose. Did you guys hear what this fellow said? He doesn't understand a thing. Then he slapped a form down in front of Cesar. The courses for copper sound are fixed. You can't choose, you can only pick this. Cesar lowered his head to see the form clearly marking out job locations like restaurant, restroom, and his eyes widened. Let me tell you, the teacher spoke languidly. The Academy recruits copper sounds for only one reason. We do not allow ordinary people without notes to enter the Academy, but indeed there are some tasks that need ordinary people to handle, just these. Chapter 411, 55 How Can I Bear to Refuse 5K52. Chapter 411, 55 How Can I Bear to Refuse 5K52. You can, of course, tell the world you are a player of the Academy, and we can issue you a diploma. But internally, do you truly feel like a player? Cesar understood everything. He clenched his fists tightly, wanting to turn around and leave immediately. But he also knew very clearly that once he left, he would only be able to return to that place. So he had no other choice. I am going to the library. What? These are the rules of the library, do you understand? Zell looked at Cesar. Anyone who's not a fool should be able to understand, right? Hearing this, Cesar could only forcefully swallow his confusion and stammer out, Understood. Very well, I'll leave it to you then. I am very busy. Zell walked towards the exit, but before leaving, he turned back and gave Cesar a meaningful glance. You need to know which books are untouchable. If any problems are discovered, you're done for understand. Especially those magic books about Ascension on the third-to-last shelf, got it? Cesar was stunned for a moment. By the time he regained his senses, he was the only one left in the library. Magic capable of Ascension. Though he knew it was dangerous, Cesar still couldn't help but turn his head and look toward that corner shelf. What? Half a year went by like this. Cesar spent most of his time in the library, especially at night, because it was only during the late hours that he was alone there. During this period, he greedily absorbed various forbidden knowledge. Things that normal players didn't know, he came to understand them all. Ascension magic, music scores, coloring, and a variety of obscure yet powerful chorus magic. He felt one day he would master all the forbidden knowledge in this library. During these 6 months, Zell, the nominal supreme manager of the library, hardly showed himself, which initially eased the anxious Cesar. Until this day, as Cesar was returning to the library from the cafeteria, he saw from a distance the custodian waiting there. A strong sense of unease surged in his heart. Thus, he walked from the Forbidden Forest's path to the library window, and immediately overheard a conversation involving Zell. These taboo books have been opened, someone said, yet I haven't received any record of an application to read them. Do you know why, Zell? You know, Gucci, I have my own matters to tend to. I've long handed over the management of the library to a student, Zell replied. Oh, is that so? Gucci said. Then I presume he wouldn't know that these books are sealed with a magic power stamp, and anyone who opens them leaves their fingerprints. Cesar's body stiffened, and then he heard the sound of pages turning. Let's see. Ah, indeed, all these books were opened by the same person. Seems like we need to investigate your little assistant. That's regrettable. I quite liked him, a diligent young man. Diligence isn't an excuse for making mistakes, Gucci said indifferently. If confirmed, we will proceed according to the rules. That's too cruel, isn't it? It's not his life we are after, just erase his runes and expel him from the academy, Gucci said. For Copper Sound, such a punishment is but a trifle, considering their notes are rather insignificant. That's indeed the case. Let it be. Japanese letter Gucci handed the book back to Zell, and then said meaningfully, As the nominal manager of the library, you are inevitably responsible. So the seals on these books are yours to repair. Please don't disappoint me, Professor Zell. Zell smiled as he took the book from Gucci. Rest assured, Professor Gucci, once I'm done, I'll personally report back to you. Gucci left satisfied. Cesar was hiding under the window, trembling with fear. To have his notes erased, expelled from the academy. No, this cannot be. The knowledge he had mastered, the opportunity to change his fate. Was it all going to be wasted like this? Was he supposed to return to the Seed District to become a sire again? No, absolutely not. Cesar panicked. He wanted to apologize to Zell. If sincere enough, perhaps Professor Zell would. Cesar subconsciously stood up and looked into the library. And then he saw Zell leisurely reading and transcribing with the magic pen, flipping through those books he had once read. He was dumbstruck. In that moment, he understood something. What? After nightfall, when Zell had finished transcribing all the taboo books, he saw the drenched Cesar standing in front of him. Professor Zell, Cesar said trembling, I saw everything. Zell raised an eyebrow. What? What you have been doing, I saw it all, Cesar said. You lured me to open these books and then you reaped the rewards, I saw everything. Oh, anything else? Cesar widened his eyes. Aren't you afraid I'll report you? You are a teacher, a follower of the Lord. Would the Lord forgive you for this? Heh, Cesar. The Lord doesn't care about these matters. What the Lord cares about are those who have absolute musical tones. But I also know the forbidden knowledge. Oh, so what? Zell laughed carelessly. What can you do? Cesar was momentarily speechless. This knowledge is only taboo for us. Zell gently patted the books. As for you, can you accomplish any of the items listed there? The only thing you can use is Ascension magic, but why aren't you using it? Chapter 412, 55 How can I bear to refuse 5K53? Cesar's body stiffened. I guess you dare not use it. After all, if you fail, even the appearance of being a player will be lost, Zell said as though he had seen through everything. Even if you succeed as a silver sound player, what do you think you can do? What can you achieve? Cesar couldn't answer. It's not just about possessing the knowledge, it's about being able to use it, and someone like you, even if all the knowledge was laid out in front of you, couldn't accomplish anything, Zell said with a light laugh. I should be the one you're thankful to for even giving you the chance to access this knowledge. I have made full use of you, haven't I? Otherwise, try to attack me, use that forbidden knowledge. I won't do anything, just watch you. What can you possibly achieve? Cesar trembled all over. He was angry but also powerless. Because he knew Zell was right, even if he knew the forbidden knowledge, what of it? He didn't even have a magic wand. Even if he had a magic wand, his copper sound couldn't illuminate any forbidden music. Considering you did help me after all, I won't attack you, Zell said. Run fast by the time it's daylight. Once the school staff catches you, even those coppery tacky notes of yours won't be saved. So Cesar returned to his old home. Throughout, Cesar kept thinking someone from the academy would stop him, would come after him. So he was extremely cautious along the way, careful not to draw any attention. But until he got back to his old home, he found no one pursuing him. Not even the old home had received any message. He just safely made it back to his little dilapidated house and found his brother. The academy had ignored him. Cesar held his brother, shaking constantly. Brother, the little boy was surprised, then joyful. You came to get me. Yes, I've come to get you. Cesar decided to escape that place with his brother, to flee as far as possible. That's great. The brother was very happy. Mr. Lade said that when my note fully appears, I could go find you, but I didn't entirely show up and you came back for me. Cesar froze. His brother had a note too. He immediately took off his brother's clothes and saw the silver mark on his back. It was silver sound. Cesar opened his mouth, then a flood of indistinguishable emotions surged through his heart. Why was his brother a silver sound? Why was he just a copper sound? If he also were a silver sound, he wouldn't have fallen to such a predicament. Why wasn't he? Why only was his life ruined? Cesar's grasp on his brother's hand unconsciously tightened. Brother, it hurts, his brother said. Sorry. Cesar immediately let go, then forced a smile. My bad. Brother seems very upset. Why? No, I'm happy. Cesar took a deep breath. You will definitely become a great player. Will that make brother happy? His brother asked. Can I help brother? Cesar shook his head with a wry smile. He knew he no longer had that capability. He didn't even dare try Ascension magic. So it's better to leave this place. While Cesar thought this, his gaze accidentally fell on his brother's back again, saw the silver pattern, but realized it looked a bit different from the notes he remembered. Because the pattern was more intricate. Not like notes, but more like a musical score. Oh, wait. Cesar's eyes widened bit by bit. Music scores. Cesar looked once again at his younger brother's back, and after close examination, realized those were indeed music scores. Silver music scores. Cesar was stunned. Brother, what's wrong? Cesar lowered his head and looked into his brother's eyes. Having read the taboo book for half a year, he deeply understood what the music scores meant. Thus a bold, terrifying thought began to grow crazily, like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. He completely lost control over his body and whispered softly, "Brother, you said you'd help your brother, right?" His brother nodded repeatedly. "Of course, I'll help brother." Brother, it hurts so much." "It hurts." "Good boy. Soon it won't hurt anymore." "Good boy, soon it won't hurt anymore." Cesar ran a light touch over the player's head. But the player didn't respond, because she'd already bled her last drop of blood in his arms. And the golden notes on his silver scores had fully formed. Cesar then glanced over at Zell. Zell was already gasping his last breaths. He sighed lightly, seemingly finding it somewhat tedious. "Look, brother, with your help, these once high and mighty folks couldn't even last long enough to hear me finish the story, truly. Ridiculous." "No, I've heard everything." Cesar's body suddenly tensed. "Who?" He hadn't noticed. Cesar immediately turned his head and saw a graceful figure clapping, walking out of the woods. "Huinia," Cesar widened his eyes. "No, that's not right." This mocking expression, these oppressive eyes. That wasn't Huinia. No, wrong, this body was indeed Huinia's. He couldn't be mistaken. Cesar's heart instantly seized with panic. And Huinia, over there, was leisurely speaking. "Actually, I'm wondering, did your brother only say he would help you, or is that the only thing you remember?" Cesar narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean?" "I'm just curious." Huinia spread her hands, making a very unladylike gesture. "When your brother cried out in pain, did he ask you to stop? And if he did, could you have resisted?" "Who are you exactly?" Huinia sighed. "Someone like you, not very willing to show up, but had to because someone asked. An elder." "Perhaps you could be a bit clearer." "I've already made it quite clear," Bai Wei chuckled. "Such a strong child, asking me for the first time in such a tone to help her do something." Cesar saw Bai Wei's left eye, twinkling like stars, slowly rotating, and a sudden sense of crisis overwhelmed him. He immediately stepped back, but it was too late. The two corpses behind him suddenly moved, using their arm bones as spears, charging from both sides and piercing through Cesar's body in an instant. "Aya!" Cesar let out a pained scream. Bai Wei was smiling, saying, "How could I possibly refuse?" Chapter 413, 56 I didn't really want to get this child's clothes dirty, 5K. Chapter 413, 56 I didn't really want to get this child's clothes dirty, 5K. Bai Wei's movements were simply too fast. By the time Cesar sensed danger, it was already too late. The female player and Zell's corpses had already, under Bai Wei's control, pierced through his heart. Cesar hadn't even had time to struggle free when he saw the snow at his feet turning into rising white mist, rapidly spreading over his body. By the time it covered half of his body, Cesar saw Bai Wei make a hand gesture, and he felt a sense of impending doom. He immediately invoked the power of the notes, but it was still a step too late. With a boom, the lower half of his body shattered into pieces from the massive explosion of magic power, his internal organs fluttering around like the stuffing of a doll. Cesar screamed in agony as he howled at Bai Wei. "Do you think this will kill me?" But it still wasn't over. Bai Wei had expertly contained the explosion within the white mist, without even affecting the two corpse blocks controlling Cesar's body. Next, Cesar saw Bai Wei make a gesture like pulling on puppet strings, and the two corpses behind him moved again. Slurp. They acted together, seizing the blasted open wound in Cesar's abdomen and starting to pull it apart bit by bit. Swish, swish. His torn internal organs and blood poured out like a waterfall. Cesar's face was twisted in pain, but he still stared intensely at Bai Wei. "No matter what you're trying to do, I'm..." His words were cut off as he suddenly realized something and immediately looked down. Sure enough, he saw two hands soaked in blood, slowly pulling apart his flesh and internal organs, revealing a concealed, withered bone gradually appearing. Damn it! This was his objective. Cesar's expression no longer held the previous mockery and ferocity, but turned into even greater horror. Impossible. How could this guy know which corpse block was his? This was his biggest secret, a secret deeper even than the music score. But this guy knew, and it was his target from the very beginning. Bastard. Who in the world was he? How could he possibly know? Cesar really wanted to figure out these two questions, but not now. Under Bai Wei's control, one of the corpse blocks' fingers had touched that bone and began the attempt to pull it out. Don't you underestimate me. Cesar roared as the notes etched onto his body lit up swiftly. Following that, his dismembered lower half also rapidly regenerated and reshaped. How swiftly? The parts of the two corpse blocks that had reached into Cesar's body hadn't even had the chance to withdraw before they were covered by the regrowing flesh, stuck and unable to be pulled away, as if they were extra limbs grown out of Cesar's body. Of course, Cesar wouldn't keep these things. His hands became as sharp as steel blades, and with a sweep, he chopped off the hands and feet of the two corpse blocks, which then fell down like puppets whose strings had been cut. But whether it was still mistrust or the fury in his heart, even this didn't seem sufficient for Cesar. He continued to wave his hands, tearing those two corpse blocks into shreds of flesh before they could even hit the ground. Their blood mingled with snow in the air, falling onto Cesar's now bulging and seething muscles. On his chest, 6 golden notes shone brilliantly under the restraint of the silver music score. No matter how many times I look at you, it always seems that you just don't fit in with this land. Bai Wei's voice reached Cesar's ears. To be honest, you should have stayed in Lyra. I think chainsaws and chopping axes would be more suitable for dealing with a freak like you. Cesar abruptly lifted his head, glaring intensely at Bai Wei. Unlike him, who was as pathetic as a monster at the moment, Bai Wei maintained an image of grace and composure. After all, he was using Huenia's body, and even if he did nothing but stand there compared to Cesar, it was like a true embodiment of beauty and the beast. And this was precisely what Cesar found unforgivable. That composure and grace unwittingly made Cesar recall the time when he first entered school 10 years ago, when his short and scruffy self could never lift his head in front of those girls who didn't seem to belong to the same world as him because of their appearance and dress. That inferiority etched deep in his heart, he thought he had long since shed. But now he recalled that feeling once more. Staring at that beautiful face and graceful figure, Cesar felt as if a beast was roaring in his heart. Tear her apart, tear her apart, tear her apart. Just like he had done countless times over the past decade. However, the strength demonstrated by his opponent just now forced him to momentarily calm down. What on earth, he started again, why are you so aware of my business? You're more curious about why I'm so aware of your corpse block. Bai Wei spoke languidly. How shall I explain it to you? Just think of it as some people are born with knowledge. Cesar slightly narrowed his eyes. Born with knowledge, he didn't believe there could be such a person. If there were, it could only be a divine or the true owner of these corpse blocks. Clearly, this guy was neither. So was he deceiving me? As soon as this thought crossed Cesar's mind, Bai Wei spoke as if he could see through Cesar's thoughts. The one inside your body, if I'm not mistaken, is called Visa's broken bone in the taboo book. Unlike Visa's more famously known corpse blocks, this bone does not carry a rule but pure power. Chapter 414, 56 I didn't want to get this child's clothes dirty, 5K2. Chapter 414, 56 I didn't want to get this child's clothes dirty, 5K2. Cesar's pupils gradually dilated. The Visa's broken bones lost out their total 3 pieces. One holds what symbolizes the flesh, the undying. One holds what symbolizes the soul, the immortal. And one is just sheer power, greatly enhancing the abilities of its possessor. Bai Wei smiled lightly while pointing at Cesar with his magic wand. So you need not say which bone piece you possess. Cesar's face looked terrible, as if his deepest secret had been revealed. But in his heart he had already sneered coldly. Then he heard Bai Wei say, Did you think I was going to mention the undying bone? Cesar's expression froze. The bone you possess is the last one, right? Bai Wei watched Cesar's changing expressions with interest, chuckling. What you just demonstrated indeed resembled the characteristics of the undying. Your heart pierced, your body half destroyed, yet still alive, still able to recover. Even if your body was completely destroyed, you could still come back to life. To anyone uninformed, they would definitely think that was undying. Unfortunately, you've met me. Not only do I understand you, but I also understand those corpse blocks better than anyone else in this world. Bai Wei slowly unveiled Cesar's secret. Your corpse block is used in tandem with your music score. Even the most ordinary spells bolstered by that corpse block become many times stronger, like a healing system magic that can regenerate limbs, but in your case, allows a completely destroyed body to fully recover. Not to mention that you possess so many golden notes and control so much taboo magic. With various combinations of enhancements, you really brought out a trait akin to both undying and immortal. From this perspective, I must say I admire you. Baiwei shrugged. In the nation of holy sound that solely pursues musical notes, you indeed brought out something incredible. If it weren't for this child's request, I genuinely wouldn't want to encounter you at a time like this. Baiwei was telling the truth. After all, in the game, he had dealt with Cesar countless times. In the game, Cesar could be summarized by a very simple term. Poop monster. And it was a poop monster with mechanics. In the game, if players did not rely on some special props, beating him was too difficult. Baiwei did not have any of these items, and with what he currently possessed, resolving him was too challenging. The most direct one was the rule of the left eye. But the problem was, the rule of the left eye was indiscriminate. It might likely cause the bone hidden in Cesar's body to disappear as well, which would be too great a loss. Baiwei indeed wanted to obtain those 3 bone pieces. Although they did not store rules, they seemed more like pure stat boosts. In the game, those 3 corpse blocks in players' hands provided a brutal increase in health limit, energy limit, and spell strength. But here, they could do much more. So to extract that bone without using the rule of the left eye was indeed not an easy task. Baiwei silently lamented in his heart. And in Cesar's heart, only shock remained. This guy, why does he know everything? And yet he knew nothing about Baiwei, not even which corpse block the other possessed. Cesar had used the unpredictability of the corpse blocks countless times to kill those holy sound possessors who were much more powerful than he was. So no one understood better than him how crucial information was in battle. Especially information on the corpse blocks. Baiwei knew his, while he didn't know Baiwei's. This made the battle far too dangerous for him. So should he run? Cesar narrowed his eyes slightly, then looked down at the music score and notes ready on his body. No, it seemed unnecessary. After all, just because Baiwei knew his traits, did that ensure he could win against him? He was not the beginner with just 1 or 2 golden notes anymore. Now he had 6 golden notes and 1 silver note, able to use the 7 notes at will. And Baiwei's body had at most 2 golden notes. Moreover, during the conversation with Baiwei, he had completely repaired his body with the notes. Although he didn't know why Baiwei had not made a move, he had now restored his peak form. Fight then. With his decision made, Cesar didn't say any more and directly took action. His speed was very fast. Just as Baiwei had said, he didn't seem like a player of holy sound, not like a pure mage. And indeed, he was not. Over the 10 years, he had left holy sound several times, even reaching into the territories of the 4 great secret religions, studying their combat to develop his own style. So he ran, his speed so fast that one could see the afterimages. On the run, he casually picked up a tree branch. No matter what the opponent was, ultimately it was Huinia's body. That musician's body was the vulnerability. Cesar abruptly stopped, then used the tree branch to launch a super long-distance slashing strike at Baiwei. A blood-red arc of light emanated from the tip of the branch, forming a red wave of magic power that swept towards Baiwei with unstoppable force, splitting the accumulated snow, soil, and trees all around in half. Chapter 415, 56 I didn't want to get this child's clothes dirty, 5K3. But his speed wasn't fast. Baiwei merely sidestepped and successfully dodged. However, a slight smile crept upon Cesar's lips. Amidst the crimson airwaves, also mixed the sound of slicing through the air. Within these sound waves, there was a melody. As a result, several evil ghosts separated from the airwaves and clawed viciously at Baiwei. At this distance, it simply wasn't possible. Thud! Before the evil ghosts could grasp Baiwei, a tide rose from beneath his feet like a reversing waterfall, instantly washing away those malicious spirits without a trace. How could this be? Cesar was shocked. How did he do it? Cesar had hidden the chorus magic's notes within the airwaves. If Baiwei hadn't known in advance, there would have been no way to react. But how could he have known in advance? Cesar's unique combat style was unparalleled. Not a second person in the holy sound could be found. Nevertheless, surprised as Cesar was, he didn't stop moving. After releasing the slash, he charged at Bai Wei immediately. After all, the spell was meant to entrap Bai Wei, allowing Cesar to then cleave him in two directly. Now, even though Bai Wei wasn't trapped, Cesar successfully closed the distance between them. As long as he could get close to Bai Wei, Cesar believed he could end the fight instantly. No player could withstand his proximity. But things didn't go as planned, and Cesar heard a series of swishing sounds coming from below. Magic chains. They emerged one after another from the snow, like poisonous snakes that had lain in hiding, baring their fangs and lunging at the intruder. Cesar's eyelids twitched, because the number was simply too great. In front of him, apart from the white snow, there were black magic chains, and the black had already overwhelmed the white, rolling in to cover everything. Had they been prepared during the earlier conversation? Indeed, while he was recovering, this fellow hadn't been idle. And this was a melody without notes on the magic chains, not a holy sound spell. Cesar felt a sinking feeling in his heart, but he didn't stop. Instead, he charged along the chains while continuously swinging the twig in his hand. The crimson blade light, like cutting through tofu, split the magic chains that could be reached in two, and the airwaves lifted with the blade contained a melody that still created one evil ghost after another, causing the remaining chains to be entangled. Thus, Cesar brutally hacked his way through the massive array of chains. Then he saw Bai Wei, just a few meters away from him. Within reach. Cesar quickened his pace. But what stood in his way next was snow. No, to be precise, it was fog. The thick fog blocking all sight rushed towards him. Cesar's pupils narrowed slightly. He realized this was the fog Bai Wei used to attack him earlier, capable of causing explosions. And this fog, Cesar couldn't slash through with his blade light like before, and the evil ghosts were powerless against this intangible thing. Other spells that could disperse the fog were too difficult to execute at this distance. So should he retreat temporarily? Cesar squinted his eyes. No, move forward. The guy was also afraid of his proximity. Being pushed back now, even for a few seconds, meant playing into his hands. He couldn't retreat. With a roar, he plunged into the thick fog and lifted the twig towards that graceful figure, as though brandishing a meat-cutting knife. Boom! The white fog exploded. Half a second later, Cesar burst out of the explosion. He no longer resembled a human. His flesh scattered and blood splattered everywhere, the twig burned to ash. He looked like a skinned beast, with the last vestiges of life and madness, lunging at the girl who appeared soft and weak, holding a magic wand. You've lost, Cesar bellowed, using such madness to suppress the pain in his body. I'm going to tear you apart. His excitement was extreme, feeling as though he had defeated a formidable enemy. It was as if the person before him wasn't Hevni, but, instead, the first golden note who he had struggled to kill years ago. Back then he was like this too, fighting to the bitter end, using bones and claws to tear the opponent to pieces. He raised his hand. Then he heard the sound of a chainsaw beside his ear. Thud. Cesar came to a halt. He froze in midair. To be exact, his head froze in midair. His body continued to surge forward rigidly, ultimately plunging headless into the snow like a fly. What a pain, Bai Wei's sigh echoed in Cesar's ears. Why insist on making it so complicated? Couldn't you adopt a softer fighting style? He looked down. No, he couldn't look down anymore, because his head was now in Bai Wei's hand, so he could only cast his gaze downwards. Then he saw Huinia, half her body soaked in blood as if she had returned from hell, calmly gazing at him. You thought I was afraid of you. It's just that this child has to go to school later, and I didn't want to get her clothes dirty. Cesar opened his mouth. For a moment he felt he should say something, yet he didn't know what to say. But there was no need for words, as fear and a sense of crisis like never before suddenly surged in Cesar's mind. He saw Hevni's star-like left eyes starting to turn slowly. Like the wheels of fate. Excellent, Bai Wei spoke lightly with a chuckle. Since you've delivered yourself to my doorstep, then surely there are no corpse blocks in your head, right? Chapter 416, 57 That's enough 4K7. Chapter 416, 57 That's enough 4K7. My corpse blocks. Bai Wei's words left Cesar momentarily stupefied. What did that mean? Cesar wanted to ponder this phrase further, but he had no time, as the fear and crisis that surged from deep within his brain overpowered everything else at this moment. This was a warning from that bone. For 10 years, the reason Cesar had survived to this point was that bone, which had allowed him to seek benefits and avoid harm, turning crises into safety time and again. And now that bone was warning him again, with an intensity he had not felt in all those years. The crisis originated from that eye. That left eye. He couldn't let it keep looking at him like this. That eye it could kill. Cesar roared, his headless body immediately rising up from the snow, and at the same time he picked up a tree branch and aimed for Bai Wei's back, with all 6 golden notes on his body lighting up. Boom! A massive spell energy burst forth from the dry branch, forming an extremely thick column of light that turned everything it touched into nothingness. But such a stationary-style spell obviously couldn't hit Bai Wei. With the power of overload, even Huinia's body was far beyond the reach of mortals. He simply shifted slightly to the side and dodged the spell. However, it wasn't over yet. Like before, Cesar still hit other spells within the main spell. The terrifying light column did not stir up noise, but rather a rhythmic melody. Small stars shot out from the majestic column of light, and with an even greater speed hurtled toward Bai Wei. Bai Wei also swung his magic wand, and a magic power barrier quickly appeared in the midst of it all, blocking all the flying stars. Like raindrops on glass, they made a great noise but could not break through. However, through the pale blue magic power barrier, Bai Wei saw the reflection of the headless male corpse behind him, raising the tree branch, preparing to strike him down. In a matter of seconds, Huinia's body would be split in 2 by Cesar. Bai Wei couldn't help but click his tongue, then immediately reversed his grip on the magic wand, dagger-like, while channeling magic power into it. Thus, the wand turned into a half-meter-long sword even faster and stabbed into Cesar's body, then forcefully thrust forward. Cesar's waist was severed on cue, and his upper body collapsed involuntarily, naturally unable to launch a proper attack anymore. So the tree branch once again grazed past Bai Wei's body, but the blade wave it stirred up directly cut through the magic power barrier Bai Wei had used to block the flying stars, and those rainstorm-like stars rushed toward Bai Wei once more. A series of ths, and all the flying stars penetrated, instantly reducing a body to mush. But it was not Bai Wei's body. It was the bodies of the 2 players, male and female, who had been severed by Cesar previously. Boom! Several chorus spells intertwined together, creating a huge explosion, temporarily separating the bodies of Bai Wei and Cesar. Bai Wei was completely unharmed, while Cesar was not only still beheaded, but his body received another heavy blow, and now he couldn't even stand. However, though Cesar's head was still in Bai Wei's hand, Bai Wei's gaze had already left. The gaze had been cancelled. This rule in Bai Wei's hand was the most powerful finishing move, capable of erasure even on gods, but it had a fatally critical flaw. That was, during its use, the target absolutely could not leave his sight. Therefore, during the battle just now, Bai Wei had always used one hand while keeping his eyes on Cesar. Pity that he still couldn't hold out until the minimum activation threshold. You're still such a pain. Bai Wei lifted Cesar's head in front of his eyes again, sighing, That's why I didn't want to fight with you, such a poop monster. Cesar didn't understand the meaning of poop monster that Bai Wei mentioned, nor did he understand why Bai Wei said again, when this was their first battle. But at this time, he couldn't afford to think too much. From the recent battle, he felt like a drowning man who had frantically thrashed about before finally struggling ashore. Right now, his heart was filled only with fear and relief. And when Bai Wei's gaze returned, Cesar's heart leapt to his throat again, almost causing his body to launch another attack. But this time, Cesar didn't sense the same degree of crisis and fear from Bai Wei's look. He then realized that Bai Wei was not using the rule from before. Now his gaze would not kill. At this, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief before slowly saying, It's the eye, right. The corpse block you possess is an eye. The rule you just used on me came from that eye, and although I don't know exactly what it is, you wanted to use it to kill me, I could feel it. But I won't let you have your way. The activation of that rule needs time, and the gaze must not break in the meantime. I felt it just now. The moment your eyes moved away from my head, the rule was interrupted. I've already seen through you. I won't give you the time to activate that rule. The more Cesar spoke, the more agitated and invigorated he became. Besides, how much longer can your body hold up? I know all about it. Corpse blocks that seal rules bring immense physical burdens to their users, and the stronger the rule, the heavier the burden. The eyes rule can't be weak, so you can't use it many more times. I'm right, aren't I? Chapter 417. 57 That's enough for K7 2. Chapter 417. 57 That's enough for K7 2. Cesar stared intently at Bai Wei, as if he had seen through everything. Of course, his guess was very close to the truth. To tell the truth, I always thought you were a brainless guy who only had value in numbers, Bai Wei said slowly. But now I have to admit, you really do have brains, of course. This is also because my piece of the corpse blocks indeed had a bit of a traitor in it. However, the fact that you could think of so much in such a short time is truly impressive. Again, the phrase, my corpse blocks. It was hard for Cesar not to notice this point. He didn't know if Bai Wei simply referred to the corpse blocks I now possess as my corpse blocks, or... Logically, no one would think of that possibility. After all, that legendary existence had been obliterated for who knows how many years. But Cesar himself had already witnessed too many legends. Whether it be the music score or Visas's corpse, he thought they were just legends before he saw them with his own eyes. And then he possessed them. Thus, Cesar's ability to accept unknown phenomena was naturally much higher than that of ordinary people. Add to that the too many incredible things he now witnessed. Firstly, although it was Huinia's body, Cesar was very sure that Bai Wei was not Huinia. He didn't believe Huinia could have contended with him to this extent. Even though he had just stopped Bai Wei from killing him with the rule, he found it difficult to feel happy about it because Bai Wei had just fought him to that state using only one hand. And he had reached this point today, preparing for a whole 10 years, going through countless life-or-death experiences. Why should Huinia be able to do this? If that was not Huinia, then what was going on with that body of Huinia? One doubt after another, coupled with what Bai Wei himself said, it was hard for Cesar not to think in the direction of reality. Could it really be Visas himself? Cesar dared not confirm. But that wasn't the point, not at least for now. Cesar took a deep breath, trying hard to calm himself. I've already proven my strength, and you've proven yours. If we continue fighting, we are only likely to both be injured. Even if you win, your identity will be exposed because of it. So, is there really a need to keep fighting? Bai Wei looked at Cesar with interest. So what you mean is... Let's continue to cooperate, Cesar said. Just as I said to you before, the two of us continue to cooperate to strive for the Holy Sound Master's wish. He deliberately acted as if he wasn't thinking about Bai Wei's identity, and continued to address Bai Wei as if he were Huinia. Moreover, even without the Lord's wish with our two music scores, there are too many things we could do, too many things we are capable of doing, Cesar said. I really can't think of a reason for us to keep fighting. So what you mean is just let it go, Bai Wei said. Even if I beheaded you and almost killed you, can you just let it go? Those things are unimportant, Cesar said. The strength wolves use when playing with each other would also be enough to kill sheep in their eyes. Bai Wei laughed. That's an interesting analogy. You're almost like a philosopher. Seeing Bai Wei's smile, Cesar thought he had accepted and couldn't help but smile as well. I'm merely stating the basic rule of wolves. Is that so? It seems you really like to compare yourself to a wolf. Bai Wei nodded slightly. But have you ever seen a real wolf kneel when faced with life and death? Do you really have the courage to face life and death? Cesar's smile froze. You were almost killed by me, have found my weakness, and you understand that by killing me you could gain more, things you can't refuse. Bai Wei's gaze fixed on Cesar. Like my eyes, do you really not want them? Then why haven't you come to take them? Because you're very clear that, regardless of whether I'm Visas or not, the strength I have shown now could really kill you. And you fear death more than anyone else. The cruelty you've shown is not towards yourself, but towards others. This point is clear since you didn't choose ascension for yourself, but instead chose to take your brother's music score. Bai Wei's head slowly moved closer to Cesar, finally resting forehead to forehead. Those star-like eyes, even without deploying any power, still instilled a deep fear in Cesar. A fear that penetrated right to the heart. And anger. What are you ranting about? Cesar bellowed furiously. Who do you think you are making these assertions? Do you think you're really Visas? Do you believe your eyes can see everything? He suddenly began to struggle violently in Bai Wei's grasp. No one can define me, no one. I've come this far from a mere copper sound. Do you think I did it by talking? Your words can't affect me, visas. Fine, let's say your visas then. He stared hard at Bai Wei. So what if your visas? The all-gods couldn't kill you, then I will be the one to kill you. I will kill you. Under Cesar's furious roar, the headless corpse also slowly stood up. 6 golden notes burst into a dazzling brilliance again, as if they would leap out from the silver music score in the next second. Chapter 418, 418. 57, that's enough, 4K73. Majestic power swirled around him, as if he had ignited himself. Do you know what I hate most about people like you? Cesar said. Arrogance, it's arrogance. You're just born well, bore a good note, in your case, possess a good eye, and then you look down on everyone. Haha, just like that, you always do. So I could kill you arrogant fools, one by one, tear you apart. Cesar's figure moved slowly towards Bai Wei, like an evil ghost returning from hell. Use that eye of yours and watch closely. Watch how I tear you apart. He roared. Then he looked at Bai Wei and chuckled. Is that so? I just rely on the eye, do I? Well then, I guess I don't need this eye anymore. Cesar was slightly taken aback. Then he watched Bai Wei fumble for something in his pocket. What you just described as arrogance, I find it quite interesting, Bai Wei said. It's like you said at the beginning, everything you have now is thanks to that librarian from back then, right? His arrogance eventually led you to kill him. So, do you think history will repeat itself today? History repeating. Cesar hadn't understood what Bai Wei meant when he heard Bai Wei exclaim, "Ah, found it," pulling something out from the pocket close to his chest. It was a notebook stained with blood. The cover of the notebook bore a name. Ugh. Cesar's eyes slowly widened. Don't worry, I'm not interested in what you're looking at. It seems you've recalled, Bai Wei said with a smile. You've always known what's written in these notes, haven't you? After all, you stayed with him for so many days, but you didn't care because the methods in these notes, those children couldn't execute them, just like 10 years ago when the teacher thought you couldn't do it. Cesar's mouth opened, but now in his eyes there was no longer anger and arrogance, only fear. Let's see, what does it say here? Shut up. Cesar couldn't let Bai Wei continue reading, and immediately, disregarding everything, charged forward. Then a clang sounded. A deep bell-like sound echoed. The notes on Cesar's body shook violently, as if they were about to detach from him any second. The silver threads immediately danced, trying to pull back the restless notes. However, another clang. The silver threads malfunctioned in an instant. Although it lasted only a moment, it was enough for Bai Wei. He transformed the magic wand in his hand into a blade and thrust towards Cesar's heart. Cesar panicked. He could feel his notes detaching from his body. If this continued, he wasn't sure his spells would still work. If his heart were destroyed, would he die like this? The fear of death overcame all thoughts in that instant, and Cesar instinctively raised his hand, covering his heart. But as soon as he completed the movement, he violently came to his senses. No, not the heart. This man's target was... Cesar immediately brought his hands down, but it was too late. Bai Wei shifted his aim, now targeting Cesar's lower abdomen. With a mutual rush forward, the magic blade easily pierced through Cesar's body. Cesar's headless body suddenly stiffened where it stood. Because at the tip of that magic blade was an immortal dry bone. Cesar dumbly stared at Bai Wei. Unfortunately, Bai Wei said, displaying the blood-stained notes before Cesar, the child didn't find any way to kill you. He did all he could, only able to bring heavy information about you, along with a spell that might be of some use to you. Second note shock, a low-rank spell used to test whether underage players' notes were stable. For someone like you who even stole his score, it indeed has a tiny bit of effect. Just as with that child, trying his hardest could only provide a tiny bit of help. However, Bai Wei paused, then suddenly exerted force. The magic blade completely pierced through Cesar's body from bottom to top, splitting it in two. Amidst the rain of blood, Cesar dumbly watched his body, which would no longer heal, slowly fall as the vitality in his eyes faded like the ebbing tide. This will do. Chapter 419, 58, Your body is mine now. Chapter 419, 58, Your body is mine now. Bai Wei held the bone in his hand and gently rubbed it. The bone turned to powder at a visible speed, then spilled out through the gaps in his fingers and completely dissipated into the white snow. But Bai Wei felt that the power of the bone had been reclaimed, just like a long-lost wanderer suddenly returning home, at first teeming with boundless vitality, but soon quieting down, becoming one with him. Soul return was completed. You really are Visas, a deep voice rang out, tinged with a hint of excitement. I've never seen anyone who could destroy that bone, not even leaving a trace. Not just me, but those clergy of the church, using divine arts also couldn't do it. The speech was somewhat incoherent. Bai Wei turned his head to look. The speaker was, of course, Cesar, who had nothing left but his head, but was not yet completely dead. The forbidden curses inscribed on him were still in effect. However, without the enhancement of this bone, he was only minutes away from total death. But he obviously didn't want to give up just yet, still desperately twisting his head, as if trying to get closer to Bai Wei. Visas, Lord Visas? He tried to shout loudly, but the voice that came out was like the wheeze of a broken accordion. I've always admired you, always have. I know all about your deeds, I look up to you, really. There's no point in saying those meaningless words anymore, Bai Wei calmly interjected. No one can save you now, including me. The power of this bone has already been reclaimed by me, and I can't distribute it again. Bai Wei's words made Cesar's expression stiffen. He still couldn't believe it and spoke like he was desperately clinging to a last straw. No, how could you have no way? How could there be something you can't do in this world? Please rest assured, if you are willing to save me, then I will definitely. Cesar's voice got quieter and quieter, because he realized that no matter what he said, Bai Wei was just quietly looking at him. This made him realize that it truly was impossible. He was really going to die. Bai Wei watched as Cesar's body, which had been still for a while, suddenly shuddered violently. It was like a desperate sobbing, as if trying to suppress rage as well as despair. Why must you kill me? Cesar said. I can't accept it, I can't accept it. That wretched girl, she's just the same as me, she is just the same as me. Why would you choose her over me? His body shook more and more violently, like a puppet that starts to go haywire after one of its strings snaps. I've done better than her, I'm stronger than her. I've planned for this for 10 years, a full 10 years, and she knows nothing. But why do you help her to kill me? Even when I had already yielded, you still wouldn't spare me, why? Just because I took my brother's music score. If it were my brother, he could never achieve what I did. He would be killed by even crueler people, and his music score would be taken by those from the upper echelons. No one could save him, no one. If so, what's wrong with me taking his music score? What's wrong with that? Hasn't that woman ever killed anyone? Hasn't she done such things? I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Cesar howled hysterically at Bai Wei. But Bai Wei's expression remained largely unchanged, clearly not surprised by Cesar's reaction at the moment. He walked over to Cesar's head, slowly crouched down, and once again looked him in the eyes at close range. Although there are many things that could be used to answer you, there is no need, Bai Wei spoke languidly. I just want to know if your brother hadn't been killed by you but by those upper echelons you hate, and you happened to have a chance for me to avenge him, and the cost was your everything. Would you make that request to me? Assuming your brother couldn't be brought back to life, and you would also die after using my power. Bai Wei gazed at Cesar. Would you seek a deal with me? Tell me the truth. Cesar opened his mouth. He wanted to say he would. But those words, like a fishbone stuck in his throat, simply wouldn't come out. Bai Wei smiled. See, we were never going to be possible partners from the start because you would never risk your life for anyone, not even for your brother or even yourself. With that, Bai Wei slowly stood up and stretched. If you see me as a merchant, of course I still prefer this child, he shrugged. After all, there's no better deal than risking everything for a stranger who can't be saved, is there? After saying this, Bai Wei turned and walked away. Cesar stared at Bai Wei's retreating figure. When he was about to disappear from sight, Cesar yelled, No, I won't accept it, I won't accept it. His body burst out with its last bit of strength, rushing forward to grab at his own head. It was just that his notes had already been taken by Bai Wei, and what remained were only those scattered pieces, his music score. Chapter 420, 58 Your body is mine now too. Chapter 420, 58 Your body is mine now too. I must live, I must live. He frantically pressed his head onto his neck. My score still exists. I have not lost yet. I can start over. I can start over again. Whatever visas, whatever Teichu, whatever holy sound master, I will kill you all. I'll kill them all. Kill them all. With a PFD sound. Once again he fell into the snowdrift, watching his body being drained of the last bit of strength and collapsing lifelessly before him, the final silver sheen on his body rapidly dimming. No, don't let it end like this. Brother, help me once more, I beg you, help me again. His voice grew fainter and fainter. Help me once more, help me. Please. Finally, all that remained was an inaudible murmur. Ow, it hurts so much. What? Amidst the turbulence, Huinia suddenly opened her eyes. An indescribable agony surged into her heart, causing her to involuntarily turn her head and vomit mouthfuls of fresh blood. But the blood did not fall onto the floor, as a basin was promptly brought close to catch it for her. Huinia didn't initially think anything was amiss, until after she had finished vomiting and turned to look at the hand holding the basin, her pupils slightly contracting. Because that hand was unmistakably her own. And it was her right hand. She immediately understood and asked in a low voice, "Has it ended, Mr. Visas?" Yes, Baiwei's voice sounded, and Huinia's right hand also gave her an okay sign. Although the process was a bit troublesome, the outcome is still a great success. Do you want to have a look? After Baiwei finished speaking, Huinia felt her right hand return to her own control. After a brief silence, she lowered her head to look at her body and found that the golden scores now contained the 1, 3, 5, 7 notes. These 4 notes can be taken directly to the festival, Baiwei said matter-of-factly. I didn't take the remaining golden notes that can't be used at the festival. Hearing Baiwei's words, Huinia nodded, not saying anything, and just quietly leaned against the wall. Or more precisely, against the ship's hull. Yes, Huinia was already on the ship heading to the first academy. Are you this quiet? Baiwei said with a smile. I thought you'd have a myriad of questions for me after waking up. You know, covering up for you this time was quite troublesome. After all, you left the docks in full view of everyone and have been absent for some time, even changed into a different set of clothes. Convincing everyone that you did nothing is indeed not an easy task. Of course, I think you can feel it. After all, it is your own body. Huinia naturally knew what Baiwei was talking about. The price of power. The basin of blood was the clearest example. She could imagine how many times Baiwei had to use domination to get her back on the ship without raising suspicion, to the point where the current Huinia felt as though she had already died once. After another brief silence, Huinia asked, "How much longer can I live?" "If you stop now," Baiwei said, "you'll live a few years at least, but if you continue, it will depend on how many more times you use it." Yes, Huinia's body was also rapidly approaching its limit. Although her body was much better off than Ulu and Gerard, if it were Ulu and Gerard, their bodies definitely wouldn't have lasted this long. Even so, Huinia's body still couldn't use Baiwei's power without limits. That was why, during the battle with Cesar, Baiwei had only attempted to use gaze once, and had barely used termination or domination at all, relying solely on the power boost from descending to the first rank. He had been doing his utmost to protect Huinia, but that was the extent of what he could do. Although he had taken back the bone that could amplify power, the bone couldn't negate the cost paid. At least one bone definitely couldn't. The only one who could use these powers without any cost was Visas's own body. "If you keep acting recklessly like this," Baiwei said slowly, "you won't even make it to the grand ceremony." Huinia naturally detected the warning in Baiwei's words and nodded slightly. "If it really comes to that, please let me know in advance. When that time comes, you won't need me to tell you, your body will inform you." "I understand." Seeing Huinia's reaction, Baiwei clicked his tongue lightly and then asked, "Do you really think it's worth it, just for that guy you can't save anymore?" While speaking, Baiwei lifted Huinia's left hand and tapped her forehead gently with his index finger. "Right now, your body belongs to me. If I'm not willing, you can't even go to the toilet," Baiwei said indifferently. "You've lost even your freedom all for, what, a matter of pride." "I have long been loyal to you. My life is already yours," Huinia said calmly. "Whether I am free or not isn't that important to me anymore." "If that's what you truly believe, you wouldn't have asked me to kill that guy," Baiwei said with a smile. "Speaking of which, Huinia, you still haven't told me the real reason you want to collect the notes and play the 7 notes to obtain the blessing of the Holy Sound Master." "Do you care?" Huinia asked. "It's a wish that can no longer be fulfilled. Do you still want to know?" "Why not? I am indeed curious," Baiwei replied. "Most people's wishes to the gods are guessable, like that Cesar guy. He seems like you in a lot of ways, owns a score, steals notes, and desires to monopolize the blessing of the holy sound master. But I'm sure what he wants is different from what you want. Bai Wei paused for a moment, then shrugged Huenia's shoulders. Of course, if you don't want to tell me, that's fine too. After all, I'm not exactly a demon who enjoys forcing things out of others. After hearing Bai Wei's words, Huenia slowly closed her eyes, as if contemplating something. And Bai Wei did not speak. He just quietly waited for Huenia's answer. The room was so quiet you could hear the sound of the oar cutting through the lake water outside. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. No one knows how much time had passed before Huenia finally slowly opened her eyes, as if she had made some kind of decision, and said gently, "Mr. Visas." "Go ahead," Bai Wei said in an encouraging manner. "I'm listening." "May I go to the toilet?" Huenia asked. "It's quite urgent." "Go ahead." Bai Wei obviously sensed Huenia's refusal, but he just laughed it off indifferently. "I should rest for a bit too." It was then that Huenia felt her body return to her own control. She then got up out of bed and left the room. Saying she needed to use the toilet was just an excuse, Huenia went up to the deck, where the icy wind carrying snowflakes hit her face like a knife. She turned her head, looking in the direction of the 3 colleges. But she couldn't see anything. Her view was filled only with the endless lake surface and the snow drifting from the sky. She suddenly spoke out, "Mr. Visas." "Ahem. Can you kill the Holy Sound Master?" Huenia asked, "at the upcoming festival?" "Unfortunately, no, not now at least," Bai Wei answered. "The Holy Sound Master is a complete god, and currently I don't have the means to defeat him. Only when I recover my complete body will it be possible." "I see." Huenia slowly closed her eyes and said softly, "I understand." Chapter 421, 421. 59. Don't worry, I'm watching over you. "Miss Hevnia, we have arrived." The boat docked beside the pier. Hevnia stepped out of the cabin and was instantly drawn to a towering mountain that lay before her. Although this was her first visit, she knew that this mountain was the holy mountain of the Holy Sound, and the first academy was built midway up this sacred mountain. From her position, she could only just make out the outlines of ancient city walls through the swirling mists. "Is this your first time at the first academy, Miss Hevnia?" inquired the butler of the Lawrence family. "Yes," Hevnia nodded slightly, her eyes filled with longing. "I've heard many people say that to ascend the holy mountain is to enter the Lord's gaze. Is that true, Mr. Delin?" "You are half right, not gaze," Delin chuckled, tapping his ear. "The Lord does not gaze, but listens, and he listens to every corner of the holy sound. Although he pays a bit more attention to the holy mountain, after all, it is the closest place to the Lord." Hevnia nodded, then spoke with some concern. "I hope the Lord won't dislike me." "Why would he?" Delin laughed. "Miss Hevnia, your music is definitely one of the Lord's favorites." "If that were true, it would be wonderful," Hevnia said, still looking somewhat uneasy. After a day's rest, Hevnia's body had not fully recovered, but her spirits were mostly restored. As she conversed with Delin, she also listened distractedly to Bai Wei's exclamation. "Have you noticed that the vast majority of believers think their Lord lives in the heavens?" "The vast majority?" Hevnia asked. "Are there other places?" "Lyra, haven't you been there?" Bai Wei said with a smile. "Isn't there a tower there that's said to reach the heavens? But it seemed to have collapsed when you were there." Hevnia reflected briefly on that fleeting experience before shaking her head. "I don't remember it very well." "Oh," Bai Wei sounded surprised. "Forgetting isn't like you. And you didn't take any interest in Lyra's ecosystem structure that is so different from that of the Holy Sound." "I did want to take an interest, but I couldn't," Hevnia responded calmly. "The events that transpired those days were probably more concerning to me than Lyra itself." "The special events you encountered in Lyra?" Bai Wei pondered for a moment, then realizing, "Oh, you mean me." Before Hevnia could respond, Bai Wei laughed again. "It seems, in this case, I am indeed more significant than the Lyra god." Hevnia wasn't sure how to respond and hesitated briefly before steering the conversation back to the prior topic of where gods reside. "Don't gods live in the heavens?" Hevnia asked. "It depends on how you interpret the heavens," Bai Wei replied with a smile. "If you take it literally, meaning above our heads up in the high skies, then certainly that isn't correct. Otherwise, how could we see the sun but not the gods?" "This way, Miss Hevnia," Delin led the way. "We're preparing to ascend the mountain. I believe the young master is already waiting for you." Hevnia nodded slightly and followed Delin, while listening seriously to Bai Wei's leisurely lecture. Most knowledge related to gods is unverifiable legend. Not even the professors of the 3 colleges can claim with certainty that what they say is true, so most discourses begin with, "we speculate." But Bai Wei was different. He had truly interacted with gods. So whenever he spoke of matters related to gods, Hevnia took notes very seriously. If circumstances had allowed, she would have even liked to write it down in a notebook. Gods reside in the divine country, and the divine country doesn't exist in this world, or at least not in the world as people perceive it. Bai Wei briefly introduced the concept of 2, 3, and 4 dimensions to Hevnia, and she quickly grasped it. After a brief moment of contemplation, Hevnia asked, "So you're saying that gods can freely reach into the mortal world, but the people of the mortal world find it difficult to touch the divine country?" "You could see it that way. At least it used to be like that." "Used to be." "Yes, the gods of the past could roam the human world freely. They were a mighty group that people could see and touch," explained Bai Wei, "but later on they no longer could." "Why couldn't they later on?" Hevnia asked instinctively. "Yes, why is that?" Mimicking a mysterious tone, Bai Wei led Hevnia to understand he was playing the enigmatic figure again, and she prudently chose not to press further. After all, this was not the first time it had happened. Hevnia was accustomed to it. But to Hevnia's surprise, Bai Wei went on to provide an explanation this time. "Don't think I don't want to tell you," Bai Wei said flatly, "but knowing this would not benefit you and could harm you." "In your gaze, what could possibly harm me in this world?" Hevnia quipped. "Flattery is of no use," Bai Wei laughed. "I really can't tell you because the fact itself would trigger a very serious consequence." Bai Wei paused and then, switching to a serious tone, said, "Chapter 422, 59 Don't worry, I am watching you too." Chapter 422, 59 Don't worry, I am watching you too. "As long as that thought exists in your mind," Bai Wei said, "it's possible for the all-gods to sense it, and once those words are spoken, they'll be under the gaze of the all-gods." Huinia was initially stunned, then her pupils slightly narrowed. She realized Bai Wei was not joking. Just having that thought could lead to the all-gods' awareness, and saying those words would place you under their gaze. What kind of truth was this? Huinia had never heard of such a thing before. Quite shocking, isn't it?" Bai Wei said. "Most people in this world are unaware of it, even the popes of the great churches, because it is the most untouchable secret of the all-gods, and now the only one besides me who knows this secret is you. So not telling you is truly for your own good. I didn't tell my previous 2 partners either, I didn't even bring it up, and the main reason for that is..." Bai Wei's extremely serious tone made Huinia subconsciously hold her breath. "It's what?" "It's," Bai Wei answered seriously. "They never asked." Huinia blinked, not understanding Bai Wei's meaning at first. After she realized what he meant, she was still a bit confused. "Are you joking with me?" "Ah," Bai Wei said, somewhat surprised. "You caught on that quickly." Huinia, Hey, don't look like that. I wasn't completely joking," Bai Wei said with a smile. "That matter is indeed true, and so is the reason I can't tell you. So far, no one besides myself is able to bear those consequences, and I can only bear them because the all-gods cannot see me, but you are different. So, for the moment, stop thinking about it. For most people, knowing this brings no benefit, only the greatest risk." Bai Wei had made himself clear, and Huinia could only nod. After all, Bai Wei hadn't even bothered to explain before, just glossing over it with a laugh. At this time, Huinia and the butler had left the docks and arrived at the main entrance of the mountainous academy. Huinia could see Phineas, as well as the carriage pulled by several unicorns waiting there. And then Bai Wei spoke again. "However, one thing the people here didn't get wrong is that this mountain is indeed the closest place to the Holy Sound Master. I can even feel their presence now, and the closer we get to the top, the stronger that presence becomes." Huinia paused for a moment, subconsciously looking up and once again gazing at the first academy surrounded by snow and mist. Perhaps influenced by Bai Wei's words, Huinia felt as if a magnificent and suffocating power stood tall above the horizon. "Will you be discovered by them?" Huinia asked. "Not to that extent, but I also can't overdo it," Bai Wei said with a smile. "So, I'm going to slightly weaken our connection, not intervening directly in your body like before. Like at the very beginning. Perhaps even weaker than that, as you are not able to freely use my power now." Bai Wei shrugged Huinia's shoulders. "Since I can't physically step in to help you fight, you'll mostly have to rely on yourself for most of the time." Huinia nodded lightly. For some reason, Bai Wei's words stirred a complex feeling within her heart. She couldn't understand why. Wasn't it a good thing that Bai Wei could no longer control her body so freely? Huania was perplexed. Her mind felt chaotic. Since awakening on the ship, her body and spirit had mostly recovered, but she still felt like something was missing. There was constant oppression in her heart. The notebook in her pocket, though weighing less than a pound, felt abnormally heavy, almost too heavy to lift. And when Bai Wei said that she would have to rely more on herself from now on, that feeling became even more pronounced. But Huania knew she had to adjust immediately because the first academy was even more dangerous than the third academy, where a slight carelessness could be deadly. So Huania took a deep breath, letting the biting cold wind that filled her nostrils awaken her senses. It was at this moment, though, that she heard Bai Wei say, "Look at this." She was momentarily stunned, because she saw Bai Wei controlling her hand, making a gesture. A raised thumb. What did that mean? Before Huania could ponder, she suddenly felt a change in her body. Her vision brightened, the biting cold wind became refreshing. Her entire body felt more energetic. Even that oppressive emotion was quickly alleviated and even became more active. It was as if whatever lay ahead was no longer something to fear. What was that? Huania realized it was the effect of that finger. "This is nothing but a trivial trick," Bai Wei said with a smile. "You feel better, right?" Huania remained silent for a moment, then nodded gently. "That's good," Bai Wei said, smiling. "Don't worry, I'm always watching you." "What?" Rhine East Church. "Lord Bishop, here is the work summary for the new week," the graceful priest said while handing Rocky a file with a smile. "Would you like to take a look?" Chapter 423, 59 Don't worry, I am watching you 3. Chapter 423, 59 Don't worry, I am watching you 3. Rocky just glanced over and then waved his hand impatiently. "You can handle it." "Yes, Lord Bishop," the fair priest replied, not surprised, and then asked Rocky with a bit of concern. "Lord Bishop, you don't seem in a good mood. Is there anything I can do to help alleviate your worries?" Sitting in the chair, Rocky gave the fair priest a look. If it had been before, when the fair priest had said these words, he would have let him share a heavy burden. But now he was not in the mood. The reason was quite simple. He had lost his most important thing. Of course, it was just missing temporarily. His disturbance, his treasured powerful ability, had vanished for nearly half a month now. In this half-month, every day he would give a thumbs up to his reflection in the mirror. If it were before, he would roar with invigorated spirit. But for the past half a month, no matter how high he raised his thumb, it was completely useless. His body no longer responded. It was all because of the game he played with Ulu in Taoyuan village half a month ago. The mere thought of it made Rocky's teeth itch with hatred. Was he brain damaged? Why had he insisted on playing that suspicious game with that guy? And he had been cheated. Rocky was truly furious, and alongside his anger there was also worry. He feared that Ulu might really do something with his disturbance. After all, that guy had at least 2 corpse blocks already. Even just one rule, although temporary, was unimaginably terrifying. Especially since Rhine had already sent Devourers to encircle and kill him. Naturally, Rocky was aware of how formidable the Devourers were. Normally, once bitten, even with 2 corpse blocks, escape would be impossible. But what if Ulu really managed to flee using his disturbance? If it was because of this that Rhine missed the opportunity to capture him, Rocky couldn't even imagine what he would face. He hadn't even reported the incident to Lord Lango yet. After all, he had mocked Cory, that idiot, for losing an eye, and now he had lost his own rule. Although it wasn't completely lost, it was still embarrassing. After all, if they asked him exactly how he lost it, should he tell the truth? Lost it gambling. Could he even admit that? Rocky couldn't imagine what kind of look the other 3 would give him once they found out. Please, he wasn't a fool. He had just been momentarily misled. As the 1-month deadline loomed closer day by day, Rocky became more and more restless. He hoped that Ulu would quickly exhaust his power and return it, yet he was also afraid that Ulu might really use his power to do something outrageous, which would ultimately be blamed on him. This feeling was like having a dagger hanging over his head, always anxious because he didn't know when it would fall. Such anxiety tormented him for an entire half-month. Fiery rage stuck in his chest that he couldn't vent, nearly driving him insane. given the circumstances. Rocky glanced at the fair priest. He might as well vent a bit first. Rocky stood up slowly, looking down at the fair priest who was half a head shorter. "Kneel," he said. In the face of Rocky's oppressive words, the fair priest wasn't scared at all, even showing a happy expression. He walked slowly to Rocky as usual. Then, with a boom, his knees hit the ground. The wooden floor was indented with 2 holes. The fair priest stared blankly at Rocky, because the one who had kneeled down was Rocky. Lord Bishop," the fair priest panicked, "what's wrong with you?" Rocky couldn't even speak. He felt his body emptied in an instant. It happened at the most unguarded moment. And this feeling, it was all used up. He screamed inside, "Ulu, what exactly have you done with my power?" Chapter 424, 60, I'm only giving you 10 seconds. Chapter 424, 60, I'm only giving you 10 seconds. "Good afternoon, Miss Hevnia," Phineas said with a smile to Hevnia. "So much has happened, and I've been somewhat concerned that you might be affected, but fortunately your complexion looks quite good." "Is that so?" Hevnia touched her face in slight surprise, then said with a smile, "It's because Mr. DeLynn took such good care of me that I was able to rest easy on the boat all day." DeLynn reverently placed his hand over his chest nearby. "Being able to provide you peace of mind is my honor." "It is the honor of the entire Lawrence family," Phineas continued, then slightly turned his body. "Well now, Miss Hevnia, let's go up the mountain together." Hevnia nodded slightly, then followed Phineas onto the carriage, and the group that had escorted her here, including DeLynn, bowed and took their leave. Thus, the carriage drawn by unicorns slowly trod through the snow, entering through an ancient bronze gate, which then closed slowly with a deep sound, resonant like the string of a musical instrument. Watching this scene, Hevnia asked Phineas, "Has the First Academy always been closed off?" "To be precise, it should be considered semi-closed," Phineas explained with a smile. "The First Academy is unlike the second and third colleges. This place is not only an academy, but also Holy Mountain, the closest place to the Lord. Naturally, we wouldn't allow people to enter lightly, lest they offend the great Lord." "Is that so?" Hevnia said. "I thought it was to guard against that fellow." Hearing "that fellow," Phineas's smile faded slightly as he spoke calmly. "While I admit that fellow has caused quite a stir, if he thinks such antics are enough to offend the Lord or challenge the First Academy, then he's certainly delusional." Phineas paused, then continued. "Rest assured, Miss Hevnia, this is not the 3 colleges. That fellow can't reach this place, and even if he really could, we have plenty of means and candidates to deal with him. Besides, setting aside our alliance with the Techu 2 families, the greatest player of the entire Holy Sound is also here, isn't he?" Hevnia blinked, "The principal." "Yes," Phineas said with a smile, "Principal Ulysses." "Finally here. The principal of the Holy Sound 3 great colleges, the greatest contemporary player who only missed 1 note 20 years ago to complete a millennium feat. Ulysses." Naturally, Hevnia had done enough research on this individual, who was in every way the most outstanding figure of the current Holy Sound. Of course, she couldn't let Phineas see that, so she had to feign ignorance and asked, "Is the principal still handling affairs? I always thought he had already." "Stepped back from frontline duties, you mean?" Phineas laughed and said, "Indeed, in the eyes of the second and third college, the principal seems more like a legendary figure now, as he doesn't have the same presence he did 20 years ago, not to mention, his age is catching up with him." "His age is catching up with him." Hevnia suddenly hesitated. "There's something I wonder if I should ask or not, Mr. Phineas." "When one starts with that phrase, usually they already have their answer," Phineas remarked. "Just ask." "Okay." Hevnia unconsciously leaned a bit closer to Phineas, adopting the look of a schoolgirl eagerly seeking to verify gossip. "How old exactly is the principal? How come some say he's very young while others say he's quite old?" As she spoke, Hevnia clutched the corner of her clothing nervously, but her bright eyes shone with insatiable curiosity and eagerness to know. This level of familiarity even caught Hevnia herself by surprise. After seeing Bai Wei give her a thumbs up, her body and spirit were instantly elevated to an excellent state, making her already adept acting skills even more effortless. Phineas did not suspect anything and said with a laugh, "I guessed you'd ask that. However, Holy Sound history should have recorded Principal Ulysses's date of birth, shouldn't it, Miss Hevnia? It seems you weren't listening well in that class." "Of course I know, I even got a passing grade in that subject," Hevnia said somewhat indignant. But according to the historical records, Principal Ulysses should be over 70 by now. How could that be possible? If that were the case, during the grand celebration 20 years ago, the principal would have been in his 50s, which is already the time when the note fades, right? Phineas went straight to the heart of the issue and continued with a smile. That's what you wanted to say, isn't it? Hevnia nodded. Indeed, by common sense, the prime bloom of notes occurs within the first 10 years after they fully form. Thus, for players, this prime bloom is between the ages of 13 and 23, Phineas explained. This is also why the grand celebrations are mostly participated in by students of the three great colleges, because once they reach a certain age, they will face the inevitable problem of their notes fading. That's actually why the three colleges were established. However, Miss Hevnia, you must also know that not every celebrant at the grand celebrations is of the appropriate student age. There are also many who have graduated, and not-so-young players who also participate, including those of the Golden Note. Chapter 425, 60, I'm only giving you 10 seconds too. Chapter 425, 60, I'm only giving you 10 seconds too. Huenia nodded again. Yes, I've heard that some older students stay on at school after graduation, just to take part in the grand festivities, but why is that? Haven't their notes faded? Of course not, Phineas said with a smile. They have not. Huenia managed to show a surprised expression right on cue. As I just mentioned, the fading of notes is in general terms, so naturally there are exceptions, Phineas explained. Indeed, some players are able to delay the fading of their notes from 4 or 5 years to over a decade. It is possible. Can it really be done? Naturally it is possible, Phineas continued, and the method is no secret, it is purity. Purity? Yes, Phineas nodded. The more pure a player's connection to the music is, the fewer distractions they have in their heart, the better they can preserve their notes. The more one's heart is filled with other desires, the more they crave things beyond the music, the worse the state of their notes becomes. Miss Hevnia, you must have seen such people, whose notes have faded beyond recognition even before graduation. That's why most players who wish to delay the fading of their notes choose to stay at school after graduating, because only the three great academies can provide them with this purest of environments. Before Huenia could respond, she heard Bai Wei's lazy voice in her heart. It's just abstinence, why make it so complicated? This startled her slightly. Can you still speak? Why not? I never said I was going to be mute, Bai Wei said with a chuckle. Just that I would speak less. You don't seem to be speaking less now. I haven't gone in yet. After I do, I'll speak less, Bai Wei said. That castle is filled with the power of the Holy Sound Master, so the time I can connect with you spiritually can't be too long. Let's see. I'll try to contact you with short sentences from now on. Short sentences? Yes, the shorter the better, but I will try to make sure you understand, Bai Wei explained. If we get to some more dangerous places where it's difficult to even connect with you, I will find a way to leave you some hints. If you suddenly find that I'm not responding and see some baffling short sentences, don't doubt it. They are the clues I've left for you. Huenia felt it was a bit strange. Like what? Like hidden path ahead, Bai Wei said with a laugh, or perhaps well done, well done. Why is he suddenly so enthusiastic? Huenia was even more puzzled. However, knowing that Bai Wei could still give her hints, not just observe passively, made her feel somewhat relieved. Then she turned her attention back to Phineas. Of course, her previous exchange with Bai Wei had not interfered with her conversation with Phineas at all. After spending so much time with Bai Wei, she was well accustomed to multitasking. So did the principal also extend the fading time of his notes like this? Huenia continued to act surprised. But even so, it wouldn't be possible to extend it to 50 years old, right? But that's exactly what happened, Phineas said with a smile. The principal always kept his notes in very good condition. Until the grand celebration 20 years ago, at the age of 50, his notes had still not faded, so he was able to play the 7 notes chattering that left a significant mark in history. When you meet him, you'll understand. He's definitely the greatest, the most pure player of music you'll ever encounter. Huenia rarely heard such admiration in Phineas's tone. Only the legendary principal could inspire such genuine respect from the great young master of the Lawrence family. To maintain the notes until the age of 50 without any fading. How exactly was that accomplished? Huenia instinctively wanted to ask Bai Wei if he had any information on the principal. But at that moment, a piercing cry of birds came from outside the carriage. Huenia reflexively turned her head and saw through the window countless owls launching themselves from the snow-white castle. flying towards the distance. "We are about to arrive," Phineas announced. "Miss Hevnia, if you still have questions about the principal, you can ask him in person later." Huenia raised her eyebrows in surprise. "The principal is willing to meet me." "Of course, don't forget about your note," Phineas said nonchalantly. 20 years ago, the principal missed the final step to deification because he lacked one golden seventh note. Although he hasn't mentioned it himself, everyone knows it's his greatest regret. Since then, even as his health declined and he could no longer participate in the Academy's affairs, he would personally meet any player who possesses the golden seventh note. "I see," Huenia said, first with an expectant look. Then suddenly, as if she remembered something, she apologetically said to Phineas, "I apologize, Mr. Phineas, have I brought up painful memories for you?" "If you are referring to Orana," Phineas shook his head. "There is no need for apologies, and an apology from the one who should give it would be pointless now." Phineas obviously did not want to dwell on the topic of Orana, and quickly he recovered his smile. "However, since we brought up family, Miss Hevnia, I have a surprise for you." Chapter 426, 60, I'm only giving you 10 seconds 3. Chapter 426, 60, I'm only giving you 10 seconds 3. Surprise? What sort of surprise could Phineas have for her? Huenia was somewhat puzzled. At this time, the carriage also slowly came to a stop. Phineas opened the door of the carriage, allowing Huenia to see outside. A middle-aged man standing in the wind and snow, indifferent. After getting a clear look at the middle-aged man's face, Huenia's pupils slightly tightened. Because the man's name was Ivan. "Ivan Haleuo." Huenia pursed her lips, then slowly walked up to the man, bowing her head and speaking softly. "Father, I heard about what happened at the 3 colleges." Ivan sat in front of Huenia with a serious expression. "I was planning to go directly to the 3 colleges to find you, but Master Phineas sent someone to inform me, saying that you would be brought here, so I came straight here to wait for you." His gaze swept over Huenia. "You haven't been hurt, have you?" "No, father." Huenia shook her head. "That person didn't harm me." I've also heard roughly what happened." Ivan nodded, then looked towards Phineas, who was sitting nearby. "It's fortunate that Master Phineas was there to lend a hand. You should thank him." Before Huenia could speak, Phineas already smiled and shook his head. "No need to be so polite. We will eventually be one family anyway." "Of course." Ivan did not deny it, and then he took an exquisitely wrapped package from his pocket and handed it to Huenia. "This is from your mother." "A gift from Mandy." Huenia unwrapped the package, and then revealed a surprised expression. Because inside the package was a box of baked cookies. What was going on? Huenia truly hadn't expected this. "Your mother knows you've been through such an ordeal and is very worried about you, but since she couldn't come in person, this was the only thing she could do." Ivan frowned slightly with displeasure. "She still treats you like a child, insisting that I hand this to you personally. Honestly, she spoils you too much." Huenia stared blankly at the cookies before her, not yet responding, when Phineas laughed from the side. "If I had a daughter as outstanding as Miss Hevnia, I'm sure I'd spoil her to the skies too. But Miss Hevnia, you truly have a mother who loves you." Huenia responded to Phineas with a smile. But inside, she didn't think so. That guy Mandy knew how to bake cookies. Did the original Huenia enjoy eating cookies baked by Mandy? How could she not know about something like this? She looked at the cookies before her, intending to put them away for later when Ivan said, "Master Phineas, may I have a moment alone with my daughter? Her mother entrusted me with some words for her." A strong unease suddenly leapt up in Huenia's heart. "Of course." Phineas rose with a smile, saying, "I'll be just outside," and then left the room. Suddenly, only Huenia and Ivan were left in the room. The two of them looked at each other, and the tender fatherly look in Ivan's eyes was gone, replaced with an indifferent gaze. After a long while, he finally opened his mouth slowly. "Eat the cookies now." Huenia did not move. "May I know the reason?" "You only have 2 choices," Ivan said indifferently. "The first, eat those cookies. The second, I reveal your true identity to Phineas right now." Huenia's pupils tightened slightly. "Come choose." Ivan leaned back in his chair, looking down on Huenia from a superior position. "I'll give you 10 seconds. Chapter 427, 427, 61 Eternal Notes. 10:9. Ivan's gaze started the countdown, looking at Huenia. Huenia sat quietly in her place, seemingly unaffected by Ivan's threat. Initially, Ivan thought Huenia was feigning calmness. So when he counted down to 5, he raised 5 fingers and pressed them down one by one. 5, 4. He believed this would exert more pressure on Huinia. Yet she still didn't reach for the cookie in front of her, nor did her expression change much. 3, 2. Eventually, only one of his fingers remained raised. 1. That finger slowly bent, and his body also gradually moved forward, preparing to stand up and notify the Fennessy outside. But Huinia remained still. She just watched Ivan's finger, stopping right before it completely bent down, and her body that had started to rise settled back into the chair. "Quite impressive resolve," Ivan said indifferently. "I underestimated you. No wonder you were able to come this far. It seems my daughter's death at your hands was no accident." Seeing Ivan's reaction, Huinia silently released the magic wand from her sleeve. In an unwavering voice, she asked, "Did that woman's news lead you to guess?" The woman Huinia referred to was naturally her aunt, who inadvertently broke into the Haleuo family estate during the 7-note syllable. "It seems you've realized it too," Ivan said. "That must have been the only flaw you showed. To be precise, it wasn't a flaw you showed, but one your relative did, although you tried to mend it later, like by killing her directly. Unfortunately, you couldn't do it perfectly since you couldn't kill everyone in the estate, could you? When I think about it, it's not impossible, especially since you silenced the entire Triel family, didn't you?" Hearing this, Huinia involuntarily raised an eyebrow. She hadn't expected Ivan to know so much. But then again, Huinia never thought her actions were flawless. From the moment her aunt appeared in the estate, things had escalated significantly. Her attempts to cover her tracks only led to even greater flaws. This flaw peaked when she killed the Triel family butler, Sheriff, who saw her last before his mysterious death. Thus, Huinia suspected that Ivan didn't learn about the estate initially, but deduced everything step by step from Sheriff's death. Of course, there was no need to ask more about it. Compared to the process, the outcome was clearly more important now. "Since you already know everything," Huinia began slowly, "don't you want to avenge your daughter, or is this?" She picked up a plain-looking cookie. "This is your way of taking revenge." Ivan also smiled. "Is this why you refuse to eat the cookie? Do you think it contains deadly poison?" "Whatever it is," Huinia shrugged. "If eating it would kill me or make me a puppet controlled by you, then why should I comply with your wishes? Do you think notifying the Fennessy outside would lead to a worse outcome?" Indeed," Ivan nodded. "It seems I should have explained more clearly to you." "So this isn't poison?" Huinia looked at the cookie in her hand. "It appears you really have no intention of avenging your daughter." "If you're trying to provoke me," Ivan spoke flatly, "there's no need. If I were really such an irrational man, neither of us would fare well. I haven't informed the Teichu family or the Lawrence family about this, obviously reflecting deeper considerations. Of course, if you truly don't wish to cooperate, then I wouldn't mind taking my minimal compensation." "Minimal compensation?" Yes, Ivan nodded slightly. "I am not only a player but also a businessman, so I prefer to view things from a business perspective. My daughter for me was the biggest investment in my life thus far, but now she's gone. Since she's gone, I need to find a way to compensate for this loss, and there are many ways to do that. Handing you over to the Teichu and Fennessy families would be of the least benefit. What they can offer me is very limited, hence why I call this my minimal compensation." Huinia understood Ivan's point. "It seems you're looking for a new investment in me." Indeed, Ivan did not deny. "What do you want then?" "My request is simple," Ivan stated. "Whatever your ultimate desire might be, I want half of it." Huinia raised an eyebrow. "Finally, a look of surprise on your face," Ivan said indifferently. "It's quite satisfying." Huinia ignored Ivan's jest and said, "You don't even know what I want." "A wish promised to the Lord, what else could it be?" Ivan replied. "Besides, if you do successfully obtain the Lord's wish, you'll be the one to make the final wish. That means no matter what you tell me now about your wish, it can still be freely changed later. Therefore, I don't need to know exactly what you want. I just need to know that whatever it may be, I want half." Chapter 428, 61 Eternal Notes 2. Chapter 428, 61 Eternal Notes 2. You want power, so I want half of the power. You want wealth, I want to receive half of the wealth. You want strength, you want to become the most powerful person in the history of Holy Sound. Then I want you to work for me. Huinia said, "What if I want none of these?" "That's fine." Ivan's body leaned in a bit more. "If you truly are that unique, gathering everything yet in the end you only ask the Lord for a single apple, then I also want half of that apple, including the seed." carefully, fairly cutting it in half. Do you understand what I mean? Huinia hadn't even had time to respond when she saw Ivan retreat back, and then casually continued. Of course, if in the end you become afraid, not wanting to continue collecting 7 notes, choosing to live on as Huinia, that's also fine. After all, the Lawrence family has already offered me a decent compensation for you, and I would very much welcome you to become my true daughter, or, he paused, wife. Ivan's words plunged Huinia into a brief silence. Honestly, she was somewhat surprised. Surprised at how thoroughly Ivan had considered everything. According to what he had said, no matter how Huinia chose, he would benefit from it. If she desired to compete for the Lord's wish, then he would share in the Lord's wish, and if she didn't compete, he would receive the basic compensation of Golden Note. And although called basic compensation, what the Lawrence family offered was certainly not small, especially having already compromised Tupac and Orina, they would inevitably offer more facing Huinia. But if Huinia was no longer Huinia, then what Ivan could receive would truly be just the basic compensation bestowed by the great family. Your idea is indeed very good, Huinia slightly nodded. There's just one problem, which is, even if I agree, how can you ensure that I would keep my promise? She lowered her head, looking again at the bag of cookies in front of her. With this... forget about that bag of cookies, Ivan said with a smile. That was indeed what I initially intended to use to control you, but since you've already figured it out, then it's time to bring out a new method. Ivan took a golden apple out of his pocket and placed it on the table. Huinia looked somewhat surprised at the golden apple. Utilizing Bai Wei's eyes, she could see the faint golden glow rippling from the apple. The power contained within the golden glow seemed as if it did not belong to this world. This was not a product of holy sound. Huinia made her judgment. What is this? Huinia asked. Contract seed. Ivan pulled out a dagger, split the apple in half right there, and then showed the divided side to Huinia. She then realized that the key point of the apple was the seed, also split in half, from which golden light spread out so intensely it was almost blinding. Just like its literal meaning, the contract made by the 2 individuals who consume this seed's halves is unbreakable. What happens if it is violated? Quite simple, Ivan said indifferently. It will rapidly grow through the lies and disloyalty of the oath-taker, and take root within the body of the oath-taker. Then, it will burst through the soil, growing into a new tree and producing new fruit. Unstoppable. There's only one being in all of Holy Sound who can stop it. Holy Sound Master. Yes, Ivan said with a smile. If it comes to the end and you use the Lord's wish to terminate it, then our contract naturally ends as well, but by then. The Lord's wish would also lose its meaning. Huinia automatically completed Ivan's sentence. She once again looked at the seed and asked, where did this come from? An ancient organization, believers in loyalty and contracts, Ivan explained. It is said their power is not lesser than that of the 8 great churches, but they have always stayed partially hidden, rarely exposed to the secular world. And their main business in the secular world involves acting as witnesses and executors of contracts, primarily serving merchants traveling worldwide. As merchants, most important trait is honesty. Ivan did not explain further to Huinia. After all, it wasn't the time for a lecture. So he first placed half of the seed into his mouth, then looked back at Huinia. How about it, he asked with a smile, shall we form this oath? Huinia paused for a moment, then still extended her hand. Good. Ivan watched as Huinia swallowed the seed, and he could not help but chuckle. My dear daughter. What? I thought you would talk for a while longer. Phineas watched Ivan and Huinia walking out, saying, Is that it? Just some scattered instructions from her mother, Ivan said calmly. After all, we mustn't delay important matters. Mr. Phineas, I leave Huinia in your care. Of course, Phineas replied with a smile. Please be assured, no matter the outcome of this festival, the promises made by the Lawrence family will be fulfilled. I naturally won't worry about that. Ivan nodded slightly. Then I shall take my leave. He waved his hand, and a servant of the Haluo family ran over with a birdcage and handed it to Huinia. Inside the cage was a snow-white owl. If you need anything, contact me with this owl, Ivan said. Even if it's just to write more often to your family, your mother misses you. Chapter 429, 61 Eternal Notes 3. Chapter 429, 61 Eternal Notes 3. Yes, father. Hevnia replied very respectfully, and the owl in the cage was tilting its head, watching her. Afterward, Ivan left, He didn't qualify for entrance into the first academy. At most, he could only go as far as this place. Phineas looked at the owl in Hevnia's hands and said with a smile, "If Mr. Ivan hadn't prepared it for you in advance, we would have arranged one for you too. Communication with the outside world from the first academy is not convenient. Most of the time, we rely on owls for our communication." "Indeed, it's a very interesting method," Hevnia said with a smile, "and very cute." Phineas smiled again, then extended his hand. "All right, Miss Hevnia, we have delayed enough. It's time to formally enter the academy." Hevnia nodded slightly. She had still made a deal with Ivan. Of course, before she swallowed that kernel, Hevnia had also inquired in her mind with Bai Wei, to which Bai Wei had only one brief answer. Yes. Only then could Hevnia feel at ease to do so. On the surface, the cooperation with Ivan seemed to be coerced and threatened, but in fact, the benefits far outweighed the drawbacks. Because as long as she agreed to cooperate, the entire Haluo family would become Hevnia's backing, providing her with all sorts of assistance. The strong support from a medium noble family was certainly a force that could not be neglected. It was something not even the real Hevnia could have managed. Now Hevnia could sit even more firmly in the identity of the Haluo family's young lady than the real Hevnia. Of course, for Ivan, this was definitely a profitable deal as well. Because the contract also contained a clause that Hevnia was not allowed to reveal to others that the Haluo family was aware, not even in the event of failure. It was essential to ensure that to outsiders, the Haluo family appeared to be an unknowing victim, so as to avoid implicating them if anything happened to Hevnia. There couldn't even be any written evidence left behind. Ivan's demand on Hevnia, when using this owl to communicate with them, was that they could not explain the situation in writing. She could only write what she needed, and then the Haluo family would do something for her. After all, this was the future family head's request, and even if someone discovered it, no one would think it wrong. Of course, even having done so much, the risk borne by the Haluo family was substantial, but compared with the benefits they could gain, that truly was not worth mentioning. Half of the Holy Sound Master's wish. That meant everything. The premise was... Hevnia looked at the owl in the cage, and still did not continue the thought. At this moment the inner door slowly opened. An ancient and magnificent castle gradually appeared before them. Accompanied by the melodious and profound melody slowly emanating from the depths of the castle, they officially entered the first academy, situated beneath the divine seat. The first academy was different from the second and third colleges. Here, instead of calling it an academy, it was more like a church, named the Church of Holy Sound. Despite being psychologically prepared, when she actually walked into the front hall of the first academy and saw what was inside, Hevnia was still profoundly shocked. Because she saw rows upon rows of humanoid sculptures. These humanoid sculptures varied in gender, build, and facial features, but what they had in common was the golden notes painted on their bodies. Is this the eternal notes? Hevnia did not conceal her surprise. It's truly spectacular. Oh, Miss Hevnia, you actually know about the eternal notes. Mr. Phineas, you seem to underestimate me. Hevnia puffed her cheeks. Although I have never been to the first academy, wouldn't it be too ignorant of me not to know about the eternal notes? Phineas smiled. My apologies. It's still early, and if you're curious, would you like to take a closer look? Hevnia suddenly felt timid, shrinking back. Let's not, I'm afraid they might suddenly come to life. If that's what you're worried about, Phineas smiled and shook his head. Rest assured, they are long gone from this world, transformed into eternity. Yes, the eternal notes were not just sculptures. They were once people. Hevnia remembered the description of the eternal notes in Holy Sound history. The most noble and magnificent player of notes, unwilling to let his worth dissipate into dust upon death, chose to offer up everything just for the eternity of the note. Generally speaking, notes would completely fade within 1 to 2 weeks after the player's death, whereas the eternal notes were the result of players who offered up their bodies and souls, delaying this fading process to 100 years. During this time, they would be connected by magic power, allowing them to continuously make sound and play melodies before the final fading. It is their presence that allows the melody of Holy Mountain to linger like heavy snow all year round, Phineas said to Hevnia with a smile. So, Miss Hevnia, you should not fear them. This is the lifelong pursuit of every Golden Sound player. Hevnia nodded slightly. She knew Phineas was right. Only a golden note could become an eternal note. And the melody she was hearing now was very likely from a player who had passed away 100 years ago. They offered everything in hymns of eternity to the great Lord. This was also the most direct description of these eternal notes in holy sound history. Chapter 430, 62 fourth note and sixth note 6K. Chapter 430, 62 fourth note and sixth note 6K. She did not know why, but standing in front of these hundreds of eternal notes, Huinia felt a tremendous pressure. She had to take 2 deep breaths before she could dispel that feeling, and then, with a smile, she looked over at Phineas. So, just by seeing these eternal notes, does that mean I have officially entered the First Academy? Phineas smiled slightly and nodded. Yes, the melodies played by these eternal notes are not only for the Lord, but also for those who enter the First Academy for the first time, those who set foot on the holy mountain for the first time. Only after experiencing such an utterly pure and perfect chapter can one be accepted and gain the qualifications to enter Holy Mountain. Huinia waved her fist. I feel like I've been thoroughly cleansed. Huinia's humorous remark set Phineas off into a hearty laugh, after which he stepped aside again to lead the way for Huinia. Then let us continue. Huinia cheerfully followed Phineas. However, before she left the front hall, she looked back at the eternal notes and couldn't help but think of a question. There are hundreds of eternal notes here. Yet a golden sound player emerges only every few years in the entirety of Holy Sound. Combining that with the history of just over 1,000 years since Holy Sound's emergence, that means the vast majority of golden sound players are all here. Did they all come voluntarily? This was clearly an irreverent question that she could not ask Phineas, so Huinia had to keep it within her heart and quickly catch up to Phineas. After they walked out of the front hall, they officially entered the First Academy. It was finally crowded. Those coming and going were mostly students in uniform, which finally gave Huinia the feeling she was still in an academy. However, unlike the 3 colleges she knew well, the players at First Academy clearly surpassed those at the 3 colleges in the quality of their notes. There were at least dozens she saw and not a single copper sound player. All were silver sound players, and even the quality of their silver sound was exceptionally rich. But similar to the 3 colleges, it was currently the time of the grand festival, so the players here were also bustling about, and there were hardly any who greeted Phineas. This was completely different from the treatment Phineas received at the 3 colleges. Huinia glanced at Phineas, who seemed to guess what she was thinking, and shrugged. That's how the First Academy is, don't forget. The biggest power here belongs to the Techu-2 families, and many of the students you see are descendants from the Techu-2 families. Huinia immediately showed an "oh, I see" expression, then laughed and said, It seems I'll have to wait until the end of this festival for you to receive the same treatment as them. Phineas laughed, Then I will take your good words. Then Phineas led Huinia to the door of the female dormitory of the academy. Though I'd really like to start discussing the preparation for the festival with you immediately, after everything you've been through these past days, it would be too much if I didn't give you a peaceful night's rest, Phineas said with a smile. So, have a good rest tonight, Miss Hevnia. I too have been on that boat, and frankly the experience wasn't very pleasant. I don't think one could sleep well on it. Huinia naturally thanked Phineas, and after Phineas had told her the room number he had prepared for her, she hesitated but still asked, Mr. Phineas, there's something I'm not sure if I should ask. Well, I'll ask anyway. Is it just the 2 of us golden sound players in the orchestra right now? I think it's indeed time you asked, Phineas said with a smile. Rest assured it's not just us 2. There's also a golden 4th note who has agreed to join us. Golden 4th note. Huinia raised an eyebrow. What a coincidence. She was missing just the 4th note. To be precise, it was the 2nd, 4th, and 6th notes. So Huinia's primary goal now was to gather these 3 notes. But since Phineas was the 2nd note, Huinia really needed to find only the 4th and 6th. But now Phineas had already delivered the 4th on a silver platter. So she smiled at Phineas and said, That couldn't be better. What? Korenchuk. Huinia thought about the information Phineas had just told her about the 4th note player as she climbed the stairs. Actually, the name wasn't the key, it was the surname. Chuk, the other family of the Techu-2 families. This was what puzzled Huinia. Phineas's family, the Lawrence family, was meant to compete with the Techu-2 families, so why would they pull in a player from the Techu-2 families? And to do so quickly, considering it had only been a few days since Huinia had killed Tupac, and Phineas had left a day later. How did he manage to persuade a player from the Teichu family in just these few days? Huinia was curious, but Phineas did not offer a clear explanation, only giving Huinia a meaningful remark. Karen is quite a special person. No matter what the circumstances, you should never meet him alone. It would be best if I'm present when you interact with him. Hearing Phineas say this, Huinia could naturally guess that this Karen must be quite a troublesome fellow. Chapter 431, 62 4th Note and 6th Note, 6K2. Chapter 431, 62 4th Note and 6th Note, 6K2. But exactly what kind of trouble it was still required a face-to-face meeting to ascertain. However, marking them beforehand was always the right move. Golden 2nd Note Phineas Lawrence, Golden 4th Note Karen Chuk. So now, the only one missing was a Golden 6 Notes. From this perspective, the previously assumed difficulty in finding the targets wasn't much of a challenge after all. The First Academy truly couldn't be compared with the Third Academy, where the eligible candidates for the Golden Note were only Huinia and Orana, who had succeeded in her ascension. But there were simply too many at the First Academy. The previous public declarations that the three colleges were divided by the different musical rhythms weren't entirely true. At least not completely. Hevni mulled over this, and then she suddenly felt that something was amiss. Why was she still climbing the staircase? Hevni stopped in her tracks. The dormitory at the First Academy was also different from that of the Third Academy. A gigantic spiral staircase crossed the center, and since Hevni's room was on the 7th floor, she hadn't thought much of it and had gone straight up the stairs. But now, after walking on the staircase for more than 10 minutes, she had yet to arrive. She hadn't encountered any paths branching off to other floors on the way. She looked up and saw the staircase still winding upwards, its end reaching the ceiling. Could it be that this wasn't the staircase? Just a decoration? Hevni was slightly doubtful and prepared to head back down, but before she took 2 steps, she discovered that the staircase leading downwards had disappeared. The cutoff point from the first floor's ground was about 10 meters high. What was going on? Hevni subconsciously gripped the magic wand hidden up her sleeve. Could it be that her identity had been exposed, and someone was making a move against her? Hevni's sense of caution instantly went through the roof. But as she looked around, she could find no trace of the enemy. Aside from the staircase's abnormality, she didn't notice anything else that seemed out of place. Just as Hevni hesitated whether to use her left eye to survey her surroundings, she suddenly felt a tingling sensation in the palm of her hand. She looked down and noticed that the middle finger of her left hand was gently scratching the palm of her right hand. Mr. Visas. Hevni remembered that Bai Wei was still watching her, and at the same time, she recalled the previous admonitions from Bai Wei. Here, try not to use the power of visas. And in some special places, Bai Wei wouldn't directly tell her what to do with words because it could likely cause unnecessary complications. So was this the special place Bai Wei had referred to? Hevni's heart tensed up. She didn't know if it was just her imagination, but she felt like someone was watching her from somewhere. Fortunately, if it weren't for Bai Wei's reminder, she really would have used the power of the eye. But now she should, Hevni's palm itched again. Of course it was Bai Wei, scratching her once more. Was the reminder not over? Hevni was somewhat puzzled. But she soon realized that Bai Wei wasn't just scratching randomly. There was a rhythm to it, as if he was writing something on her palm. I will try to contact you using short phrases in the future. Bai Wei's earlier words echoed in her mind again. Could this be the short phrase? Hevni paid close attention and found it wasn't a short phrase, but rather a note. The 7th note. Why the 7th note? Hevni looked around with some confusion, finding no marks related to the notes. Could it be the melody? Just like in the main hall, a certain melody was constantly echoing throughout the dormitory as well. So was it about singling out the contained 7th note in this melody? But how should she do it? Hevni tried hard to recall knowledge related to rhythms. Was she supposed to extract the 7th note from the segment of the melody? Hevni took out her magic wand and lightly tapped the air twice. The magic ripples slowly undulated. Yet the melody remained the same. The staircase had not changed. Not this, then. Hevni murmured to herself, does it mean to blend my own rhythm into this segment of the melody? That was difficult. Hevni wasn't even sure she could succeed. But with no other options available, and by way unable to intervene, she had to rely on herself. So she once again raised her magic wand and began to attempt. But still there was no change. As Hevni furrowed her brows, deep in thought over what else she might have overlooked, she heard Byway let out a deep sigh in her mind. "It's not that complicated. I just wanted you to play your own seventh note." Hevni's hand twitched, and the seventh note within her resonated. A resonance of the seventh note also suddenly emanated from a spot within the dormitory. Then a direct staircase extended from there, landing neatly at Hevni's feet. Hevni regarded the new staircase in silence, before speaking after a long moment. "I thought you were unable to speak." "I wasn't planning to," Byway continued with another sigh, "but I couldn't bear to watch any longer. I am not really some kind of riddle master. You should have thought of the hint I gave you in the simplest terms. If the situation really had been critical, do you think I'd still have you trying to decrypt it?" "Understood." Byway didn't respond further, seemingly indicating that this hint was just a preemptive simulation. It's just that the simulation results were less than satisfactory. Chapter 432, 62 4th Note and 6th Note 6K3. Chapter 432, 62 4th Note and 6th Note 6K3. Huinia had slightly adjusted her mentality and then stepped onto that straight staircase, walking towards the other end that resonated with the seventh note. If she was not mistaken, her floor was 7 because it corresponded to the seventh note. This spiral staircase allowed the player to play their destined note, and only then could they reach the corresponding floor, which is why there was a similar note resonating on the other end. It must be said, it was a very ingenious design. When Huinia stepped onto the 7th floor, she saw a person sitting at the end of the corridor, and it was from this person that the 7th note resonating with her emanated. Huinia thought it was the person who had connected the staircase for her, and immediately went forward to thank him. "Hello, I am." She stopped mid-sentence and could not continue. Because the person also seemed like a statue, at first glance similar to the eternal notes in the front hall. But unlike those eternal notes, this statue was clearly a living person dressed in a clean, crisp robe, looking not much older than Huinia by age. However, he always maintained a meditative posture, eyes closed, without any reaction to Huinia's greeting, as if deep in sleep with only the note responding to Huinia. And when Huinia left the staircase and fully stepped onto the 7th floor, the resonance of the note slowly ceased, and the staircase behind her also gradually retracted. But he still did not open his eyes. What was this? Now Huinia truly did not know, and she greeted the person again but still received no response. So she slowly approached the person, and then observed a wax-like luster on his face that looked somewhat eerie. After hesitating for a moment, Huinia reached out her hand towards his face. But just then, she was interrupted by a mature woman's voice from behind. "Do not disturb the tuner." Huinia immediately turned her head and saw a tall, elegant woman smiling behind her. When had she come? Huinia was quite surprised, as she hadn't sensed her at all. Although she didn't dare to use the eyes of visas here, after acquiring several golden notes, her power was far beyond that of an ordinary player. Still, she had not sensed the woman's approach. A very powerful person. Huinia made a judgment in her heart. But she did not show it and asked curiously, "What is a tuner?" "It is a great profession that only the First Academy, or rather, only the Holy Mountain can have," the woman explained smilingly, standing near Huinia. "As the name implies, it's a person responsible for tuning. You should know the 7 notes were created by the Lord, and the 7 notes created by the Lord are the most beautiful, the most standard. The notes carried down by later generations, however, are somewhat deviated." "You mean the golden note and the silver notes?" No, those are ranks of notes. I am speaking of timbre," the woman explained with a smile. "Even the lowest rank, the copper rank, can produce a melody more pleasant than the golden rank, and that is because this copper rank's timbre is superior, closer to the original 7 notes created by the Lord." Huinia understood. So tuning is for making one's timbre increasingly aligned with the original 7 notes, thereby becoming more perfect. "You could say that." The woman nodded slightly, then looked at Huinia with interest. "You are the golden 7th sound from the Lawrence family brought over from the 3rd Academy, right? You seem to be Huinia. I just saw you hesitating on the spiral staircase for a long time, wondering who it could be." "Sorry." "There's nothing to apologize for," The woman shook her head, smiling, and said, "It's clearly Finney's who forgot to tell you the rules here. But it's not his fault. The rules are different for girls' dormitories and boys' dormitories. But you are quite smart. I was going to help you, but you figured it out on your own." Hunia blushed slightly. "I tried it out blindly." Hee, climbing up here on your strength is a skill in itself. Many freshmen during enrollment, if no one tells them, they would all be stuck up there for a whole morning, frantically crying and stomping their feet to no avail. The woman paused. "Back to our earlier conversation, you just noticed, when you played the note, the tuner resonated with you, thus opening the corresponding staircase, and that is the method of the tuner's tuning." Hunia clearly did not understand. But the woman was not in a hurry, continuing to explain in a gentle, soft voice. "Why are the original 7 notes the most perfect, but when passed to later generations they become increasingly deviated? The reason is simple, because humans are impurities. If the original 7 notes are likened to the purest water, then humans are the impurities that affect the water. Desire, greed, good and evil, preferences, all these can influence the timbre. This is why, when the notes are first formed, the timbre is most perfect. But as human age increases, the notes also fade, affected by too many such factors. And the tuner takes the opposite path. They use secret methods to block their own senses, use persistence to erase good and evil, placing their souls in an endless darkness, simply put, isolating themselves from the outside world." Chapter 433, 433, 62, 4th note and 6th note, 6K4. "The only way to communicate with the outside world," she said quietly, "is through notes. They will only respond to the same notes. And through repeated responses, through resounding communion, their notes are purified. Thus they become more pristine, more perfect, and more transcendent." The woman spoke softly, "Until at last they become the true primordial notes. And at that time they will cease tuning and awaken from their long slumber." Hevnia opened her mouth, seemingly shocked, and was at a loss for words for quite a while, until the woman finally said, "Wake from their long slumber," to which Hevnia let out a sigh of relief. "So they can wake up. I was worried they couldn't, just like those eternal notes in the front hall." A tuner is still different from the eternal notes," the woman said. "They really can wake up, but a proportion that do is very small. Out of 10 tuners, at most only 2 or 3 can wake up. The rest are left to sleep eternally in the void." Hevnia was stunned. "Why is that so?" "Because to isolate from everything inherently carries risk," the woman explained gently. "Letting the soul depart from the body is essentially like flying a kite, and what's more, in violent winds with only a thin line for such a big kite. The longer you let it fly, the greater the risk. When the line snaps, there's no coming back." Hevnia's mouth fell open once more, perfectly depicting the shock of an ignorant young girl. But this shock was indeed genuine. "So those tuners—" "They volunteered." The woman anticipated what Hevnia wanted to ask and answered with a smile. "No one is forced into such a matter. They have long cast aside thoughts of life and death, desiring only the purest of notes. In fact, most tuners, as they undertake tuning, can feel the thread holding their soul becoming increasingly frail. Yet until the very last moment, they are unwilling to just give up, because the opportunity to tune is only once, and once ended, it really ends." Hevnia didn't know what to say and fell silent for a while before softly speaking up. "Indeed, it's admirable and truly impressive." Yes," the woman smiled and continued. "That purest of melodies is indeed so desirable. The closer one is to the Lord, the more one can feel this. And someday you will understand as well. Just as every golden note approaches the end of its life, longing to become an eternal note, for the Lord and for this world it wishes to leave its final sound, just like you and me." Hevnia caught the important detail in the woman's words. "Just like her? Does that mean she is also a golden note?" Hevnia inquired, "Are you also like me, a golden 7th sound?" No, the woman chuckled and shook her head. "I am indeed a golden note, but not the 7th note. The only golden 7th sound for now is you alone. The reason I can access this floor is because—" She produced a key. "I am the dormitory manager, so I can move freely between floors. It seems I haven't introduced myself. My name is Anita, and I live right below you. If you have any questions, you're welcome to come to me." "Okay, I will, Teacher Anita," Hevnia bowed earnestly and nervously. No need to be so formal. I'm not that much older than you," Anita shrugged. "Well, I should get going. I hope you have an unforgettable celebration, Miss Hevnia." With that, Anita lightly traced with the key in midair, creating a staircase leading downward from nothing, which she then descended. Hevnia watched Anita's retreating figure, initially not thinking much, but once the staircase vanished and she was about to return to her room, she suddenly realized something. Anita living below her. Did that mean? Hevnia's pupils narrowed slightly. The golden 6 notes. Found just like that. Chapter 434, 63 Karen and Anita. Chapter 434, 63 Karen and Anita. Second note, Finney's Lawrence. 4 notes, Karen Chuk. 6 notes, Anita. Huenia looked at the 3 names she had written down and fell into deep thought. She had initially thought it would take some effort to find the 3 music notes, yet she had managed to find them all in less than half a day since her arrival. No, it couldn't even be called finding. Huenia hadn't done anything yet. It was more like they were delivered to her voluntarily. Was it a coincidence? If it were before, Huenia might have thought it was just a coincidence, but after all she had experienced, it was hard for her not to overthink it. After all, it was just too coincidental. Aside from Finney's, the 2 notes Karen and Anita were exactly the ones she was missing. But the question was, if it wasn't a coincidence, then who would do such a thing? To deliver the missing notes straight to her. And to what end? Huenia's fingers lightly tapped on the desktop, and then she thought of an even more crucial question. If this truly was orchestrated by someone. Regardless of their motive, first of all, how did they know which notes Huenia was currently missing? For Huenia, after having her identity exposed numerous times, she had become somewhat desensitized. She even felt that she wouldn't be too surprised if someone were to suddenly jump out, point at her nose, and say, "Stop hiding it. I already know you are the music score." But the music notes she now possessed should not be known by anyone. After all, most of her current notes were seized from Cesar's body, and since Cesar had been dealt with by Bai Wei, who personally disposed of the body, logically no one should know of Cesar's death. Therefore, the knowledge of Cesar's notes falling into her hands should be unknown. Huenia also didn't think that Bai Wei would be negligent in this regard. So was this really just a coincidence? Huenia could not come to an appropriate answer for the time being. After asking Bai Wei, his reply was only, "Nobody can monitor me," so she had to temporarily put this doubt to the back of her mind. After all, the information she held was sparse. Of the other 2 notes, one she had not even met, and the other she had only exchanged a few words. She knew nothing about the rest. With that being the case, it was best to observe closely first. Huenia made her decision. At this time, a hoot-hoot-hoot sound came from outside the window. Huenia turned her head and saw the owl her father had given her during the day. After returning to the dormitory, Huenia hung the owl and its cage by the window sill and left it alone. After her return from Lyra, it seemed like she had developed a kind of aftereffect. She was afraid that the seemingly ordinary owl would suddenly twist its head and offer her a deal by saying, "Miss Huenia, shall we make a trade?" Such things, happening even once, were enough. For now it flapped about in its cage, whether due to cold or hunger she didn't know. Huenia walked over, fed it some fodder, and then it quieted down. It seemed to have been hungry. Huenia looked at the envelope tied to its claw, and remembered the instructions Ivan gave her during the day to write more letters home to maintain her persona in everyone's eyes as a dutiful, family-loving girl. Even if she really wanted the Helen family to do something, it was best mentioned in passing, mixed in with an insignificant portion of all the other information. Clearly, Ivan maintained enough caution, and even considered the possibility that the owl's messages could be intercepted. So what should she write to that fictitious home? Huenia stood by the window, pondering at ease. It wasn't an especially pressing issue, so she thought about it more relaxedly. But being relaxed didn't mean it was easy, especially for Huenia, who had no family to begin with. Writing home was a first for her. Suddenly entering a baffling area of ignorance. What on earth should she write? A chill wind rushed in. The sound of pages turning came from behind her. Huenia turned around and saw the notebook that Og had given her. Once again, she fell into deep thought. "What? How did you sleep last night, Miss Huenia?" Early the next day, Phineas was waiting for Huenia at the dormitory entrance. Huenia responded with a slight smile. "I suppose I felt the Lord's blessing. It's been a long time since I've slept so soundly." "That's good," Phineas nodded. "In that case, may we begin work? Karen is already waiting for us." Huenia blinked. "Of course, that's why I'm here." "That's great to hear." Phineas stepped aside. "Please, Miss Huenia, Mr. Karen is already waiting for you." Huenia followed Phineas, strolling along the path of the first academy, while also observing the surrounding players. She then casually said, "Mr. Phineas, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have a hard time believing that the first academy and the 3 colleges are part of the same institution. Even the way back to the dormitories is very different." Dormitories? Phineas suddenly remembered something and spoke with an apologetic tone. "Sorry, Miss Huinia, I had forgotten about that. The girls' dormitory, if I'm not mistaken, should have the musical stairs, right?" "Yes," Huinia said with a pained expression. "I was stuck on them for over 10 minutes. Chapter 435, 63 Karen and Anita 2. Chapter 435, 63 Karen and Anita 2. Sorry, Phineas said with a smile. "So how did you resolve it in the end?" "Someone named Anita helped me," Huinia said, glancing at Phineas's eyes intentionally or otherwise. "Do you know who she is? I'd like to thank her." "Anita, eh?" Phineas's expression didn't reveal much as he nodded slightly. "It seems that she is the one managing the girls' dormitory." "So she's just a dorm manager," Huinia sighed. "First Academy really is something else, having a golden note as a dormitory manager. It looks like if I stay at First Academy, I'll only be fit to become a cleaner." "Hee, don't be so exaggerated," said Phineas with a smile. "Miss Anita is only working part-time as a dorm manager. She has another identity." "What identity?" asked Huinia. "Is she also someone from the Techu 2 families?" "No," Phineas shook his head. "She's the principal's disciple." "The principal's disciple?" Huinia was taken aback. "Yes," Phineas nodded again. "She is one of the golden notes who was personally brought to this academy by the principal from the seed district of some noble family over a decade ago." Hearing this, Huinia's brow twitched subtly. When she connected the words seed district and golden note, it was hard not to speculate about something. After all, the last person to link these 2 terms was Cesar. And the one before that was Huinia herself. Although her golden note status came with quotation marks, who knew whether the other party might also be a significant player? With Cesar as a precedent, Huinia realized she wasn't unique. Could this golden note, also from the seed district, possibly be the next Cesar? Moreover, one personally brought back by the principal himself. While pondering, Huinia continued to casually probe Phineas for information. "Then, has she joined the Techu family's orchestra?" "No, she has not," said Phineas. "She hasn't joined any orchestra, at least not for now." Huinia looked at Phineas with some surprise. "Why is that? Hasn't anyone invited her?" "How could that be?" Phineas laughed, shaking his head. "I invited her a long time ago, but she turned me down. And as far as I know, the Techu 2 families have also extended invitations, but she refused them as well." "Is she not planning to participate in the event?" "Of course not," said Phineas. "No player can refuse the event. According to her, she just hasn't decided yet which orchestra to join. I guess she probably doesn't find us up to par." Huinia was even more surprised. "She doesn't think you're adequate, nor the Techu 2 families. But apart from you and the Techu 2 families, what other orchestra has the qualifications to compete for the event ranking?" "Don't say you, say we," Phineas corrected Huinia with a smile and then explained. "Actually, it's understandable. After all, she is the principal's student, and what the principal has been pursuing is not the ranking, but to create an enduring 7 notes divine song that will go down in history, just like he did at the event 20 years ago. So as the principal's student, it's natural that she thinks little of us and the Techu 2 families, who are only after rankings. Hence, there has always been a rumor that if someone aims for the 7 notes divine song, she would join without hesitation." "I see," mused Huinia. "Unfortunately, there will be no more 7 notes divine song. The principal came close 20 years ago, but alas, just missed it. Nowadays, both the Techu 2 families and we would not allow it," Phineas declared. "So no matter how long she waits, she will have to choose an orchestra in the end." Pausing, Phineas looked at Huinia with a smile. "So Anita is also our target. If you can get on her good side, you might try inviting her to join us." "Ah," Huinia pointed to herself. "Me, I'm just an outsider." "Anita may well be fond of you because you're the 7th note. That is the principal's greatest regret. Due to the fondness for the house, she too will like you as the principal's most favored student." Huinia cocked her head to the side. "I didn't know there's such a saying. Well, I can give it a try, but you can't blame me if I fail." "Heavens no," Phineas said with a laugh. "I'm already grateful that you're willing to help." As they spoke, they had already arrived at the dining room. Just before entering the dining room, Phineas stopped. "Miss Hevnia, you were too tired yesterday, so there were some things I didn't finish saying," Phineas said, looking at Hevnia, and slowly began. But now, before we officially meet Karen, I must explain in advance so you're mentally prepared. Hevnia guessed something. Is it about Mr. Karen? Yes, Phineas nodded slightly. Karen's body is rather unique. Unique? Yes, you could think of it as having some flaws, Phineas said. It's related to his birth. His father is a young master of the Chu family, but his mother's background isn't very good. Perhaps because of this, his body is different from normal people, and even his personality is somewhat odd. Hevnia understood. So that's why he has not joined the Chu family's orchestra. Exactly. His relationship with the Chu family is quite strained, so he merely bears the Chu surname. In essence, he leans more toward being a free player, Phineas explained. That's why I could persuade him to join us, but to be honest, it isn't a good choice because... Before Phineas could finish, a deep voice came from the dining room. This is your only choice now, isn't it? Heh heh heh, you still can't change your habit of speaking ill of others behind their backs, Phineas. Hearing this, Phineas's brows were tightly furrowed. But he did not explode in anger. Instead, he gave Hevnia a reassuring look and then pushed open the door to the dining room. Hevnia then saw Karen, seated within the dining room. Even with prior mental preparation, Hevnia couldn't help but be shocked by Karen's appearance. Karen's body was huge, as though 3 adult men had been stacked together. He sat there like a mountain. But that wasn't what surprised Hevnia. More importantly, his face was covered with many tumors, the origin of which was unknown. Even more sinister, these tumors were traced with lines that connected, resembling woolen threads threading through predetermined needle holes. As for those lines, yes, they were musical notes. Golden fourth notes. How could such notes exist? A flash of surprise crossed Hevnia's face, but she quickly masked it and politely said to Karen, "Good morning, Mr. Karen." Karen glanced at Hevnia and let out a strange chuckle. "Heh, you have a strong stomach. I thought you'd throw up at the sight of me, especially since it's breakfast time." "You worry too much, Karen," Phineas replied indifferently. "We wouldn't do that to you." "Wouldn't you? Heh." "Yes, of course, you people of status, even if you really wanted to vomit or wished me dead, would hold it in well," Karen said mockingly. "But I am different. I never have to hold back. What I enjoy most is seeing the look on your faces when you can't stand me but have no choice but to accept me." He paused, then stuffed a greasy piece of bread into his mouth, making a loud, chewing sound. After finishing, he pointed at Hevnia. "I've changed my mind, Phineas," he said. "If you want my help, give me this woman tonight." Chapter 436, 64 How would you act then? Chapter 436, 64 How would you act then? Huenia's face was a picture of astonishment as she watched Karen point at her and utter those words. Even more so than when she had initially seen Karen's appearance. Phineas's face quickly darkened too, his eyes brimming with anger. "What are you talking about?" "What's the matter, Phineas? Are your ears not working?" Karen looked at Phineas askance. "No wonder I've heard that when your sister died, she was only separated from you by a piece of cloth, yet you had no reaction, still dreaming of the Lawrence family's rise. Oh, do you want to kill me?" Phineas's magic wand was already poised at Karen's nose. "You're very welcome to repeat that if you'd like," Phineas said coldly. "Do you think that if I were to kill you now, the Chu family would step forward to protect you?" Faced with Phineas's threat, Karen simply chuckled. "Indeed, the Chu family won't protect me, and in all likelihood they would be quite happy to see you take action and dispatch me. But would that really be wise? Kill me, and does the Lawrence family still want to participate in this grand celebration? Have you forgotten what the school rules are?" Phineas's eyes narrowed gradually. "So don't try that set of tactics on me. They won't intimidate me." Karen stretched out his greasy hand to push away Phineas's magic wand, speaking at his leisure. "And don't get angry or make threats so easily. If you speak harshly but fail to follow through, everyone will know exactly what you're made of, Phineas." Huenia saw that Phineas's hand, holding the magic wand, was trembling ever so slightly in the face of Karen's mockery. It was the first time she had seen Phineas lose his composure like this. Clearly, Karen knew Phineas very well, and it was very likely that this sort of conversation had happened before. "Your composure is even worse than that lady's, Phineas." Karen turned his head to look at Huenia. "I told you to hand her over to me, yet she didn't lose her temper, but you're the one getting all worked up." "Miss Hevnia is my guest," Phineas said coldly. "I will naturally protect her." Though he said this, Phineas had already lowered his magic wand. "Yes, yes, protect," Karen said. "I just want to sleep with her, no need for this talk of protection, right? What do you say, Miss Hevnia, would you like to sleep with me tonight? To be honest, after learning of Huinia's true identity, this was the first time she had encountered someone like Karen. Sorry, Mr. Karen, Huinia replied politely while carefully weighing her words. I do not entertain such thoughts. Though she said it politely, Huinia still deliberately emphasized her tone to express the anger she was restraining. Upon hearing Huinia's response, Phineas stepped forward again. Since that's the case, there's nothing left to discuss, Phineas said icily. Karen, do not think we can't do without you. Even if the Lawrence family doesn't receive the Lord's blessing, we will absolutely not abandon my guest. Our agreement is over. Let's go, Miss Hevnia. With that, Phineas intended to leave. Huinia also felt that the meeting had deviated quite a bit from her expectations, and followed Phineas. However, as they were about to leave, Karen let out another KKK of laughter from behind them. Hey, this is interesting, really interesting. Phineas, I do so enjoy seeing you put on this pretentious act. Do you think you are the only smart person in this world aside from yourself? Phineas stopped in his tracks. What do you mean? Isn't it obvious? Karen said with a chuckle. When I invited Miss Hevnia to bed, you didn't interfere. You waited until Miss Hevnia had rejected me and expressed her displeasure before you spoke up. So deep down you were hoping as well, weren't you? Hoping that Miss Hevnia, for the sake of the celebration, would agree to my request, making it a matter of her own volition. Do you think Miss Hevnia will believe you? Phineas looked at Karen coldly. You're just projecting your own disgust onto everyone else in the world. Yes, my face indeed is disgusting, but what of it? Karen wasn't angry, just kept chuckling. I have golden note, I am of the Chu family. Even if my golden note is painted on my pus-filled sores, even if the people of the Chu family don't want to recognize me, that doesn't change the fact that I was born superior. In a way, we're not so different. I have a dirty face, you have a dirty heart. Don't look at me like that. You know it's useless. I've been used to such looks since I was a child. Saying so, Karen downed a whole cup of hot chocolate in one gulp, and then, while licking his lips, continued with a smile. All right, let's stop with the jokes and get down to business. Jokes? Yes, just jokes, Karen said indifferently. A small retaliation for making me wait here for nearly an hour. And as you know, Phineas, compared to a hypocrite like you, there's someone I dislike even more. Do you think I could really care for the bargaining chips you offered me? No, there has always been only one reason I was willing to join you. He paused. That is simply to prevent the Chu family from achieving the Lord's grace, nothing more. This sudden turn of events bewildered Huinia. She instinctively looked towards Phineas, and then noticed that Phineas was also looking at her. Chapter 437, 64 What Will You Do Then? 2. Chapter 437, 64 What Will You Do Then? 2. On the surface, it appeared that Phineas was asking for her opinion. But the fact that he was asking her already showed what Phineas was thinking. So Huinia cocked her head. Shall we begin, then? Thus, this unique self-introduction came to an end. The matters that followed were not suitable for discussion in the restaurant. Phineas took the two of them to an empty classroom where 4 other players, 3 males and 1 female, all silver sounds, were already present. Evidently, this was Phineas's orchestra, and these 4 players represented some of best among the silver sounds. However, upon seeing the 3 enter, the 4 silver sound players gave a respectful and nervous bow. The reaction from the little girl was the most significant. She stuttered so much she couldn't finish her sentences. Huinia also noticed her name, Molly. There were less than 2 months left until the grand ceremony. 1 month would be spent preparing, and another month dedicated to selecting the orchestras qualified to participate in the grand ceremony. Of course, for an orchestra composed of 3 golden notes, there was no such selection process, so they had 2 months to prepare. In these 2 months, the orchestra's task was to choose the most suitable pieces and then continually practice and experiment. The suitability of the pieces was related to the golden notes because each piece depended on different notes. The music that was gentle and melodious relied on the notes at the front, while the intensely soaring style required the notes at the back. Phineas, Karen, and Huinia's notes corresponded to low, mid, and high, respectively, 3 different types of chapters. Thus, how to choose became a primary consideration. Huinia naturally had no particular opinions on this, and she remembered that Phineas had already chosen the chapters before, centered around the low note with him as the anchor. But when Phineas took out several scores for everyone to pass around, Huinia was surprised to find that they were not the same as the ones he had chosen last time, but were instead more oriented towards the high notes. This meant Phineas was actively handing the corp position of the orchestra to Huinia. Huinia couldn't help but glance at Phineas, who gave her an encouraging look as if saying, "I believe in you." But such a level of psychological tactics clearly didn't affect Huinia, as she quickly figured out the reason. Tupac had died, and Karen was obviously not as good as Tupac. Consequently, the chances of the Lawrence family obtaining the grace had greatly diminished. Therefore, instead of playing it safe with himself at the center, it was better to center around Huinia. Because the performance of high-note music was always the most difficult, but also the most favored by the Holy Sound Master, historically, high-note music had a significantly higher chance of obtaining grace than low-note music. Thus, the Lawrence family decided to pass the ball to Huinia, the only high note in this grand ceremony. It seemed the Lawrence family was indeed pushed into a tight spot. Huinia thought to herself, but naturally she wouldn't voice it out. Instead, she clenched her fist toward Phineas and whispered softly, "I'll try my best." Karen just watched, and apart from occasionally letting out a few strange laughs, he didn't express any opinions, clearly unconcerned whether the orchestra was centered around him. But while the golden sound might not care, the silver sounds couldn't possibly be indifferent. Because no matter what piece was chosen, the 3 golden notes were fixed, but the silver sounds would vary depending on the piece, and silver sounds were not irreplaceable. During the first day of practice, this became even more evident. The 4 silver sound players all had different performances due to the varying pieces. This naturally put a lot of pressure on them, so after the practice ended, the expressions of the 3 golden sound players had not changed much, whereas the 4 silver sound players were drenched in sweat, the girl named Molly even struggling to stand steadily. But they couldn't rest yet, as the final decision had not yet been made. They watched Phineas nervously, who was holding the 10 high-note scores they had just practiced, furrowing his brow in thought. After a long pause, he put aside 7 of them, holding the remaining 3 as he said to Huinia, "I think these 3 have the best effect. What do you think?" Huinia replied with a smile, "I trust your judgment." Phineas reflected for a moment, and then made a choice that surprised Huinia. He smiled as he handed the 3 music scores into Huinia's hands. "Then I'll let you choose." Suddenly, 4 gazes fell upon Huinia, causing her to be momentarily startled. "Me?" "Yes," Phineas said with a smile. "As you are the center of our orchestra, it's only natural for you to choose the music scores and for you to decide who stays." "What?" After practice ended, Huinia walked out of the classroom holding the 3 music scores. Huinia was indeed a little surprised by Phineas's choice to delegate the decision-making power to her, but it wasn't too unexpected. Because Huinia realized it was just another gesture of goodwill from Phineas. Maybe it was to dispel what Karen had said earlier, or perhaps it was for some other reason, but Huinia could feel that throughout today's practice, Phineas had conveyed the message, "I value you more than once." Both choosing the music scores and entrusting her with the decision on the Silver Notes members' fate served this very purpose. It was as if he was treating you as the lady of the Lawrence family already. Bai Wei's voice suddenly rang out. "I wouldn't be surprised if he kneeled and proposed to you on the day the celebration ends." Bai Wei's abrupt comment made Huinia's hands tremble involuntarily. After all, Bai Wei had been silent all day, not even making any subtle motions, as if he had completely disappeared. "Can you speak now?" Huinia asked, puzzled. "Yes, haven't you already left the academic building?" "The academic building?" "Yes," Bai Wei explained. "The Holy Sound Master's power stems from the chapters and everything related to them, so inside the academic building, where everyone is preparing for the celebration, his power is very concentrated. I hardly dare to breathe loudly there." "Do you even need to breathe?" "I guess not," Bai Wei suddenly sighed. I'm never collaborating with women again." Huinia was slightly stunned. Why? She thought she might have done something to upset Bai Wei, and was ready to ask and apologize. But before she could inquire, she heard Bai Wei say pensively, "It's because there's always some man making eyes at you, whether it's that Phineas or that heavy hitter named Karen. Hell, being in your body, it feels like those guys are flirting with me, and I almost thought I was back in Rhine." Bai Wei's reason left Huinia frozen in place. She hadn't anticipated that this would be why. After a long moment, she asked, "Should I try to avoid it next time?" Bai Wei pretended to ponder as he tapped Huinia's head, then said seriously, "I think you should, and next time someone looks at you like that, just go and poke out his eyes." Huinia, Just kidding, Byway said with a laugh. But speaking of which, don't you find it interesting? What? Byway tapped on the 3 music scores. Now you can also decide the fate of others, he asked with a smile. So how will you handle it? Huenia hadn't gotten the chance to answer when suddenly a figure appeared in front of her. It was Molly. Chapter 438, 65, Can I Become Your Friend? Chapter 438, 65, Can I Become Your Friend? The following week, nothing happened. It was a rare occurrence of nothing happening. For Huenia, life was like suddenly going back to the time before visas had entered her body. Every day was a routine of eating, sleeping, attending classes, rehearsing, and playing the role of Huenia. She had lived such days for a full year, and the days after Byway entered her body had only been half a month, yet she felt as though the longer period had passed long, long ago. Byway's greatly reduced frequency of speaking only intensified that feeling. This long-missed sense of ease seemed to remind her that there was still time, plenty of time. However, whenever Huenia woke up early in the morning and saw in the mirror the 4 notes bound to her naked body, that sense of ease would be instantly shattered. So she calmly got dressed and left the house. Another utterly ordinary rehearsal day. During this week, they kept practicing the 3 pieces of music that Phineas had given her to choose from. Although up to now, Huenia hadn't decided yet, appearing indecisive, Phineas was not at all displeased. On the contrary, he seemed quite pleased, as if he felt it showed how seriously Huenia was taking this. So he didn't rush Huenia at all, and even considerately told her she could take her time, as they had a month. If Phineas had no objections, then nobody else would either, including Karen. Huenia had always felt that Karen was not a person to sit still, that he would definitely want to do something. But to Huenia's surprise, during that week, Karen did nothing. He arrived on time every day and rehearsed with reasonable dedication. Even during this period, he hadn't verbally harassed Huenia as he did when they first met, except for occasionally casting uncomfortable glances at her during rehearsals. But indeed, he did nothing more excessive. Indeed, compared to all those trivial matters, did this guy really want to take revenge on the Chu family more? Huenia silently pondered in her heart. Yes, just as Karen was observing her, Huenia was also observing Karen. In a sense, both wished to know each other better. Just like the joking remark made in one of those few statements, he wants to get on top of you, you want to kill him. Highly vulgar, yet extremely apt. Unfortunately, besides rehearsals, Huenia and Karen didn't have many opportunities for further contact. Not only because Phineas was always watching Karen, but also because Karen was too infamous in this academy, to the extent that it would be overly suspicious for Huenia to approach him under any pretext. So she still had to look for opportunities. After another day's rehearsal ended, Huenia left the classroom, and then leisurely made her way to the First Academy's library. This was not her first visit. After rehearsals these past days, she would always come here to read for a while, so much so that even the librarian recognized her and would greet her with a smile, then ask what books she was looking for and if she needed his help. The librarian of the First Academy was an elderly player, so in the presence of Huenia, he didn't need to be timid as the youngsters. And Huenia would also smile and politely refuse the old player's kindness, wandering alone among the shelves, then picking a book and finding a window-side seat to sit down. It was the same every day, as punctual as a clock. And also punctual was another person. 10 minutes later, a girl gasping for breath appeared in front of Huenia. "Huff, huff, Miss Hevnia, I'm here." The girl was Molly, her arms embracing a book titled Basic Music Score. Huenia looked up at Molly and asked, "Do you have questions for me today, too?" "Yes, Miss Hevnia," Molly nodded repeatedly and then looked at Huenia with eyes full of anticipation. "May I?" Huenia shrugged, "If you're not afraid that I'll teach you wrong." "Of course." Molly sat down in front of Huenia with joy, then spread open the Basic Music Score filled with notes, pointing to a section and asking, "What I want to ask is about this part, Miss Hevnia. When performing pieces with a large pitch gap, how should I activate the notes to properly resonate with you?" "Let me think." A week ago, Molly had suddenly stopped Huenia. At that time, Huenia thought Molly was asking her to keep her in the orchestra, after learning that Huenia had the power to decide who stays and who goes. But to Huenia's surprise, Molly did indeed make a request, but it was that she hoped Huenia could guide her in her note resonance abilities. Note resonance is the player's most direct control over their own notes. The more exceptional this ability, the more beautiful the melodies one can play, and the more powerful the chorus magic that can be used. This is the greatest difference between a golden sound player and a silver sound player. Golden sound players are inherently much more proficient in this aspect than silver sound players. So Molly asking for guidance on this from Huinia truly posed no problem. If it were some theoretical knowledge Molly was asking Huinia to guide her with, that would be foolish after all. Molly was one grade higher than Huinia. Chapter 439, 65 Can I Be Your Friend, 2. Chapter 439, 65 Can I Be Your Friend, 2. Yes, Huinia was sure that Molly was just making excuses to get close to her in order to win her favor so she could remain in the orchestra. As for why Huinia was so sure, it was because she had done the same thing. During that year at the 3 colleges, she used various excuses to approach people who could help her. Among them were professors, mentors, senior students, and some peers. First, she determined what the other person excelled at, then pretended to be completely inept at it to approach them, providing them with enough emotional value to gain their favor, and then obtaining what she wanted. She had been doing this for a year. So when Molly made her request, she already understood everything. However, she did not refuse. Or rather, why refuse? Huinia gladly agreed. Thus, after every practice session, she would meet with Molly in the library and then guide her. Just like today. Using magic power to reverse light up a note twice, Molly muttered. To be able to do that, Miss Huinia truly is amazing. Huinia slightly curled her lips in a very pleased manner. Then as she flipped through a book, she casually said, "Speaking of which, why do you have to ask me? There are more golden notes in the academy, aren't there? Aren't there also the Teichu 2 families?" "Ah, the Teichu 2 families. They wouldn't bother with someone like me." "Is that so?" Huinia asked. "What sort of people are they then?" "They are." In such sporadic conversations, Huinia was gathering more and more information, even coming to know about the golden sound players sent to the orchestra from the Teichu 2 families. While Molly was talking, Huinia was leisurely reading her book, merely observing her from the corner of her eye. Indeed, the reason Huinia had not yet chosen the final piece of music was because of Molly. The piece that suited Huinia best was not suitable for Molly, who struggled with it. If Huinia chose that piece, Molly would undoubtedly be the first to be eliminated, and then she wouldn't come to Huinia anymore. That was why Huinia was stalling, hoping to extract more useful things from Molly first. This was mutually using each other. As she watched Molly, Huinia suddenly thought of Professor Ariana. The woman who had seen through Huinia's intentions long ago, yet had still played along with her. So the feeling she had now while looking at Molly, was it the same as Professor Ariana's when she looked at her before? Huinia couldn't help but think. At that moment, a cooing sound reached Huinia's ears, and she turned her head to see the snow-white owl tilting its head and staring at her. "Miss Huinia, is this your owl?" Molly asked. Huinia hummed affirmatively, and then took the envelope from the owl's claw. While opening the letter, Huinia's expression didn't change, but she wasn't aware that her breathing had unconsciously slowed down. She only returned to normal after reading the contents of the letter. A letter without much substance, written by Huinia's loving mother. Although it was still unclear whether Mandy truly knew Huinia's real identity or not, the letter, polished by Ivan, portrayed very well the image of a mother and daughter who were missing each other lovingly, leaving no room for anyone to doubt anything. There really was nothing to doubt. The only useful thing to Huinia is that the Haleuo family had found Og, who had been sent back to the Seed District, and given him a job and his freedom. Although not great, it was at least better than becoming a sire. And this was the limit of what Huinia could do as of now. Of course, it was not over yet. If it ended there, once something happened to Huinia, the Haleuo family was very likely to vent their anger on the sole friend Huinia ever mentioned. So, she lifted her head looking at the pen in Molly's hand and asked, "Could you lend me the pen?" "Oh, of course." Molly, who had been paying close attention to Huinia, immediately handed over the pen. Molly asked with some curiosity, "Miss Huinia, are you writing a letter home?" "Yes," Huinia replied with a smile as she wrote. "You know I came from the 3 colleges, right?" "Of course." "You also know that students from the 3 colleges are not as outstanding as those from the first academy, right?" This, Molly nodded. "I have heard such things." Because it's true, Huinia said half-truthfully. Unlike the first academy, many students from the 3 colleges can't even find a job after graduation, unable to live as players. There's such a thing? Molly first expressed surprise, then turned puzzled. But what does this have to do with the letter you are writing to your family? Oh, because I have quite a few friends like that who, after graduation or for various reasons left school, are now having a hard time, even being sent back to the seed district, Huinia answered. So they all come to me hoping I can help them. Oh, will you help them? Of course, Huinia replied with a smile. They are my friends after all. Huinia said, they, because she was already writing about the second person. She planned to list, one by one, those from her memories who weren't doing well after graduation, then let the Haluo family track each one down. There were quite a few such people. Huinia even planned to include the names of the 2 girls from the seed district who had been poisoned earlier. This way, the Haluo family would gradually realize that Huinia's actions had no real significance. It was just her acting kind-hearted or a subtle retaliation against Ivan trying to manipulate her. Otherwise, why would Huinia include the names of deceased people? To say they were friends was clearly not even recognizing them. Thus, after initially helping a few, the Haluo family would stop regarding Huinia's requests. Naturally, they wouldn't consider whether the first boy Huinia saved, named Og, was special. For the massive Haluo family, once they stopped caring, they would quickly forget about Og. This way, no matter what happened to Huinia in the end, they wouldn't take their anger out on Og. That was enough. Miss Huinia, you really are kind-hearted. After hearing Huinia's explanation, Molly couldn't help but exclaim, I've never seen someone so good to their friends. It's quite normal, Huinia smiled. Friendship is mutual after all. I'm good to them because they've been good to me. Back when I was at the 3 colleges, they often took care of me, helped me, so it's normal for me to return the favor. That's nice, Molly seemed envious. Such beautiful friendship. Huinia nodded slightly, then put the finished letter back into the owl's claws and released it to fly again. Afterward she gazed at the small, diminishing black shape and suddenly sighed. What's wrong, Miss Huinia? Molly asked curiously. I miss my friends, Huinia said softly. Here it's just me alone. Molly opened her mouth, looking at Huinia's somewhat sad eyes, struggled for a moment, then stuttered. Then can I be your friend? Huinia looked at Molly with some surprise. After a while she smiled and said, Of course. Role reversal successful. Chapter 440, 66 Principles Invitation. Chapter 440, 66 Principles Invitation. Is this all right, Miss Hevnia? Molly looked at the 2 books that Hevnia was holding in her arms. Do you only need me to help you borrow a book? Yes, Hevnia shrugged and then smiled. I've always loved snuggling in my room with a book, preferably in pajamas, lying in bed with snacks to my right and a pile of books to my left. It makes me so happy. Sorry, is my hobby a bit too peculiar? How could it be? Molly's eyes shined. Your description is so vivid, I totally understand how you feel. Is it like, She couldn't find the words herself. The feeling that knowledge is at your fingertips, Hevnia added. Especially when there are more books piled up, it really feels wonderful. She sighed as she spoke. It's a pity, though, that even using your book card, I could only borrow 2 books. It's far from enough to make a pile. The experience is severely diminished. How could that be? Molly exclaimed, waving a fist. Leave this little matter to me. Hevnia inquired. Can you really help me borrow more books? But the library's rules. Indeed, one person may only borrow 1 book, Molly said with a smile. But I can borrow book cards from others. I have many friends. Really? Hevnia's eyes brightened with joy, but then she quickly became concerned. But wouldn't that be inappropriate since you would be borrowing them from me? What if I were to damage the books? That be my problem? Molly patted her chest. Don't worry, Miss Hevnia, if there's any issue at all, you can just blame it on me. It would be just a minor punishment. How can I allow that? Hevnia raised an eyebrow. Do you think I'm that kind of person? Don't worry, if you really manage to borrow them from me, I'll take good care of them. Hevnia raised 3 fingers. I swear, I won't let a good friend suffer. Hearing the words good friend, Molly smiled even more joyfully. The library of the first academy was stricter than those of the 3 colleges. Each student could only borrow 1 book, and any issue with the book would be the responsibility of the student who registered it. But it was strict, though not too strict, since one could borrow multiple books with several book cards. Don't worry, Miss Hevnia, Molly said. Tomorrow morning I will secure at least 10 book cards for you, surely satisfying your desire. Just leave it to me. With that, she left with joy and haste. It was all just to help Hevnia with this little favor. After Molly left, Hevnia did not head back to the dorm immediately, but took a detour to the Academy's rental center and rented a new owl. Then, holding the books in one hand and the owl in the other, she returned to the dorm. As she stepped out of the teaching building and into a less crowded walkway, Bai Wei's voice echoed in her mind. Initially, I thought you wanted to use these books to gather some information or learn a new chorus magic. Now it seems that's not the case, Bai Wei said. Are you trying to find a way to heal that child? The child Bai Wei mentioned was naturally Og. Can you actually deduce that? After all, we share a vision. I can see every book you're looking for, Bai Wei chuckled. And this owl too obvious. You want to establish contact with him, bypassing the Haluo family, am I right? Hevnia did not reply, but she tacitly acknowledged Bai Wei's statement. You're quite anxious, Hevnia, Bai Wei said. Considering all you have on your plate already, do you really have the energy to help him? If you dislike it, Hevnia responded, I can stop. Why would I interfere? It's your freedom, Bai Wei laughed. I just think you're in a rush to finish everything, as if you already know you'll die at this event. I remember you said I won't live long. Compared to normal people, that's true, Bai Wei remarked. After all, you've used my power too many times and the process is irreversible, you know it. But I never said you'd die at this event. If you do as I say, you could live at least another 10 years or so. By then, you'd have 7 notes on your body. Extending your life could still be possible. Hevnia fell silent for a moment, then said, Mr. Visas, I still don't know what it is you actually want me to do. Do you need me to play the 7 notes divine song to obtain the Holy Sound Master's wish as well? I don't recall ever saying I wanted to obtain the Holy Sound Master's wish, Bai Wei laughed. I just want you to play the 7 notes divine song. Is there a difference? Of course there's a difference. It seems I never really told you what I truly want, Bai Wei leisurely expressed. I guess I can tell you now. The Holy Sound Master took part of my body and sealed it using a potent method. The condition to break the seal is to play a certain divine song. Chapter 441, 66 Principles Invitation 2. Chapter 441, 66 Principles Invitation 2. When Bai Wei spoke, Hunia held her breath subconsciously. Because this was the moment Bai Wei finally revealed his purpose to her, and she had thought that Bai Wei would keep it concealed until the very last moment. After listening to him, Hunia fell into a brief contemplation. Although she had known that Bai Wei had come for his corpse blocks, she had always thought that Bai Wei needed the wish of the Holy Sound Master. But according to Bai Wei's description, it seemed that the process did not require the Holy Sound Master. Hunia directly posed the question to Bai Wei, and then received his affirmation. That's right, Bai Wei said with a smile. Breaking the sealing doesn't require facing the Holy Sound Master, just the opportunity presented by the ceremony. If I had to describe it, it's like a thief sneaking into the host's room to pick the lock while the host is busy with a party. It's dangerous too, but at least safer than outright burglary. I see, Hunia nodded slightly, and after obtaining the items, we naturally leave this place. Leave this place? Hunia asked. You mean leaving First Academy? Of course not. Are you pretending to be naive? After stealing someone's property, well, it is mine anyway, but thinking of sneaking around the owner's home is a bit too far-fetched. Bai Wei shrugged Huinia's shoulders and said, We'll be leaving Holy Sound, of course. Are we going to Lyra then? Not really. Do you think the world only consists of Holy Sound and Lyra in your mind? Because I've only been to Lyra. I guess so, Bai Wei said with a smile. Isn't that perfect? You can explore the outside world. Don't you long for such a life? Should I? Huinia's statement sounded argumentative at first hearing, but the doubt in her tone was genuine. Shouldn't you? Bai Wei said. No more bearing other people's faces, using other people's identities, or living in constant fear. That's still debatable, because once it comes to that, Holy Sound probably won't let you go. Most likely they will send people to assassinate you. But running around the world must be better than hiding right under their noses every day. After contemplating for a moment, Hunia asked, Will we ever come back? Oh, you still want to return? Bai Wei raised her eyebrows. Do you still have attachments to this place? I don't know, Hunia said softly. I just can't imagine the life you described. That's also true, Bai Wei noted. Maybe only when the warm winds, free from ice and snow, blow on your face will you truly understand what I'm talking about. Huenia pursed her lips. It seemed like she wanted to ask more, but in the end, she did not ask anything and simply nodded lightly. Then she returned to the dormitory. Right as she entered the door, she saw several girls crowded on the spiral staircase, playing notes with their magic wands, without receiving any response from the stairs. Was there a malfunction with the staircase? This thought had just emerged in her mind, when a somewhat familiar female voice sounded from behind her. Don't worry, the problem is with the tuner on the 5th floor. Your floor is not affected. Huenia turned around and saw Anita, whom she had briefly encountered before. Miss Anita, Huenia immediately bowed, good evening. Anita waved her hand. Don't call me teacher, I'm just a dorm manager here, well. She looked Huenia up and down, and then said with a smile. It seems you're adapting pretty well. Yes, Huenia nodded, I'm getting used to life here. Ever since she learned about Anita's note, Huenia had wanted to know more about this dorm manager, but never had the chance. Throughout the week, aside from the day she arrived, Huenia hadn't seen her again, and Molly knew very little about her, making Huenia feel like she was shrouded in a layer of mystery. She had to seize this opportunity. Miss Huenia thought to herself while asking, Did you just say there's a problem with the tuner on the 5th floor? Yes, Anita nodded. It's not just been a day or two. A month ago his note's resonance started slowing down. Slowing down? Miss Huenia was surprised. Why is that? Because he's dying. Miss Hunia's surprise turned into shock. Although other explanations exist, that's the underlying reason, Anita explained. Do you remember the kite analogy I mentioned to you before? I do remember. So you can understand it as if the tuner's string is about to snap. His kite is flying farther and farther away, and it's become increasingly difficult to pull it back, Anita said. That's why his resonance is slower each time, that's the reason. Miss Huenia opened her mouth, and after a moment stutteringly asked, So we're just watching? Of course not, Anita shook her head. We're already looking for a new 5th tuner. What? Anita looked at Miss Huenia. I know what you're going to say, but sadly, only the tuner himself can awaken him, and if even he has lost control over his own soul, there's even less possibility. All we can do now is start looking for the next tuner. Can we really find someone? Miss Huenia asked. I mean no offense, I'm just wondering, can a new tuner really replace him immediately after the previous one has just died? Of course, 15 people have already come to apply. Miss Huenia was even more shocked. Anita smiled as she watched Miss Huenia. Are you surprised? Indeed, Miss Huenia honestly replied. I can understand, especially since Miss Huenia hasn't been here for long. Does it have something to do with time? In a way, Anita said. The longer one stays here, the more likely one is to sense that most holy, most pure beauty. Like a moth drawn to a flame, despite knowing the danger, it still flutters towards it. There are some things that transcend life and death. Is that so? Miss Huenia nodded, not fully understanding, and then asked, Miss Anita, have you also seen such a fire? Indeed, Anita said with a smile. When I was still in the Seed District and knew nothing, I saw such a fire, and it was that fire that guided me here. Likewise, I am willing to give up everything for that fire. That fire, was she referring to the principal? Miss Huenia was about to ask further when suddenly there was a vibration from the staircase. She instinctively turned to look and saw the staircase of the 5th floor slowly extending like a spiral staircase. The notes still resonated. After such a delay, it seems his time is indeed running short, Anita said softly, then turned to look at Miss Huenia and smiled. Miss Huenia, are you free tomorrow? Someone would like to have afternoon tea with you. Miss Huenia's attention was still on the staircase, and she casually asked, Who? Principal Ulysses. What? The elderly gentleman watched the setting sun slowly descend, squinting his eyes as if drifting off to sleep, until footstep sounds emerged behind him. Principal Miss Huenia has accepted, Anita softly said. Has she? That's wonderful. Principal Ulysses slowly closed his eyes. 7 notes. I already can't wait. Chapter 442, 67 Holy Sound Master. Chapter 442, 67 Holy Sound Master. Keep going straight and you'll get there. In front of a remote path, Anita stopped. The principal is already waiting for you. Huenia also stopped, her expression a mix of surprise and hesitation. The principal lives here. Because in front of Huenia was an uneven mountain path, next to which was a cliff. The wooden handrail clinging to the cliff had not been repaired for many years, and one could faintly hear the creaking sound. To be honest, stepping on such a path, it was hard to imagine that she was going to meet the principal and not the Grim Reaper. If Byway had not issued a warning, Huinia would definitely have thought that Anita had seen through her identity, and thus wanted to seize the score right here. "Don't worry, I won't harm you." Anita could see the worry in Huinia's eyes and smiled. "This path might look a bit dangerous, but actually, it indeed isn't very safe, so be careful and stay away from the handrail." "You really tell it as it is." "Because it is indeed so," Anita said. "If something were to happen to you on this path, the principal would be very sad too." "Then I will be careful." Huinia nodded her head, then asked, "But why does the principal live in such a place? Doesn't he have a better office?" "He used to, but now, the principal no longer handles any matters in the academy and doesn't want to keep using the resources he had before, so he voluntarily moved here," Anita explained. "If it weren't for the academy constantly failing to find a suitable successor, the principal would have already retired." Saying so, she paused, then smiled again. "This path is indeed quite dangerous, but once you get over it, you'll understand why the principal chooses to live here. By the way, not just anyone can come here. Only students highly valued by the principal are allowed to cross this path and join him for afternoon tea." "I see." Seeing that Anita had said so much, Huinia clenched her fist as if to muster courage. "I will definitely pass it safely." "You don't need to be that cautious," Anita said with a smile. "It's actually quite safe. I don't know how many times I've walked this path well because that's where I grew up." Huinia knew that Anita had been raised by the principal, but to pretend she didn't know, she still feigned confusion, then prepared to ask. However, Anita didn't give her the opportunity to ask as she spoke again. "All right, please start walking. The principal must be getting anxious." "Ah, right, the principal is elderly and isn't in good health. If you find him asleep when you get there, please don't wake him up directly. Please wait patiently. He will gradually wake up." Huinia nodded, not fully understanding, and then stepped onto the rugged path. Just as Anita had said, although the path looked dangerous, it was still safe as long as she didn't walk near the cliffside. Moreover, the higher she went, the more she felt the uniqueness of this place. The location of this place was higher than the vast majority of buildings at the First Academy. The clouds outside the cliff looked like floating snow, creating a tranquil view. However, in stark contrast was the whistling cold wind, like countless sharp knives wildly dancing. Such a contrast could indeed be called a spectacular sight. But Huinia was not focusing on this scenery, because Byway had already warned her before leaving. The principal was a very dangerous person, and possibly already possessed some of the Holy Sound Master's powers. Thus, to be on the safe side, Byway would not communicate with Huinia telepathically during this meeting. He would just give her some small reminders, just like that day on the stairs. This naturally made Huinia even more vigilant. For Byway seldom used the word dangerous to describe someone else, considering that the last time he faced Cesar, Byway mostly described him as troublesome. The principal, the legendary player Ulysses, what kind of person was he? Huinia couldn't help but think to herself. At that moment, she had also finished the final stretch of the mountain path. In that instant, it was as if she had stepped into another world. The harsh sound of the wind suddenly transformed into a beautiful melody. She followed the sound and noticed that it originated from a tree. More precisely, from the bells hanging in the tree. With the aid of the good vision in her left eye, Huinia could see each bell painted with different musical notes, producing corresponding note sounds instead of typical bell chimes when the wind blew. This meant, in a sense, that the beautiful melody she was hearing was actually played by the wind. This surprised her slightly. Then her gaze shifted down, and she saw a cottage under the tree. She knew that was the place she had to go, thus she took a deep breath, adjusted her mindset, and headed toward the cottage. "What? Principal, I am Huinia." "Principal? Principal, are you there?" Huinia knocked on the door but got no response. She remembered Anita's earlier admonition and gently pushed the door open. Chapter 443, 67 Holy Sound Master 2. Chapter 443, 67 Holy Sound Master 2. Indeed, the door was not locked, and she walked straight into the house. The house was not large, comprising only 2 rooms, a living room, and a bedroom. The principal was indeed living here. There was no one in the living room, only a desk and some personal items. The bedroom door was ajar. Miss Hevnia softly said, "Principal, it's Miss Hevnia," as she walked towards the bedroom. Through the slightly open crack, Miss Hevnia saw an old man lying on a lounge chair with his back facing her. That must be the principal. Was he really asleep? Remembering Anita's instructions, Miss Hevnia chose not to wake him, but instead slowly retreated, casually examining the items in the living room while waiting. The living room was filled mostly with books and music scores. They were stacked in rows and scattered on the desk, carelessly left mid-creation, revealing what the greatest living composer of holy sound was composing. But Miss Hevnia's gaze did not linger there long. Soon, her attention was captured by a walking stick next to the office chair. It was an unremarkable wooden walking stick. The wood looked as decayed as the handrails from a cliffside path she had traversed. The only thing slightly noteworthy was a dark gem at the top of the walking stick. The gem was about the size of half a hand and was of poor color. It would be considered worthless debris, even bothersome in the Haluo family. But for some reason, as soon as she saw the gem, Miss Hevnia could not take her eyes off it. She stared blankly, feeling as if time had stopped, and in the whole world, only she and the gem seemed alive. Yes, she felt it was alive. No, not felt, it clearly was alive. It was breathing, listening, speaking, attracting. Attracting Miss Hevnia, she unconsciously leaned towards it, and then cautiously reached out to touch the gem. The moment her fingertips touched the gem, the still world began to flow again. And it flowed swiftly. The previous silence was gone, replaced by noise. All sorts of sounds flooded into her ears at the same time. The sound of bells outside. The sound of the wind blowing the bells. In the academy below the cliffs, all the players resonating for the festival. All melodies merged together, weaving into a symphony for the festival. It was a symphony dedicated to a deity. Miss Hevnia was overwhelmed. This should be a symphony dedicated to a deity. But she felt puzzled. It seemed as though the symphony was not perfect, as if something was missing. What was missing? Miss Hevnia lowered her head, deep in thought. Then she found the answer. The answer was herself, whom she saw when she lowered her head. At that moment, Miss Hevnia had an epiphany. So I am truly the one who should be dedicated to the deity. Thinking this, she reached out, as if in sudden realization, towards her own neck. Then she heard a soft tusk. Instantly, everything began to change again. The turmoil and noise rapidly faded, returning to the pure sound of wind. The wind blew through tree branches, not bells. The breeze plucked the withered leaves, and new buds were reborn under the ancient tree. Beneath the ancient tree was a man intertwined with both youth and age. Miss Hevnia did not recognize him, but she felt an inexplicable familiarity, especially his eyes. He said to Miss Hevnia, "It was my oversight, but fortunately, there's still a chance to remedy it." Then he snapped his fingers. "Wake up, do not let anyone take away your mind. Even if that someone is a deity." As his voice faded and the snap ended, Miss Hevnia blinked. When she opened her eyes again, she was standing in front of the walking stick, the gem she had touched unresponsive, as if dead. "You kept me waiting, Miss Hevnia." Before Miss Hevnia could comprehend, an aged voice sounded behind her. She immediately turned around and saw a kindly old man standing behind her. She quickly greeted him. "Good morning, Principal Ulysses." No need to be so formal," Principal Ulysses said as he slowly moved behind Miss Hevnia, glanced at the walking stick, and then, smiling, said, "It seems you're quite interested in my assistive walking stick." "Assistive walking stick?" "Yes," Principal Ulysses said as he leaned on the walking stick and sat down in front of his desk, chuckling. "As you see, I'm quite old, and my body's functions are declining, including my ability to listen to holy sound. So I had to think of a workaround. After all, I probably still have some time left, and if I couldn't hear anything in the last few years of my life, I think I'd go mad." "Is that so?" Miss Hevnia looked at Principal Ulysses's walking stick. "So this stick can help you recover your hearing?" "No," Principal Ulysses laughed and shook his head. "It doesn't directly restore my hearing, but uses a different medium to listen to the truest sounds of this world." "The truest sounds?" "Yes, Miss Hevnia," Principal Ulysses said with a smile. "You just touched it, didn't you hear anything?" Chapter 444, 67 Holy Sound Master 3. Chapter 444, 67 Holy Sound Master 3. This, Miss Hunia hesitated, I don't really know if that counts as having heard anything. Don't be nervous, just say whatever you heard, Ulysses said with an encouraging look. No one will blame you. Miss Huinia hesitated, and at that moment she felt someone gently scraping the palm of her hand. Then she pretended to muster her courage and said, I heard many, many voices, all kinds of them. She then described to Ulysses what she had heard earlier. Of course, she omitted the part related to Byway. As she spoke, Ulysses nodded, seemingly very satisfied with Miss Huinia's answer. When Miss Huinia finished, he immediately applauded her. Very good, Miss Huinia, Ulysses said with a smile. You have seen the true essence of the world. The world's true essence. Yes, the world's true essence, Ulysses said. Each of us is a melody, each of us is a note, and a note exists for. He paused, then asked with a smile, Miss Huinia, what are your thoughts in the end? Miss Huinia gently bit her lower lip and replied softly, I feel I'm also a part of it. I too want to blend in. Clap, clap, clap. Ulysses's applause grew louder, and he kept nodding his head. That's right, that's exactly it, he said. Just like that, Miss Huinia, just like that. The music is created by people and also for people. When it is composed, its greatest meaning is to play the most magnificent performance. It's like we create the score, and the Lord created us. Miss Huinia, I'm delighted, truly delighted. It's been quite some time since I've come across a student as intuitive as you. From now on, whenever you encounter any problems, confusions, or troubles, you can always come to me, Ulysses said with a smile. My door will always be open to you until the end of the festival. The afternoon tea between teacher and student started unexpectedly and ended just as suddenly. Soon after, Ulysses personally saw Miss Huinia off, watching her figure gradually disappear from view like a dear grandchild. Until Anita returned to his side. More impressive than I had imagined, he said to Anita with a light laugh. Anita pressed her hand to her chest and said, pausing between words, Then I will help you accomplish everything. What? Miss Huinia quickly walked to a deserted corner. Her heartbeat was racing. Mr. Visas. Once she made sure no one was around playing chapters, Miss Huinia immediately asked, What was that about? Double attraction. Double? Yes, Byway said with a smile. You must have realized that that guy set you up today. That staff was attractive to you because it is powered by Holy Sound Master. The notes and the score in you are also things of the Holy Sound Master, so it's difficult for you to resist. And the other part? My corpse blocks. Miss Huinia's pupils slightly constricted. Is your corpse block in that gem? No, just a small part of my corpse blocks power, Byway said. Even so, it still attracts you because your body contains too much of me. Miss Huinia felt there was something odd about Byway's explanation. But what made her feel even stranger was Ulysses's mention of the true essence of the world. You indeed glimpsed the true essence of the world, but not the one he mentioned, Byway said indifferently, but rather what Ulysses displayed. Huinia, I should have told you, the closer one gets to God, the more one becomes assimilated by him. So by looking at Ulysses's characteristics, you can see some traits of the Holy Sound. Ulysses's characteristics, Huinia frowned slightly. What's special about him besides his poor hearing, which requires? Miss Huinia suddenly froze. Byway laughed. You're the quickest to catch on among my last 3 partners. He hesitated, then said, The Holy Sound Master has no senses. He merely relies on my ears to listen to the world. Chapter 445, 68 That Guy is Coming. Chapter 445, 68 That Guy is Coming. More than half a month had passed since then. Throughout this period, the fervor of the festival's selection and competition had reached a fever pitch. This was especially true for orchestras vying for the qualification to perform the inner song, as you could see musicians in the dormitory around the clock inventing ways to enhance their sound and practicing their scores. Rest and sleep seemed to have deserted these people. Only collapsing in exhaustion would bring them down, with some even suddenly dropping dead. Huinia had come across several, who fell over in the snow halfway through their walk and never rose again. As to whether these were truly cases of sudden death, Huinia didn't know. For Huinia, this half-month had been exceptionally relaxing. She spent most of her time in a routine cycle between the dormitory, classroom, and library. The atmosphere of the festival didn't touch her at all. She seemed to be the only student in the academy attending normal classes. Of course, calm didn't mean complacency. That was because every 2 days, Huenia had to visit that small house to have afternoon tea with Ulysses. And this afternoon tea had no special significance. It was just idle chat and instruction. For Huenia, this was naturally a very dangerous activity, but it was also necessary. Because this was an invitation extended by Ulysses, and in this academy there was not a single student who would refuse Ulysses. So each time Huenia would rally herself with the utmost spirit to keep the appointment, trying as best she could to avoid the kind of extreme situation that had required Byway to intervene last time. However, after the first time, Ulysses had not made any further attempt to test Huenia. He always held his staff in his hand, then looked at Huenia kindly and explained matters to her. He had essentially assumed the role of Huenia's mentor. No, not just a mentor, more like a grandfather. Because not only did he explain knowledge and scores to Huenia, but he would also genially inquire about her life, and every time prepare a pile of pastries for Huenia to taste, letting her take the leftovers with her. Such warmth and kindness made it really hard to believe he was the most powerful player at the academy. A clear sound of glass clinking. Ulysses put down his teacup, and Huenia closed her notebook too, because she knew this meant that today's lessons had come to an end. What followed was time for idle conversation. "I hear the final piece for your performance has been decided," Ulysses said, looking at Huenia amiably. "It's joy, isn't it?" Huenia nodded. "So it truly is that piece," Ulysses said with a smile. "If I remember correctly, this is the first 7 notes divine song composed by the renowned Lindina, intended to capture the joy and delight of the ignorant upon their first encounter with melody." "You're not mistaken, it's that very piece," Huenia asked admiringly. "President, do you remember every 7-note score?" "Of course," Ulysses said. "Isn't that worth remembering?" Huenia replied with a grimace. "I just can't remember them." "Haha, it's just for now. Sooner or later you'll be able to grasp them," Ulysses said cheerfully. "Because you have recognized the value of music and melody, you know it's a gift from the Lord. So, sooner or later you will remember them, and this memory, unlike the Rhine counterpart, will be driven by the longing in your heart." Huenia grew curious. "Rhine?" "Yes, in Rhine there's a scripture called Rhine Covenant, over 500,000 words long," Ulysses explained, "and their clergy have a requirement. They must memorize the entire scripture before they can take office." Huenia was even more astonished. Over 500,000 words, is it really possible to memorize all that? "Of course, but that's because the scripture is imbued with the power of the Rhine god," Ulysses said. "Once read and understood, one will never forget it for the rest of their life, like a mark left by the Rhine god at the bottom of their hearts." "I never knew such a thing existed." "Yes, the world is quite vast," Ulysses said, stroking his beard. "But what I want to say is, do you think those Rhine clergy who have memorized the scripture are devout?" Huenia pondered. "I suppose they are, after all, they've memorized it. Over 500,000 words, that is." "Ha ha," Ulysses laughed and shook his head. "Is that what you think? Unfortunately, to me that doesn't count. True devotion doesn't need any binding force. It's something one does unconsciously. Just like I can remember all the 7-note scores, not because I'm bound by any power, but because I yearn for such power, yearning for the Lord's grace upon our desolate world." Have you ever thought about what a world without melody would be like? How monotonous would a world without melody be? Just look at Rhine. Their scripture is a cold 500,000 words, while our scripture consists of eternal hymns. That's why they require their clergy to memorize the scriptures to understand their God, while we, just by continuously pursuing those wondrous chapters, can step by step draw closer to the great Lord. Chapter 446, 68 That guy is coming too. Chapter 446, 68 That guy is coming too. Huenia's expression gradually revealed a longing. "Listening to you makes it seem like the Lord is right beside us." "Of course," Ulysses said with a smile. "The Lord has always been by our side, and the melody is the bridge through which we communicate with the Lord." After a long speech, Ulysses finally showed signs of fatigue. If it weren't for Byway repeatedly reminding Huenia that Ulysses was a dangerous person, from all aspects, Ulysses would seem like a completely normal old man. "That's enough for today," Ulysses said after catching his breath and easing his expression, adding gently, "You must be even busier now. After all, there's only a little more than a month left. It's a good thing that the chapters have been decided. Now strive for it. I'm really looking forward to your performance at the festival." Ulysses was obviously giving a polite dismissal, and Huenia wisely stood up to say goodbye. As soon as she stepped out of the house, she saw Anita, who had been waiting outside. The snow accumulating on her head and shoulders clearly indicated that she had been waiting for quite some time. Huenia immediately greeted her, "Sister Anita." Anita nodded. "I'll walk you back." "Okay." Huenia then followed Anita on the small mountain path. It had been like that for a while, ever since Ulysses started treating Huenia like his own granddaughter. Huenia naturally grew closer to Anita, who had been looking after Ulysses, so she naturally started calling Anita sister. Anita didn't refuse, and even escorted her from the dormitory to the cottage and back again every day. Through these daily trips, Huenia came to understand Anita more deeply. "Sister Anita, I want to ask you a question," Huenia spoke up. Anita glanced at Huenia. "You want to ask why I still haven't joined the orchestra, right?" "Yes," Huenia nodded vigorously. "Most of the inner song orchestra spots have been decided now, aren't you worried?" "No need to worry," Anita said with a faint smile. "I won't miss the festival." Seeing Anita was unwilling to talk further, Huenia could only nod and kick at the snow under her feet while pretending to be indifferent and saying, "I see." Anita glanced at Huenia's playful actions, then suddenly asked, "Huenia, what's your relationship with Karen Chuk like?" "Mr. Chuk," Huenia was visibly surprised by Anita's sudden mention of Karen, but was inwardly on alert. "We have a pretty decent relationship, I suppose." "How decent?" Huenia tilted her head. "It's all right, I guess." "I see." Anita nodded as well and didn't say much more, continuing on the path. "That's it." Huenia was puzzled, not understanding what Anita meant. Just as she was about to ask, Anita walking ahead suddenly said, "You shouldn't mate with him." Such a blunt statement made Huenia freeze for a moment, and she slipped. If Anita hadn't caught her in time, she would have certainly had a solid fall. What are you talking about?" Huenia was completely flustered. "I'm quite serious," Anita said. "Do not mate with him, there's something wrong with his body." Huenia was about to say that there's no way she would do that with him, but she stopped, realizing that Anita's emphasis was on the latter part of the sentence. "You mean his?" "Yes," Anita confirmed. "Those festering sores on his face are contagious. If you get too intimate with him, it's quite likely you could catch it." "Is that why you're warning me?" Huenia said, "There's no way I would do that with him anyway, but are his sores really that serious? Can't the Teichu family cure it?" "No," Anita shook her head. "They are curable, but he doesn't want it." Huenia was even more surprised. "Doesn't want it, why not?" "Because the condition for curing is that he would permanently lose his notes," Anita said calmly. "His festering sores are essentially the result of an abnormal transformation of his notes, so what's damaged are his notes. To heal, you'd have to destroy the entire pattern of notes, but he doesn't want to do that." "So it's like that," Huenia murmured. "Mr. Chuk really is pitiful then." "Hee, pitiful." Anita chuckled and shook her head. "You'll probably not think so soon enough. You'll change your mind soon." Huenia was about to ask more, but Anita had already stopped walking because the path by the mountain had come to an end. "Huenia, under no circumstances should you become involved with him," Anita warned, looking intently at Huenia. "Your note cannot be tainted by him, for you are to be an offering to the Lord. There must not be the slightest filth upon you." It was the first time Anita had spoken to her with such grave seriousness in Huenia's memory. This caused her to unconsciously reply, "I understand." Upon hearing this response, Anita nodded, said, "Come directly to me if there's trouble," then turned and left. Huenia watched Anita's retreating figure, lost in thought. What prompted this sudden caution from Anita? Why did she think Huenia would get involved with Karen? She said that Huenia would soon stop thinking that way. What did that mean? So why can't she make her meaning clear? Why yet another person of riddles? Huenia sighed softly to herself. Then she glanced at the sky, and turning around, she made her way to the teaching building to attend today's rehearsal. After arriving in the classroom, Huenia noted that most people had already arrived. Only Phineas had not yet come. Because of Anita's warning, Huenia specifically glanced at Karen. Karen still sat in the corner as usual, silent. In fact, he had been remarkably untroublesome this past month, not at all the troublemaker Huenia had originally imagined. So why did Anita warn her? Especially at this moment in time. Huenia began to contemplate again, and soon she sensed something was amiss. It was Karen that was amiss, but Molly. She turned to look at Molly, who was just sitting there staring blankly at her seat, lost in thought. This was even stranger, because usually Molly would definitely be doting over her by now, since in the end, Huinia had chosen a chapters favorable to Molly, allowing her to stay in the orchestra. So Molly ought to be treating Huinia like royalty. Why the indifference today? What was going on? It was then that Phineas entered through the doorway. Huinia instinctively looked over and noticed Phineas's complexion was also poor. What on earth was happening? Huinia felt that something significant had occurred all of a sudden, and yet she was completely unaware. Fortunately, Phineas didn't intend to keep the last matter secret from her. Today's rehearsal is cancelled, Phineas said directly to everyone, then turned to look at Huinia. Huinia, come outside with me for a moment. Huinia knew something big was about to unfold, and immediately followed him out. As soon as she stepped outside, Phineas spoke bluntly. He's here. Huinia was taken aback. Who? Phineas's face darkened. Last night, 3 mountain guards were killed. Huinia's mouth fell slightly open. You mean? Yes. Phineas spoke slowly. That Cesar guy has entered the first academy. Huinia was stunned. Chapter 447, 69 Hunting can begin. Chapter 447, 69 Hunting can begin. Come in, Miss Huinia. Phineas pushed open the door of the secret chamber and gestured for Huinia to enter. Huinia nodded and followed him in, seeing that there were already 5 people inside the chamber. Only 2 of them were wearing student uniforms, while the other 3 looked like teachers or administrators. As she stepped inside, all eyes in the room focused on her. Is this the one from the 3 colleges? A male student looked at Huinia coldly. Could it be her? Before Huinia could speak, Phineas stepped in front of her. Miss Huinia is my guest. She has no issues. How do you know? Of course I know, Phineas said calmly. If you don't believe me, you can ask someone else. You should know Todd. Just an hour ago, Miss Huinia was having afternoon tea with Ulysses, the principal. Upon hearing Phineas mention the principal, Todd fell silent. The eldest person present, a man about 30 years old, spoke slowly. All right, everyone here is definitely not a problem. That guy can't act so quickly, so who is missing now? Anita. It was still Todd speaking, clearly observing everyone in the room. She won't be coming, and she's always by the principal's side. Nothing will happen to her. Then there's no. Hey, did you forget about me, brother? Todd's words were interrupted by a deep laugh, and he immediately frowned as a large figure squeezed into the chamber. It was Karen. Such a meeting and nobody notified me. Isn't that disheartening? Am I not a golden note? Karen gazed at Todd. I am your brother, Todd. Only by name, Todd said coldly. No one informed you, yet you still came, didn't you? I had no choice. The family doesn't want to care about me, but I don't want to die. Karen lazily found a spot to sit, and the not-too-small chair seemed like a toy in front of his mountainous physique, making one worry that it would collapse the moment he sat down. Fortunately, it didn't. Karen released some kind of chorus magic to lighten his weight, making the toy-like chair much sturdier than expected, allowing Karen to rock back and forth leisurely. I'm from the Chuk family. If I were silently killed in some corner and only discovered days later when my body started to rot, wouldn't that be a disgrace to the Chuk family? Before Todd could speak, the other middle-aged woman present immediately stood up and stared at Karen fiercely. Why are you being sarcastic? I'm not being sarcastic, just stating facts, Karen said with a smirk. I really sympathize with Daniel. The woman was about to explode when the middle-aged man from earlier spoke again. All right, we have no time for nonsense. Everyone quiet down. Upon hearing this, both the woman and Karen fell silent. However, the woman still appeared furious, while Karen maintained his mocking smirk, especially with that face full of pustules, making him all the more sinister. The middle-aged man scanned the room again, finally focusing on Huinia. Phineas, have Miss Huinia sit down now. We need to discuss the serious matters. All right, Dean. So Phineas and Huinia sat down, and the Dean slowly rose. I trust everyone knows the purpose of being here, the Dean said. There's evidence that last night that guy named Cesar successfully entered the first academy. I think I don't need to emphasize his danger. None of you are thinking of handling him alone, are you? No one spoke. Although everyone present was a golden note, and almost all were from the 2 major families of Techu, Cesar's achievements in the 3 colleges had left a significant impact on them. Brief, the academy will definitely respond, and the principal is aware of this matter. The Dean continued. The two major families of Teichu and the Lawrence family will also send more Golden Sound players to the Academy for security, but it's hard to say how effective this will be. Because we must ensure the grand event proceeds smoothly, no matter what happens, it must not stop, and this matter cannot be disclosed to the public, nor can the students below the level of Golden Note find out. Of course, that guy intends to attend the grand event, so he's unlikely to cause a larger disturbance, meaning. The dean paused. His target is us. After the dean finished speaking, the chamber fell silent for a long half-minute. After all, being targeted for killing is probably a first for most of them. And it's not a pleasant first experience. After hearing the dean's words, Hunia finally confirmed that the 8 people present were all of age, Golden Notes participating in this event. Among them, only half were genuinely around 20 years old, while the other half exceeded this age. The dean even seemed close to 40. Indeed, the First Academy does not lack players able to delay the fading of notes. Chapter 448, 69. The hunt can begin too. Of course, reaching 30 or 40 should be the limit, like the principal who can delay until 50 or 60. Probably he's the only one. Hunia thought silently in her heart. I don't quite understand. At this moment someone spoke again. First Academy is so big, can he precisely find each one of us? Besides. That person raised his head to look at Phineas and Hunia over here. All the exposed Golden Notes are students, right? So why am I being pulled in? Hardly anyone knows my note or that I will attend the festival. You're right, Roland, the dean nodded, but the problem is your orchestra members know you. If they're harmed, your identity won't remain hidden either, so hiding at such times is meaningless. Yeah, thinking only about oneself at this moment, Karen slowly said. That's truly selfish. Haven't you thought if you're eliminated, someone might use your face to approach us, and what happens when we don't know your identity? Don't be too harmful without any profit. Roland looked at Karen coldly, but didn't say anything else. Harsh words, but true. The dean nodded again. So after urgently discussing with the principal, I made the current decision to gather all Golden Notes attending this festival. All right, now everyone take a look at each other. Remember everyone's face, of course. It's best to introduce yourselves. This childish way of making friends, to the elites of this country present, was indeed somewhat laughable. But under Cesar's pressure and the principal's decision, everyone obediently completed this ceremony, remembering each person's face and identity. After the introductions, Hunia weakly raised her hand. May I speak? Of course you can, Miss Hunia, the dean said gently. This is not a class, feel free to speak your mind. The dean's attitude towards Hunia was noticeably better than towards others, but the people present were not surprised. After all, she was the principal's favorite pupil. Does self-introduction really work? Hunia said. If he really replaced one of us, we couldn't tell, just like Mr. Daniel back then. Ah, sorry, I didn't mean to bring it up. It's okay. The dean glanced at the woman first, then said, letting you know each other is just to give you a general idea, so you're not completely unguarded when you see each other in school, and the real countermeasure is something else. Everyone, check your chair's armrest. Things have been placed there. Everyone froze for a moment, then immediately reached for the armrest, indeed finding a strip under the armrest. Now please tie this chain to your hand, the dean said while tying it himself. Raise your hand so we can all see it. Don't be too clever. It concerns everyone's life. Under mutual supervision, everyone tied the bracelet. The bracelet tightened at the moment it was tied, digging into the skin, causing a few who couldn't tolerate pain well to cry out, Hunia included. But after the cry, Hunia was surprised to find the bracelet had disappeared. No, it didn't disappear. Accurately speaking, it was already engraved on her skin like a note. What is this? These were given to me by the principal, named Soul Lock, the dean said. Just like its name, it's tied directly to the soul, not the body. This means simply changing one's physical appearance cannot replicate it. Everyone understood immediately. So even if that guy Cesar kills us and turns into us, he won't be able to transform this chain, and we can determine whether he's himself or Cesar based on whether he has it, right? Phineas concluded. Yes, the dean nodded. That's exactly it. Is there no way to imitate it? Todd asked. Can it be taken off? As far as I know, that guy has several Golden Notes and a bunch of forbidden techniques. Could he possibly remove this thing as well? There's no possibility. The dean shook his head. The principal can assure this because it's not a wholly sound technique. To remove it harmlessly, one must have a soul strength rivaling the gods. Upon hearing such an explanation and the principal's assurance, everyone no longer questioned it. Then Huinia weakly raised her hand again. Speaking of, the principal always lives alone, will he be all right? As soon as these words were spoken, most present looked at Huinia as if she were an idiot. Rest assured, Miss Huinia, the dean still spoke warmly to Huinia, no one in Holy Sound can beat Principal Ulysses. If it weren't for his old age, not good for fidgeting, that guy Cesar absolutely wouldn't dare to come in. Of course, the principal would be very happy for your concern. Huinia didn't speak any more. Speaking of, is this too passive? Roland said. If this bracelet only has reporting effects, then that guy could completely kill us, seize the notes, and hide without showing himself, waiting for the festival, and what can we do? Chapter 449, 69 The Hunt Can Begin 3. Chapter 449, 69 The Hunt Can Begin 3. It's quite simple. Speaking with Roland, the dean resumed his calm demeanor. The power of this chain isn't just for identity verification. Once you die, this chain will immediately unleash its other effect, which is to destroy your notes, along with your body. As these words were spoken, everyone fell into silence once more. Because they finally realized that the so-called identity verification was just an add-on, the most important function was still the destruction of notes. In other words, they could die, but their notes could not be lost. And it was in this way, as if a bomb that could explode at any moment was bound to the body. Rest assured, if you are not dead, it won't activate, the dean said. Besides, it also ensures your safety. When attacked, you can inject your magic power here, just like me. The dean spoke while demonstrating. After injecting magic power into the bracelet, everyone present felt a burning sensation emanating from the spot where the bracelet was worn. This indicates that someone has been attacked, and at that point we will immediately raise the alert and rush to assist. Although we can't pinpoint the location, however, as long as you don't wander off in the meantime, you'll definitely be found quickly. The dean said calmly. Moreover, from another perspective, once that guy knows that even if he kills us he can't seize the notes, he might stop and leave promptly, which again protects you. He is different from us. We can perform the 7 notes divine song through an orchestra, while he can only play solo by gathering all 7 golden notes. So once he can't gather the 7 notes, after the festivities end and we can spare ourselves to deal with him, even if he's got 70 notes, he'll still be no threat. The dean said. Then the meeting ended. Phineas escorted Huinia back to the girls' dormitory. Seeing Huinia still seemed anxious, Phineas smiled and comforted her. Don't worry, with the current measures in place, that guy can't stir up much trouble. Moreover, you are the 7th note, aren't you? Does that matter? He already has the 7th note, Phineas said, so he has no reason to target you. That makes sense. Huinia nodded instinctively, then suddenly reacted. Sorry, Mr. Phineas, I didn't mean to. It's all right, Phineas said blandly. Orina isn't around, you're my sister now. Her death protected you, I think she would be very happy. Huinia appeared quite touched, her eyes reddened. Thank you, Mr. Phineas, but you must be careful, he's sure to aim at you. Haha, then let him come. Phineas escorted Huinia to the door, then chuckled. I do indeed have some scores to settle with him. After finishing his words, Phineas left. Huinia waved at his back, then returned to the dormitory alone. Jogging continually along the way, upon entering the room, she immediately locked the door, drew the curtains. Throughout this, she maintained a frightened appearance. Not until the curtains were closed did her expression become calm again. Then Huinia walked to the desk, opened Ogg's notebook, and like doing homework, calmly wrote down the names of the new people she met today next to their respective notes one by one. Interesting. Bai Wei, who had been silent all day, chuckled and spoke up. Using such a method to blow out all the golden notes, truly a wicked woman. It's approved by you. Yes, so I am not a good person either. He paused, then chuckled and said, It seems the hunt can begin. Chapter 450, 74th note in hand. Chapter 450, 74th note in hand. Huinia sat by the window, quietly watching the slowly setting sun. She had been planning for today for a whole month. During this month, after learning about the academy through various means, she finally made her move last night, attacking 3 secret mountain guards, creating the illusion of a Cesar invasion. This was both a means to find a scapegoat for her future actions, and to draw out those golden notes who had yet to show themselves. For example, the dean and a note called Roland, the school doctor. Without using this method, she truly couldn't have discovered that these 2 players, obviously past their age, were also golden notes participating in the ceremony. And if Huinia followed her original plan and only targeted Phineas and Karen, everyone would surely have placed their primary suspicion on her, regardless of how covert her actions were. As for making all the golden notes alert, it was an unavoidable situation. As for their coping strategies, Huinia looked at the soul chain on her wrist and then asked in her heart, "Mr. Visas, do you have any way to solve this?" Yes, Baiwei returned to his concise answer. Huinia nodded and said no more. After another glance at the sky, she picked up a pen to start writing a letter. This was a letter to Og, with an open book next to it. Honestly, the methods I wrote to you are just passages taken straight from ancient texts, but I don't know how effective they are. Examples of restoring damaged notes are too few, but I still hope you don't give up after all. What if? So please take a good look at the knowledge I wrote for you, like you would in the academy. Make sure to treat it seriously. Once you give up, there really is no chance. So cheer up, remember these taboo, non-publicly transmitted knowledge, understand them well, only then will you know what you can really gain. Today, the knowledge I want to bring to you is a segment from The Rise of Teichu. Please document it. That's it, I don't have much time every day, and these books can't be taken away, so this is the only way I can help you. Hope it helps. By the way, that guy called Cesar is likely to attack the First Academy again. But you don't have to worry, he already has the 7th note, so his target shouldn't be me. Hopefully, I'm honestly still worried. So tonight I should sleep early to quickly get through the night. But I don't know if I can sleep, my mental state has always been poor. If I really can't sleep, I think I'll go to the study room to read a book and maybe grab an apple pie to get through the night. After all, with the ceremony approaching, there are always quite a few players pulling all-nighters in the study room. Being around them is better than staying alone in the room, right? After finishing writing, the sun had completely set and darkness devoured the world. Huinia then lit a candle and placed the newly written, still inkwet letter beside it. This was an insurance. In case something went wrong with tonight's action and she couldn't return on time, and someone broke into her room, she wanted to ensure that the person would see this letter at first glance. Thus, even if that person found her not in the room, they would subconsciously assume she went to the study room based on the letter. Although it might not necessarily happen that someone would break into her room, having a backup plan is never a bad thing. Then Huinia put on her cloak and picked up the magic wand. Just as she was about to head out, Baiwei's voice sounded in her mind. If your target is that guy, then I must remind you that in that area I can only remain silent. Everything will be up to your own judgment. Of course, when necessary, I will give you reminders as before. Pay attention to distinguish them. Huinia nodded slightly, then pushed the door open and stepped out. What? Roland Ether looked at the already completely darkened sky, then said lightly, "I must say you don't have to keep following me, do you?" Behind him stood an old man in a gray robe. Hearing his words, the old man replied, "Young master, the situation is too dangerous now. We've already lost young master Daniel. We absolutely can't lose you too, please understand." "I understand you, but who can understand me?" Roland looked at the old man. "The ceremony doesn't start for another month. Do you plan to stick to my side like this for a whole month?" "This is the safest way." "Why do I feel this is the most dangerous way?" Roland said coldly. "In this academy, apart from a few people, no one knows I'm from the Ether family, nor that I'm a golden note. But you guys crowding around me like this, isn't it announcing my identity to the whole academy?" "Besides, I have serious work to do, don't I?" Roland said. "You'll scare off my food." Hearing Roland say this, the old man hesitated immediately. "Young master, haven't you finished yet? There's only 1 month left if you already." "What good is it if I finish now?" Roland looked into the old man's eyes. "A month's time, who knows what changes might occur? What if this month's fasting leads to fading, then what about this ceremony? Daniel is already gone, are we going to completely give up? Will you take responsibility for that?"